Bigfoot had wandered about a half a mile from them before lying down. When they approached him, he had his head down, his eyes pressed against his arms. "It's like snow blindness, only worse," he told them. "I've been snowblind. It'll go away in time. Maybe this will, too." "I expect it will," Call said. Bigfoot was so sensitive to light that he had to keep his eyes completely covered. "You need to make me blinders," Bigfoot said. "Blinders, and the thicker the better. Then put me on the horse." Until that moment, Call and Gus had both forgotten the horse, which was nowhere in sight. "I don't see that horse," Gus said. "We might have lost him." "You go find him," Call said to Gus. "I'll stay with Bigfoot." "What if I find the horse and can't find you two?" Gus asked. The plain was featureless. He knew it to be full of dips and rolls, but once he got a certain distance, one dip and roll was much like another. He might not be able to find his way back to Call and Bigfoot. "I'll go then," Call said. "You stay." "He won't be far," Bigfoot said. "He was too tired to run far." That assessment proved correct. Call found the horse only about a mile away, grazing. Call had been painstakingly trying to keep his directions. He didn't want to lose his companions, and was relieved when he saw the horse so close. By the time he got back, Gus had made Bigfoot a blindfold out of an old shirt. It took some adjusting. The slightest ray of light on his eyelids made Bigfoot moan. They ate the last of their horse meat and drank often during the day's march from the puddles here and there on the prairie. Toward the end of the day, Call shot a goose, floating alone in one such small puddle. "A goose that's by itself is probably sick," Bigfoot said, but they ate the goose anyway. They came to a creek with a few bushes and some small trees around it and were able to make a fire. The smell of the cooking goose made them all so hungry they could not sit still. They wanted to rip the goose off its spit before it was ready, and yet they also had a great desire to eat cooked food. Bigfoot, who couldn't see but could certainly smell, asked Gus and Call several times if the bird was almost ready. It was still half raw when they ate it, and yet to all of them it tasted better than any bird they had ever eaten. Bigfoot even cracked the bones to get at the marrow. "It's mountain man's butter," he said. "Once you get a taste for it, you don't see why people bother to churn. It's better just to crack a bone." "Yeah, but you might not have a bone," Gus said. "The bone might still be in the animal." Bigfoot kept his eyes tightly bandaged, but he no longer moaned so much. "What will you do if you're blind from now on, Bigfoot?" Gus asked. Call felt curious about the same thing, but did not feel it was appropriate to ask. Bigfoot Wallace had roamed the wilderness all his life. His survival had often depended on keenness of eye. A blind man would not last long in the wilderness. Bigfoot could scout no more. He would have to leave off scouting the troops. It would be a sad change if it happened. "Oh, I expect I'll get over being scorched," Bigfoot said. Gus said no more, but the question still hung in the air. Bigfoot reflected for several minutes before commenting further. "If I'm blind, it will be goodbye to the prairies," he said. "I expect I'd have to move to town and run a whorehouse." "Why a whorehouse?" Gus asked. "Well, I couldn't see the merchandise, but I could feel it," Bigfoot said. "Feel it and smell it and poke it. I've been in whorehouses when I was too drunk to see much anyway," he added. "You don't have to look to enjoy whores." "Speaking of whores, I wonder what they're like in Santa Fe," Gus asked. Eating the goose had raised his spirits considerably. He felt sure that the worst was over. He had even argued to Call that the reason the goose had been so easy to shoot was that it was a tame goose that had run off from a nearby farm. "No, it was a sick goose," Call insisted. "There wouldn't be a farm around here. It's too dry." Despite his friend's skepticism, Gus had begun to look forward to the delights of Santa Fe, one of which would undoubtedly be whores. "You can't afford no whore, even if we get there alive," Bigfoot reminded him. "I guess I could get a job until the colonel shows up," Gus said. "Then we can rob the Mexicans and have plenty of money." "I don't know if the colonel will make it," Bigfoot said. "I expect he'll starve or else turn back." That night their horse was stolen. They were such a pitiful trio that no one had thought to stand guard. Eating the goose had put them all in a relaxed mood. The horse, in any case, was a poor one. It had never recovered fully from the wild chase after the buffalo. Its wind was broken. It plodded slowly along, carrying Bigfoot. Still, it had been their only mount, their only resource in more ways than one. They all knew they might need to eat it if they didn't make the settlement soon now. The goose had been a stroke of luck. There might not be another. Call had hobbled the horse to make sure it didn't graze so far that he would have to risk getting lost by going to look for it in the morning. They called the horse Moonlight because of his light coat. Before Call slept, he heard Moonlight grazing not far away. It was a reassuring sound, but then he slept. When he woke, the hobbles had been cut and there was no sign of Moonlight. The three of them were alone on the prairie. "We'll track 'em. They probably ain't far," Bigfoot said before he remembered that he was blind. His eyes were paining him less, but he still didn't dare remove his blinders. "If he was close enough to steal Moonlight, he could have killed me," Call said. The stealth Indians possessed continued to surprise him. He was a light sleeper. The least thing woke him, but the horse thief had repeatedly come within a few steps of him, yet he had no inkling that anyone was near. "Dern, it's a pity you boys don't know how to track," Bigfoot said. "I expect it was Kicking Wolf. That old hump man wouldn't follow us this far, not for one damn horse. Kicking Wolf was more persistent." "Too damn persistent," Gus said. He was affronted. Time and again the red man had bested them. "All they done is beat us," he added. "It's time we beat them at something." "Well, we can beat them at starving to death," Bigfoot said. "I don't know much else we can beat them at." "Why didn't they kill us?" Call asked. "I doubt there was more than one of them. I expect it was just Kicking Wolf," Bigfoot said. "Stealing horses is quiet work, but killing men ain't. He might have woke one of us up and one of us might have got him." "It's a long way to come for one damn horse," Gus commented. He still stung from the embarrassment of being so easily robbed. "Kicking Wolf is horse crazy, like you're whore crazy. You'd go anywhere for a whore and he'd go anywhere for a horse." "I don't know if I'd go halfway across a damn desert for a whore," Gus said. "I sure wouldn't for a worn-out horse like Moonlight. Kicking Wolf was crazier than me." Bigfoot looked amused. "There's no law saying an Indian can't be crazier than a white man," he said. All that day and for the next two, Call and Gus took turns leading Bigfoot. It was tiring work. Bigfoot had a long stride, longer even than Gus's. The two of them had almost a trot to keep ahead of him. Then, too, the prairie was full of cracks and little gullies. They had to be alert to keep him on level ground. It annoyed him to stumble. It stormed again the second night, though with less lightning. Water puddled here and there. They were not thirsty, but once they finished the last few bites of horse meat, they had no food. Call was afraid to roam too far to hunt, for fear of losing Gus and Bigfoot. In any case, they saw no game except a solitary antelope. The antelope was in sight for several hours. Gus thought it was only about 3 miles away, but Call thought it might be farther. In the thin air, distances were hard to judge. Bigfoot considered it peculiar that the antelope stayed in sight so long. Not to be able to use his own eyes was frustrating. "If I could just have one look, I could give an opinion," he said. "It might not even be an antelope. Remember them mountain goats that turned into Comanches?" Reminded, Gus and Call gave the distant animal their best scrutiny. Gus was of the opinion that the animal might be a Comanche, but Call was convinced it was just a plain antelope. "Go stalk it then," Bigfoot said. "We'll sit down and wait. A little antelope rump would be mighty tasty." "Let Gus stalk it," Call said. "He's got better eyes. I'll wait with you." Gus didn't relish the assignment. If the antelope turned out to be a Comanche, he would be in trouble. He was hungry, though. So were the others. "Don't shoot until you've got a close shot," Bigfoot said. "If you can't hit the heart, shoot for the shoulder. That'll slow him down enough that we can catch him." Gus stalked the antelope for 3 hours. The last 300 yards he edged on his belly. The antelope lifted its head from time to time and mostly kept grazing. Gus got closer and closer. He remembered that he had missed the first antelope at almost point-blank range. He wanted to get very close. It would do his pride good to bring home some meat, and his belly would appreciate it too. He got to within 200 yards, but decided to edge a little closer. He thought he might hit it at 150 yards. He kept his head down so as not to show the animal his face. Bigfoot had informed him that prairie animals were particularly alarmed by white faces. Indians could get close enough to kill them because their faces weren't white. He kept his hat low, and his face low, too. When he judged he was within about the right distance, he risked a peek, and to his dismay saw no antelope. He looked, then stood up and looked, but the antelope was gone. Gus ran toward where it had been standing, thinking the animal would have lain down. Then he glimpsed it running far to the north, farther than it had been when they had first noticed it. Following it would be pointless. For a moment, stumbling around after the antelope, he felt panic take him. He could not be sure which direction he had come from. He might not even be able to find Bigfoot and Call. Then he remembered a rock that stuck up a little from the ground. He had passed it in his crawl. He walked in a half circle until he saw the rock and was soon back on the right course. Even so, he was disgusted when he got back to his companions. "I wasted all that time," he said. "He took off and ran. Let's just hurry up and get to New Mexico." "Oh, we're in New Mexico," Bigfoot said. "We just ain't in the right part of it yet. My eyes are improving at least. Pretty soon I won't have to be led." Bigfoot's eyes did improve even as their bellies grew emptier. On the third day after the storm, he was able to take his blinders off in the late afternoon. Soon afterward, he found a small patch of wild onions and dug out enough for them to have a few each to nibble. It wasn't much, but it was something. The next morning, waking early, Gus saw the mountains. At first he thought the shapes far to the north might be clouds, storm clouds. Once the sun was well up, he saw that the shapes were mountains. Call saw them, too. Bigfoot still had to be careful of his eyes in full light. He wanted to look, but had to give up. "If it's the mountains, then we're saved, boys," he said. "There's got to be people between here and the hills." They walked all day, though, without food. The mountains seemed none the less distant. "What if we ain't saved?" Gus whispered to Call. "I'm hungry enough to eat tongue or bugs or anything I can catch. Them mountains could be 50 miles away for all we know. I ain't gonna last no 50 miles, not unless I get food." "I guess you'll last if you have to," Call told him. "Bigfoot says we'll come to villages before we get to the hills. Maybe we'll only be 20 miles or 30. "I could eat my belt," Gus said. He actually cut a small slice off his belt and ate it, or at least chewed it and swallowed it. The result didn't please him, though. The little slice of leather did nothing to relieve his hunger pangs. They walked steadily all day toward the mountains. They ignored their stomachs as best they could, but there were moments when Call thought Gus might be right. They might starve before they reached the villages. Bigfoot had taken a fever somehow. Most of the day he stumbled along delirious. He seemed to think he was talking to James Bowie, the gallant fighter who had died at the Alamo. "We ain't him, we're just us," Gus told him several times, but Bigfoot kept on talking to James Bowie. Toward the evening of that day, as the shadows from the mountains stretched across the plain, Gus thought he saw something encouraging, a thin column of smoke rising into the shadows. He looked again, and again he saw smoke. "It's from a chimney," he said. "There's a house with a chimney up there somewhere." Call saw the smoke, too, and Bigfoot claimed he smelled it. "That's wood smoke, all right," he said. "I reckon it's piñon. They use piñon for fires out here in New Mexico." They hurried for 3 miles and still weren't to the village. Just as they were about to get discouraged again, they came over a little rise in the ground and saw 40 or 50 sheep grazing on the plain ahead. A dog began to bark. 2 sheep herders just making their campfire looked up and saw them. The sheep herders were unarmed and took fright at the sight of the 3 rangers. "I expect they think we're devils," Bigfoot said, as the 2 sheep herders hurried off toward a village a mile or 2 away. The sheep they left in care of the 2 large dogs, both of whom were barking and snarling at the Texans. "They didn't need to run. I'm just glad to be here," Gus said. In fact, he was so moved by the sight of the distant houses that he felt he might weep. Crossing the prairie, he had often wondered if he would ever see a house again, or sleep in one, or ever be among people again at all. The empty spaces had given him a longing for normal things, women cooking, children chasing one another, blacksmiths shoeing horses, men drinking in bars. Several times on the journey he had thought such things were lost forever, that he would never get across the plain to sit at a woman's table again, but now he had. Call was glad to come to the village, too. He had been hearing about New Mexico for months, and yet until they spotted the sheep herders had not seen a single Mexican. He had begun to doubt that there were towns in New Mexico at all. "I wouldn't mind stopping and cooking one of them sheep right now," Bigfoot said. "I guess that wouldn't be friendly, though. Maybe they'll cook one for us once they see we ain't devils." "They may think we're devils even if we're friendly," Gus said. "I could use a barbering, and so could the rest of you." Call knew he was right. They were filthy and shaggy. They had only their guns and the clothes they had on, and they were afoot. Who but devils would emerge from the great plain afoot? They gave the sheep a wide berth. The big dogs acted as if they might charge at the slightest provocation. None of them felt in the mood for a dogfight. "I've always wondered why people keep dogs," Bigfoot said. "Now the Indians, they eat puppies, and a puppy might be tasty, but a big dog is only a step from being a wolf, and it's foolish to get too close to wolves." The village consisted of about 20 houses, all of them made of brown adobe. Long before the three of them arrived, the whole village had gathered to watch their approach. The men, the women, the children stood in one group, clearly apprehensive. One or two of the men had old guns. "By God, I guess Caleb could conquer this state if he gets here," Bigfoot said. "They don't even have a gun apiece, and I doubt they know how to shoot anyway." "Don't be talking of conquering them," Gus said. The mention of mutton had made him realize how hungry he was. He didn't want to lose his chance for a good meal because of any foolish talk about military matters. Let the conquering wait until they had eaten their fill. "Wave at them, let them know we're friendly," Bigfoot said. "They don't look hostile, but there might be a show-off who wants to impress a gal. That's usually what starts a fight in situations like this." They walked into the village slowly, giving evident signs that their intentions were friendly. Some of the little children hid their faces in their mothers' skirts. Most of the women kept their faces down. Only a few bold little girls stared at the strangers. The men stood still as statues. "This is when I wish I was better at the Spanish lingo," Bigfoot said. "I know some words, but I can't seem to get my tongue around them right." "Just name off some grub," Gus advised. "Frijoles or tortillas or cabrito or something. I'm mostly interested in getting a meal and getting it soon." They walked on, smiling at the assembled people, until they were at the center of the little village near the common well. A bucket of water had just been brought up. Bigfoot looked around and smiled before asking if they might drink. "Agua?" he asked. He addressed the question to an old man standing near the well. The old man looked embarrassed. He didn't raise his eyes. "Certainly. You may drink your fill. It's a very long walk from Texas," a forceful voice said from behind them. They turned to see 10 muskets pointed at them. A little group of militia had been hiding behind one of the adobe houses. The man who spoke stood somewhat to the side. He wore a military cap and had a thin mustache. "What's this? We just want a drink," Bigfoot said. He looked chagrined. Once again they had been easily ambushed. "You can have the drink, but I must ask you to lay down your arms first," the large man said firmly. "Who are you?" Bigfoot asked. "We just walked in. We're friendly. Why point a bunch of guns at us?" "I am Captain Salazar," the man said. "Lay down your weapons and you will come to no harm." Bigfoot hesitated a moment. So did Gus and Call. Although 10 rifles were pointed at them at a distance of no more than 30 feet, they didn't want to lay down their arms. There was dead silence in the village for several moments while the rangers considered the order. Captain Salazar waited. He was smiling, but it was not a friendly smile. The soldiers had their rifles ready to fire. "Now this is a fine welcome," Bigfoot said, hoping to get the man into a conversation. If they talked a minute, he might ease off. "Senor, it is not a welcome," Captain Salazar said. "It is an arrest. Please lay down your arms." Bigfoot saw it was hopeless. "If that's your opinion, I guess it wins the day," he said. Bigfoot laid down his guns. After a moment, Call and Gus did the same. A soldier ran over and took the weapons. "Help yourselves to the water," Captain Salazar said. "If that's the show, we might as well drink at least," Bigfoot said. There were 2 stone dippers in the water bucket. He filled one and offered the other to Gus. Call waited until they drank. The 10 soldiers had not lowered their muskets. Though he was thirsty, he found it unpleasant to drink with guns pointed at him. While Gus and Bigfoot drank, he inspected the Mexican militia. They were a mixed lot. Several were boys not older than 12 or 13, but 2 were old men who looked to be 70 at least. None of them had the appearance of being formidable fighters. Any 3 rangers could have scattered them easily had it not been for the awkward fact that they had to drop. Also, Captain Salazar knew his job and his men. Call knew they would have fired together had he given the order. "I am surprised you chose to make such a long walk, senores," Captain Salazar said. "Very few people have walked across the Llano. You may be the first, in which case you deserve congratulations." He gestured to a blacksmith who stood in front of one of the little shacks. The blacksmith had an anvil and a pile of chains. "Put the leg irons on them," he said. "Leg irons?" Gus said. "I thought you said we deserve congratulations. Leg irons ain't my notion of congratulations." "Which of us gets what he deserves in life?" Salazar said, smiling his unfriendly smile again. "I deserve to be a general, but I'm only a captain, sent to this wretched village to catch invaders. Shoot them if they resist," he added, turning to the militia. Call looked at Bigfoot, who was standing calmly by the well. He had mastered his anger and looked as calm as if he had been listening to a sermon. "Do we have to do it?" Call asked. "I hate like hell to be chained." "No, you don't have to do it," Bigfoot said. "But it's be chained or be shot. I'll be chained myself. I've been chained before. It ain't a permanent condition, like being dead." "Your commander is wise," Salazar said. "I would rather feed you than shoot you, but I will shoot you if you don't obey." "I'll go first. I've had more experience with chaining," Bigfoot said. He walked over, smiled at the blacksmith, and put one of his big feet on the anvil. "Hammer careful," he said. "I'd hate it if you smashed my toes." The blacksmith was a young man. He was very, very careful in his work and soon had leg irons on Bigfoot. Captain Salazar came over and gave the irons a close inspection. It was obvious to Call that the man had made himself feared in the village. Though Bigfoot was calm during the chaining, the young blacksmith wasn't. "These are important prisoners," Salazar said. "You must do your work well. If one of them escapes while they are in this village, I will hang you." Call felt a rage building in him as the young blacksmith tightened the iron around his ankle. He regretted laying down his gun. He felt it would have been better to die fighting than to submit to the indignity of chains. None of the people in the village so much as moved during the whole procedure. The sheepherders did not go back to their sheep. 2 old men with hoes stood where they were. The women of the village, many of whom were plump, kept their eyes downcast. Yet once or twice Call thought he saw looks of sympathy in the eyes of the women. One girl, not more than 12, looked at him several times. She didn't dare smile, but she looked. She was a pretty little thing. But the sight of a pretty girl could not distract him from the fact that the young blacksmith had just hammered an iron band around his leg. "I guess this town ain't got no jail," Gus said to Captain Salazar. "If it had one, I guess you'd just stick us in it." "No, it is a poor village," Salazar said. "If it had a jail, I would put you in it for tonight. But the leg irons are for your march." "What march? We're just about marched out." "Don't worry. We don't start until tomorrow," Captain Salazar said. "The women will give you lots of pozole, and you will have all night to rest." "Oh, then we're off to Santa Fe?" Bigfoot asked. "At least we'll get to see the town." "No, you are off to El Paso," Salazar said. "El Paso is in the south. You will never see Santa Fe, I am afraid." "Well, that's a pity. I've heard it's a fine town," Bigfoot said. He was being very friendly. Too friendly, Call thought. He didn't intend to be at all friendly to the man. It was clear to him that Salazar would kill them all in an instant if it suited his whim. Gus amused himself during his chaining by looking over the women of the village. Several seemed disposed to be sympathetic, though none would raise their eyes for more than a second. 2 or 3 of them resumed their cooking, which they did outdoors in round ovens. They were cooking corn tortillas. The smell was a torment to one as hungry as he was, but he tried not to show it. Salazar turned to the militia and pointed to a small adobe house. "Put them in there," he said. "Lock the door and 4 of you stand watch. These are dangerous men. If you let them get away, I will tie your hang ropes with my own hand." The little house they were shoved into had a door so low that Gus and Bigfoot had to bend almost to their knees to get through it. It was a single room with a mud floor and a small window with bars in it. There was nothing in the room, no pitcher, no bed, nothing. Neither Gus nor Bigfoot could stand erect. Call could, but when he did, his hat touched the ceiling. "They're small people, ain't they?" Bigfoot said, settling himself in a corner. I expect we could whip a passel of them if we hadn't walked into a darn ambush." "Salazar ain't timid," Call remarked. "He's got all these people scared." "Well, all he talks about is hanging people," Gus said. He settled in another corner. They had been allowed a jug of well water. Gus remembered that pozole had been mentioned, but 2 hours passed and no people arrived. The 4 guards were standing right outside the little window. They had lowered their muskets and were talking to 3 girls from the village. One of the girls was the pretty one Call had noticed while he was being chained. Though she chatted with the soldiers, the girl kept looking toward the hut where they were being held. Gus, too starved to worry about being shot or hanged, finally lost his temper and yelled at the guards. "We're Texas Rangers, we need to be fed," he yelled. "Your own captain said to give us pozole, so go get it." "They don't know what you're talking about," Bigfoot pointed out. "They don't know the English language." "They know what pozole is," Gus declared. "That's not English, that's Mexican." One of the soldiers went to a house not far away and said something to an old woman. Soon the old woman and another came and handed in 3 hot bowls of pozole. When the Rangers emptied them, which they quickly did, the old women brought second helpings. "See, it don't hurt to ask even if you're in jail," Gus said. "They ain't allowed to just let prisoners starve." "How do you know their rules? You ain't Mexican," Call said. Though Gus and Bigfoot had been in jail often, Call had never been locked up before, much less locked up and shackled. He found both experiences humiliating. More and more he regretted laying down his arms. None of the Mexicans looked like good shots. The range was close, of course, but the more he thought over their surrender, the more he wished he had fought. "I expect we'd have got at least half of them," he said. "It don't matter if you got 9 out of 10 if the 10th one killed you," Gus pointed out. "That was good pozole. This ain't the worst jail I've ever been in. They don't feed you nothing half that good in the San Antonio jail." "It'll take more than them 10 Mexicans to round up Caleb Cobb," Bigfoot said. "I expect he'll show Captain Salazar a trick or two if the boys ain't too starved to fight when the fight starts." "This is just a mud building," Call said. "I imagine we could dig out if we tried." "Dig out and go where?" Gus asked. "We nearly starved getting this far. Besides, we're chained." "I know enough blacksmithing to get these chains off in 2 minutes," Call reminded him. "I think we ought to try and escape. Somebody needs to warn the boys." "I ain't going. Let Caleb fight his own fights," Bigfoot said. "Those old women seem friendly. I'm tired from that long walk. I say we lay around here and eat soup for a day or 2 before we do anything frisky." "There's a pretty girl or 2 in this village," Gus said. "Some of them might take pity on us and let us out." "No, Salazar's got 'em buffaloed," Bigfoot said. A minute later he fell asleep and snored loudly. Call still smarted from the humiliation of being caught so easily. They had escaped some very skillful Indians, only to be captured by a motley crew of Mexicans with rusty muskets. He was annoyed with himself, because he had resolved to practice careful planning and avoid traps, yet he had let the fatigue of their journey wear him down. Anyone ought to have known there might be soldiers in the town, yet once again he had failed in alertness. "So far we've been a disgrace in every encounter," he told Gus, but Gus was not in the mood for gloomy military critiques. "Well, but we ain't dead," Gus said. "We still have time to learn. I guess this ain't the part of New Mexico that's filled with gold and silver." "I told you not to expect gold and silver," Call said. Soon Gus too fell asleep, but Call couldn't. He stood by the little window most of the night looking out. There was a high moon over the prairies. Now and then the sheepdogs barked when a coyote came too close to the flock. The soldiers who were guarding them, all of them just boys, were playing cards by the light of a little oil lantern. They didn't look capable of killing anyone unless by accident. Toward morning the old woman came back, bringing them coffee. Call saw the pretty girl come out of a little hut with her water jar and go toward the well. Although he was in no position to say much to her, he had the urge to exchange a good morning at least. He regretted that he didn't know more Spanish, though of course working for old Jesus he had picked up a phrase or 2. As the sun rose he could see how small the village was, just a few low houses on the edge of the great wide plain. Bigfoot woke and drank his coffee, but Gus McCrae slept on, stretched comfortably across half the length of the floor. "I guess he'd sleep like that if they were about to hang him," Call said. "Well, if they were about to hang him, he might as well snooze," Bigfoot said. "He could go from one nap right into the old nap you don't wake up from." When the sun was well up, the old woman came back, bringing them hot tortillas. The smell woke Gus. He sat up, looking half asleep, but he ate as if he were wide awake. A little later, Captain Salazar rode along the one street, mounted on a fine black horse. His militia seemed to have increased during the night. Some 25 soldiers stood at attention, awaiting his order. Salazar rode over to their little window and bent in the saddle to look in. "Good morning, senores," he said. "I hope you're all refreshed. We have a long way to travel." "Well, we're getting a late start," Bigfoot said. "The sun's been up an hour. What's the delay?" "You will see. I had to conduct a trial," Salazar said. "They're bringing the scoundrel now. As soon as we shoot him, we'll be on our way." "I ain't in the mood to see nobody shot. I think I'll just snooze some more," Gus said when Salazar passed on up the street. "I wonder what the fella did." Before Gus could stretch out, 6 soldiers came. One unlocked the door to their little prison. Again, Gus and Bigfoot had to bend nearly double to get out. Once in the street, Call saw that the whole town had turned out for the event that was about to take place. Salazar had ridden up to a little church and was waiting impatiently, now and then popping his quirt against his leg. The church was not much larger than some of the houses, but it had a little bell on top and its walls had been whitewashed. 4 soldiers came out dragging a blindfolded man. "Why, it's Bess. I wonder how they caught him," Bigfoot said, recognizing the Pawnee scout. Indeed it was Bess Das, barefoot, blindfolded, and with blood on his shirt. "The skunks, they've been beating on him," Gus said. "He's a skunk himself. He deserted us," Call reminded them, and yet he too felt sorry for the man. The whole village fell silent as he was hustled across the little plaza and placed in front of the white wall of the church. Bess Das limped as he walked to the wall. Salazar rode over to the militia and pointed 6 times at 6 of the young soldiers. An old priest, barefoot like the prisoner, came out of the little church and watched. He did not approach the prisoner. The 6 soldiers lined up in front of Bess Das and leveled their muskets. Gus felt his stomach quiver. He did not want to see Bess Das shot down, but he could not seem to turn his face away. Salazar motioned to the firing squad, and all the soldiers fired. One shot came a moment later than the others. Bess Das slammed back against the church and then fell forward on his face. Salazar rode over, drew his pistol, and handed it to one of the young soldiers, who quickly stepped across the body and fired 1 shot into Bess Das's head. "I think that was a wasted bullet," Bigfoot said. "I think old Bess was dead." Salazar reached down for his pistol, looking over at Bigfoot as he took it. "Men have survived 6 bullets before," he remarked. "The pistol was to make sure." "What did he do?" Call asked, looking at the body of the scout. Some of the young soldiers on the firing squad had not liked their task. 1 or 2 were trembling. "He was a thief," Salazar said. "All Indians are thieves. This one stole a ring from the governor's wife." He reached into the pocket of his blue tunic and pulled out a large silver ring. "This ring," he said. The ring he had was large, with a green stone of some kind set in it. Salazar rode over to where the Texans stood and showed them the ring, one by one. "The finest silver," he said. "Silver from our own mines, the ones you Texans hope to steal from us. This is why you made your long walk, isn't it? To steal our silver and gold?" "Captain, we ain't miners," Bigfoot said. "We come for the scenery mostly, and for the adventure." "Oh," Salazar said. "Of course the scenery is free. We have no objection to your looking at it, if you do it with respect. As for the adventure—" He stopped and looked over his shoulder at the body of the man he just executed. 2 old men were digging a grave behind the church. "As you see, some adventures end badly," he went on. "This man paid his debt. Now we must hurry to meet your friends." The little militia assembled itself and followed Salazar southwest, onto the plain, but in the direction of the line of mountains. The 3 Texans marched at the rear, guarded by 2 soldiers on mules. 3 soldiers flanked them on either side. As they passed out of town, the 2 old men were carrying Bess Das, the crooked-toothed Pawnee, toward the little grave behind the whitewashed church. "He got killed for a ring," Call observed. "It looked like pure silver to me," Gus said. "I guess he just thought he'd grab it and go." "He didn't go fast enough then," Bigfoot said. "I wonder what happened to that Apache boy he left with. If he's loose around here somewhere, I'd like to know. Apaches are slick when it comes to escapes." "They don't mean for us to escape," Call said, looking at the 3 armed soldiers who were marching on each side of them. Salazar, riding at the head of the little column, frequently turned his horse and sometimes rode all the way back and walked his mount behind the prisoners for a few steps to remind them of his vigilance. "They don't mean for us to, but they could get fooled," Bigfoot said. "That ring was pure silver," Gus said. "I told you there was silver out here." "You didn't mention the firing squad, though," Call said. Before the Rangers had walked a mile, they had learned to their vexation the difficulties of walking while chained. The irons soon chafed their ankles raw. They were forced to tear off pieces of their shirts to wrap their ankles with as some protection from the rough iron. "Dern, I'll be scraped to the bone before we get 10 miles, Gus said. "They ought to unchain us during the march. They could always hammer the chains back on at night." The scraping, though, was only a part of the vexation. The chains dragged on the ground and caught on small protuberances, rocks, cactus, small bushes. Call, though the shortest man, had been given the longest chain. He found that he could hitch his chain to his belt and proceed at a normal stride, but that was not the case with Gus McCrae or Bigfoot Wallace, both of whom had to adjust their long strides to the length of the chains. Both men soon grew so annoyed at having to hobble mile after mile that they conceived a murderous hatred for Captain Salazar and for all Mexicans. "Let's throttle these 2 boys back here and grab the mules and go for it," Gus suggested more than once. The plain stretched before them, empty for 50 miles at least. "There's 2 mules and 3 of us," Call pointed out. "They're small mules, too. Before we could get out of rifle range, they'd shoot us 50 times. Bigfoot was as annoyed with the irons as Gus, but when he looked the situation over, he decided Call was right. "Maybe that Apache boy will show up some night and help us slip off," he said. Call thought that Bigfoot's hope that Alshees would show up and free them a far-fetched one at best. Alshees had never been particularly friendly. That very night, though, he fell into a shivery sleep and dreamed that One-Eyed Johnny Carthage, the slowest member of the troop, slipped into camp and helped him ride off on Salazar's black horse. The dream was so powerful that he awoke at 4 in the morning with his teeth chattering and could not at first convince himself that he was where he was, instead of on the black horse, speeding away. They had been given no pozole that evening, just a few scraps of tortillas and a handful of hard corn. They had no blankets either. A frost crept down from the mountains and edged out onto the plain. Many of the Mexican soldiers were as tired and cold as the 3 prisoners. They huddled around small campfires, some dozing, some simply trying to keep warm. Several were barefooted and few had any footgear except sandals. By morning there were groans throughout camp as men tried to hobble around on their cold feet. The Texans found to their surprise that they were better off than all but a few of their captors. Though their clothes were frayed and ragged, they were still warmer than what the Mexicans wore. "Why, we won't have to whip this army," Bigfoot said. "Half of them will freeze before the fight starts, and the other half will be too sleepy to load their guns." Captain Salazar was the only member of the company to have a portable shelter with him. He owned a fine tent made of canvas. A large mule carried it for him from camp to camp, and 2 soldiers were assigned to set it up at the end of each day. Besides the tent, there were a cot and several brightly colored blankets to keep the captain warm. In the morning, Salazar came out, wrapped in one of the blankets, and sat before a substantial fire that one of his soldiers tended. Salazar also had a personal cook, an old man named Manuel, who brewed his coffee and brought it to him in a large tin cup. 2 nanny goats trailed the troop in order to provide milk for the captain's coffee. "He could offer us some of that coffee," Gus said. "If I could get a few drops of something warm inside me, I might not be so cold." Bigfoot Wallace appeared not to be affected by the chill. "You boys have lived too south a life," he said. "Your blood gets thin when you're living south. This ain't cold. If we're still in these parts in a month or 2, you'll see some weather that makes this seem like summer." Gus McCrae received that information with a grim expression. The morning had been so cold that he had found himself almost unable to urinate, a difficulty he had not experienced before. "Hell, it's so cold it took me 10 minutes to piss," he said. "I won't be here 2 months from now, if you think it'll be colder than this, not unless I have a buffalo hide to wrap up in or a big whore to sleep with." Mention of a big whore reminded them all of Matilda. It set them all to wondering about the fate of their companions somewhere out on the long plain to the south. "I wonder if they're still alive," Gus said. What if the hump man came after them with 200 warriors? Every one of them might be dead for all we know. These Mexicans can march us to China and we won't find them if that's the case." "He wouldn't need 200 warriors," Call said. "Oh, they're there somewhere," Bigfoot said. "The Mexicans have had reports, I expect. They wouldn't march these barefoot boys around the prairie unless they thought there was somebody to fight somewhere." Captain Salazar waited until mid-morning before setting the company in motion. Many of the men were so tired from the cold night that they merely stumbled along. Captain Salazar rode ahead on his fine black gelding. In the middle of the afternoon, a curl of dark clouds appeared over the mountains to the north. An hour before darkness, snow began to fall, blown on a cold north wind. Call had never seen snow to any extent, just a dusting now and then in midwinter. Though it was not yet the end of October, snow was soon falling heavily, the white flakes swirling silently out of the dark sky. In half an hour the whole plain was white. "It'll be a bad night for these barefoot boys," Bigfoot said. "They ain't dressed for such weather." "We ain't either," Gus said. He was appalled at the uncomfortable state he found himself in. The irons were like ice bands around his ankles. Soon he was having to drag his chains through the slushy snow. Captain Salazar had formed the habit of dropping back every hour or so to exchange a few words with his captives. He had enveloped himself in a warm poncho and seemed to enjoy the sudden storm. "This snow will refresh us for battle," he said. "I guess it might refresh the soldiers that don't freeze," Bigfoot said. "My men are hardy, senor," Salazar said. "They won't freeze." That night, at least, there was coffee for all the men, including the prisoners. Gus kept his hands cupped around his coffee cup as long as he could for the warmth. He had always had trouble keeping his hands warm in chilly weather. The meal again was tortillas and hard corn. The snow swirled thickly in the dusk. Call and Gus and Bigfoot were sitting close together around a little fire when they suddenly heard a high, terrified squealing from Captain Salazar's horse. The nanny goats tethered nearby began to bleat frantically. The mules began to bray. They were tame mules and had not been hobbled. Soon they were racing away into the darkness. Captain Salazar began to fire his pistol at something Call couldn't see. Then a moment later he saw a great shape lope into the center of the camp. Men were grabbing muskets and firing, but the great shape came on. "Is it a buffalo?" Gus asked. Then he saw the shape rear on its hind legs, something no buffalo would be likely to do. "That ain't no buff. That's a grizzly," Bigfoot said, springing to his feet. "Here's our chance, boys. Let's go while he's got 'em scattered." The great brown bear was angry. Call could see the flash of his teeth in the light of the many campfires. The bear came right into the center of the camp, roaring. Mexican soldiers fled in every direction. They left their food and their guns. Their only thought, escape. The bear roared again and turned toward Captain Salazar's tent. Old Manuel had just served him a nice rib of venison in the snug tent. Salazar fired several times, but the bear seemed not to notice. Salazar fled, his gun empty. Old Manuel stepped out of the tent right into the path of the charging bear, who swiped the old man aside with a big paw and went right into the tent. "Grab a gun and see if you can find a hammer so we can knock these irons off," Bigfoot said. "Hurry, we need to move while the bear's eating the captain's supper." Call and Gus found guns aplenty. Each took 2 muskets and grabbed some bullet pouches. While Call was looking for a hammer, the bear came ripping through the side of Salazar's tent. The black horse was twisting wildly at the end of the rawhide rope it had been tethered with. As the Texans watched, the bear swiped at the horse as it had at Manuel. The black gelding fell as if shot, the grizzly on top of it. "Let's go while it eats that horse," Bigfoot said. He had a pistol and a rifle. "I didn't know a bear could knock down a horse," Gus said. "I'm glad to be leaving myself." "A bear can knock down anything," Bigfoot said. "It could knock down an elephant if it met one. It ate the captain's supper, and now it's carrying off his horse." As they watched, the great bear sank its teeth into the neck of the dead gelding, lifted it, and moved with it into the darkness. It dragged the horse over the top of the old cook Manuel as it moved away from the camp that was no longer a camp, just a few sputtering campfires with gear piled around them. Not a single Mexican was visible as the Texans left. "That bear done us a fine turn," Bigfoot said. "They'd have marched us till our feet came off if he hadn't come along and scared this little army away." Call was remembering how easily the bear had lifted the horse and moved away with it. The black gelding had been heavy, too. yet the bear had made off with it as easily as a coyote would make off with a kitten. The snow continued to fall. Once they got behind the circle of firelight, it was very dark. "The bear went toward the hills," Bigfoot said. "Let's leave the hills. Maybe we can catch one or two of them mules in the morning." Gus reached down to adjust his leg iron and for a second had the fear that he had lost his companions. "Hold on, boys, don't leave me," he said. "By God, this is a thick night if I ever saw one," Bigfoot said. "We better hold on to one another's belts, or we'll all be traveling single pretty soon." They huddled together, took their belts off, and strung them out, Bigfoot in the lead, Call at the rear. "We don't even know which way we're walking," Call said. "We could be walking right back to Santa Fe. They'll just catch us again if we're not careful." "I know which way I'm walking," Bigfoot said. "I'm walking dead away from a mad grizzly bear." "He won't be so bad once he eats that horse," Gus said. "It's just one horse. He might not be satisfied," Bigfoot said. "He might want a Tennessean or two for dessert. I say we keep plodding. We can worry about the Mexicans tomorrow." "That suits me," Call said. The three rangers walked through the snow all night, clinging to one another's belts. All of them thought of the bear. It had killed a large horse with one swipe of its paw. Call remembered the flash of its teeth as it whirled toward Salazar's tent. Gus remembered seeing several men shoot at the bear. He didn't suppose they had missed at such short range, and yet the bear had given not the slightest indication that it felt the bullets. "I hope we're going away from it," Gus said several times. "I hope we ain't going toward it." "It won't matter which way we're going if it wants us," Bigfoot informed him. "Bears can track you by smell. If it wanted us, it could be 10 feet behind us right now. They move quiet, unless they're mad like that one was. I had a friend got killed by a bear out by Fort Worth. I found his remains myself, although I didn't find the bear." Having delivered himself of that piece of information, Bigfoot said no more. "Well, what about it?" Gus asked, exasperated. "If you found him, what's the story?" "Oh, you're talking about Willie, my friend that got killed by the bear?" Bigfoot said. "It was on the Trinity River. I figured it out from the tracks. Willie was sitting there fishing, and the bear walked up behind him so quiet, Willie never even had a notion a bear was anywhere around. That's how quiet they are when they're stalking you." "So? Tell us. Was he torn up bad?" Call asked. He too was annoyed with Bigfoot's habit of starting stories and failing to finish them. "Yes, he was mostly et. The bear even ate his belt buckle," Bigfoot said. "He had a double eagle made into a belt buckle. I always admired that belt buckle and was planning to take it since Willie was dead anyway and didn't have no kinfolks that I knew of. But the dern bear ate it, along with most of Willie." "Maybe he fancied the taste of the belt," Gus suggested. The notion that a bear could be 10 feet behind him stalking them was a notion he couldn't manage to get comfortable with. He turned around to look so many times as they walked that by morning his neck was sore from all the twisting. The night was so dark he couldn't have seen the bear even if it had been close enough to bite him, but he couldn't get Bigfoot's story off his mind and couldn't keep himself from looking around. The dawn was soupy and cold. The snow turned to a heavy drizzle, and the plains were foggy. They had nothing to eat and had had no luck pounding their chains off with the few rocks they could find. The rocks broke, but the chains held. Exasperated beyond restraint, Bigfoot Wallace tried to shoot his chain off, only to have the musket ball ricochet off the chain and pass through the lower part of his leg. "Missed a bone or I'd be done for," Bigfoot remarked grimly, examining the wound he had foolishly given himself. Gus had been about to try and shoot his chain in two, but changed his mind when he saw what happened to Bigfoot. "We ought to stop and wait for clearer weather. We could be headed for Canada, I guess," Bigfoot said. "There's bad Indians up in Canada. The Sioux, they call themselves. I don't want to go marching in that direction." Nonetheless, they didn't stop. Memory of captivity was fresh and kept them moving. The need to stay warm was also a factor. They had nothing to eat and no fire to sit by. Waiting would only have meant getting colder. The fog gradually thinned. By noon they could see the tops of the mountains again. In mid-afternoon the sky cleared, and the rangers saw to their relief that they had been moving south, as they had hoped. They were far out on the plain, not a tree or shrub in sight. "I hope that bear don't spot us," Gus said. Though the fog and drizzle had been depressing, at least they had given them a little sense of protection. Now they felt exposed. Indians on the one side, a grizzly bear on the other. "I see somebody," Bigfoot said, pointing to 2 dots on the prairie, west toward the mountains. "Maybe it's trappers. If it is, we're in luck. Trappers always have grub," he added. The 2 dots, however, turned out to be 2 of the Mexican soldiers, 2 young boys not more than 15, who had happened to flee the bear in the same direction the Texans had taken. They were cold, hungry, and lost. Neither of them were armed. When they saw the Texans marching up, well-armed, they both held up their hands, expecting to be killed on the spot. "What do we do now, boys?" Bigfoot asked. "Shoot 'em or take 'em with us?" "We don't need to shoot them," Call said. "They can't hurt us. I expect they should just go home." The 2 boys were named Juan and Jose. One of them, Call remembered, had tended the nanny goats that supplied Captain Salazar his milk. "You're going in the wrong direction, boys," Bigfoot told them. He pointed north toward the village they had started from. "Vamoose," he said. "We ain't got time for conversation." The 2 boys, though, refused to leave them. When the Rangers started south, they followed, though at a respectful distance. "I expect they're afraid of that bear," Bigfoot said. "I don't blame 'em much. The bear's in that direction." Call didn't think the bear was following them. After all, it had a horse to eat, and an old man as well, but he admitted that it was hard to get the bear off his mind. He had supposed there could be nothing more fearsome in the West than the Comanches, but the great grizzly was a force even more formidable than Buffalo Hump. Even Buffalo Hump couldn't kill a horse just by hitting it. He remembered how many times they had shot and stabbed the stubborn buffalo before they got it to die. Yet the grizzly was far stronger than the buffalo. What kind of gun would it take to kill a grizzly? He knew that men had killed bears, even grizzly bears, but having seen the bear scatter the militia and reduce even Salazar to terror, he wondered what it would take to bring the beast down. In any case, it was another reason to stay alert. If a bear could sneak up on a man, as it had on Bigfoot's friend Willie, it behooved them to be watchful. Walking near dusk, they surprised 6 prairie chickens and managed to run them down. The heavy birds could only fly a little distance. The Rangers, with the help of the starving Mexican boys, managed to catch all of them. They crossed a little creek, just at dark, with a few trees around it, enough to enable them to have a good fire. They let Juan and Jose eat with them and sleep near the fire. The boys just had thin clothes. "That was luck," Bigfoot said as they finished the last of the birds. "Caleb can't be too far, unless they've all been massacred. If we walk hard enough, we ought to locate them tomorrow." Call thought that was probably only hopeful thinking. So far, nothing Bigfoot or any of the others had predicted had happened the way it was supposed to. The plain was a vast ocean of grass. Caleb could be anywhere on it. Even a troop of men could be easily lost in such a space. This time, though, the scout's prediction was accurate. All day they walked steadily south on the sunlit plain. Toward evening they saw smoke in the distance, rising into the deepening blue of the sky. Like the smoke from the chimneys of the village where they had been captured, the smoke was farther away than it looked. It grew full dark as they walked toward it. Now and then, from a roll of the prairie, they could see the flicker of the campfires. But they might not be our campfires, Call pointed out. They could be Mexican campfires. They stumbled on, the Mexican boys following apprehensively. Another hour passed before the fires were really close. No horses neighed as they approached the fires. Gus began to feel fearful. He decided Call was right. It was probably Mexicans sitting around the fires, not Texans. "We could just squat and wait for morning," he whispered. "Then we can see who it is. If it's Indians, we'd still have a chance to get away." "Shut up, they can hear you," Call said. "I was whispering," Gus told him. "Well, you whispered loud enough to wake the dead," Call said. "Hold on! Who's there?" a voice said, and at once relief swept over the Rangers, for the voice that challenged them was none other than Long Bill Coleman's. "Billy, it's us. Don't shoot," Bigfoot had called. There was silence for a moment as Long Bill absorbed what he had heard. "Boys, is that you?" he asked. "It's us, Bill," Gus said, so relieved he couldn't wait to speak. "Why, that sounds like Gus McCrae," Bill Coleman said. "It's us, Bill, it's us," Gus said again. Long Bill Coleman peered into the darkness as hard as he could, but he couldn't see a thing. Despite the fact that the voices had sounded as if they were the voices of Bigfoot Wallace and Gus McCrae, he remained apprehensive. It was an odd time of night for folks to be showing up. He had heard somewhere that Indians could do perfect imitations of white men's voices, much as they could imitate bird calls and coyote howls. He wanted to believe that the voices he was hearing were the voices of his friends. It was just that all the stories of Comanches imitating white men's voices weighed in his mind. "If it's you, who's with you then?" he called out, wondering if he was inviting a scalping. He cocked his gun just to be on the safe side. "Gus and Call and 2 prisoners, Bigfoot said. "Don't you know us?" Just at that moment, Long Bill caught a glimpse of Bigfoot and realized he had been too suspicious. "Nerves. I'm jumpy," Long Bill said. "Come on in, boys." "It's just us, Bill," Gus said to reassure the man that no ambush was imminent. "It's just us. We're back." The arrival of the 3 Rangers in leg irons, trailed by 2 shivering Mexican boys, aroused the whole camp. The blacksmith soon had the chains knocked off. There were some who favored chaining Jose and Juan, but Bigfoot wouldn't hear of it. The sight of so many Texans, all armed to the teeth, set both boys quaking as if their last hour had come, and it would have come had some of the harsher spirits had their way. None were quite thirsty enough for Mexican blood to buck Bigfoot, though. "Those boys don't want to fight," Bigfoot said. "They're too starved to fight, and so are we. What's to eat?" Caleb Cobb looked rueful. "I'd like to lay out a banquet for you and the corporals, Mr. Wallace," Caleb said. "I'm sure you deserve one for making your way back to us under hazardous conditions." "Hazardous is right. A damn bear nearly killed us all," Gus piped up. "If one of you had had the foresight to shoot the bear, then we could lay out a banquet," Caleb said. "As it is, we can't. We ran out of food yesterday. We don't have a goddamn thing to eat." "Nothing?" Gus asked, surprised. "Not unless you can eat firewood," Long Bill said. "We're all hungry." Quartermaster Bragnoli sat by one of the fires. His condition had not improved. He still looked glassy-eyed, and his head still shook. "Hell, we would have done better to stay prisoners," Bigfoot said. "At least the Mexicans fed us corn. We even had soup when we were still in that little town." "We're close to the mountains. There'll be deer, I expect," Caleb said. "With a little luck, we'll all have meat tomorrow." Call noticed at once that the company didn't seem as large as it had been when they left it, less than a week earlier. He missed a number of faces, though in many cases the faces were not those to which he could put a name. There just didn't seem to be as many men as there had been when they left. Jimmy Tweed was still there, tall and gangly, and Johnny Carthage and Shadrach and Matilda huddled around a fire to themselves, but the troop seemed diminished, and Bigfoot said as much to Caleb Cobb. "Yes, several fools headed off on their own," Caleb admitted. "I expect they're all dead by now from one cause or another. I didn't have enough ammunition to shoot them all, so I let them go. We're down to 40 men. 43 now that you men are back," he added a moment later. 43? That's all?" Bigfoot asked. "You had nearly 200 when we left Austin." "The damn Missouri boys left first. I expect they'll all starve," Long Bill Coleman said. "Then a bunch went back to try and strike a river. I wouldn't be surprised if they starved too." "I don't care who starves and who don't," Bigfoot said. "The Mexicans are bringing 1,000 men against us. Salazar told me that. Even if they're mostly boys like Juan and Jose, we'll have to shoot mighty good to whip 1,000 men." Caleb Cobb looked undisturbed. "I expect the figure's high," he said. "I'll worry about 1,000 Mexicans when I see them." "The man who took us prisoners said a general was coming," Call said. Salazar had dropped the remark while they were on the march. "Well, there's generals and generals," Caleb said. "Maybe their general will be a drunk like old Phil Lloyd." "Caleb, there's too many of them," Bigfoot said. "They're raising the whole country against us. If you don't have enough bullets to shoot a few deserters, how are we going to whip 1,000 men?" "You damn scouts are too pessimistic," Caleb said. "Let's go to sleep. Maybe we can wipe out a battalion and steal their ammunition." He walked off and settled himself by his own campfire, leaving the men apprehensive. Seeing the leg irons on the 3 Rangers had put the camp in a dour mood. "We ought to turn back," Johnny Carthage said. "I can barely walk as it is. If they catch me and put me in leg irons, I'll be lucky to keep up." "This is like it was the first time we went out," Call said. "Nobody knows what to do. We're worse off than we were with Mater Chevalier. We've got no food, no bullets either. We can't whip the Mexicans, and we can't get home either. We'll starve if we turn back, and they'll catch us all if we don't." Gus had no rejoinder. The fact that there was no food in camp had left him in soggy spirits. All during the long, cold walk through the snow and drizzle, he consoled himself with the prospect of hearty eating once they got back to their companions. Maybe someone would have killed a buffalo. He had visions of fat buffalo ribs dripping over a fire. But there were no buffalo ribs. There was not even corn mush. He had eaten nothing since the prairie chickens. He felt he might become too weak to move if he didn't get food soon. "At least the Mexicans fed us," he said, echoing Bigfoot's remark. "I'd rather be taken prisoner than starve to death." Caleb Cobb's indifference to their plight annoyed Call. The man had led them so far out on the plain that they couldn't get back, and yet the company was so weakened and so badly supplied that they couldn't expect to defeat a Mexican army either. He wondered if he would live long enough to serve under a military leader who really knew what he was doing. So far he had not found one who could survive the country itself, much less one who could beat the country and the enemy. Buffalo Hump with only 9 men had nearly destroyed Major Chevalier's command, and now Caleb Cobb's force of 200 men had dwindled before it even got to its destination. There was nothing to do but keep the campfires going and wait for morning. They made a fire not far from where Shadrach lay with Matilda. The old man was coughing constantly. Matilda came over briefly to welcome them back. She looked dispirited, though. "This weather's bad for Shad," she said. "I'm afraid if it don't dry up, he'll die. I'll do my best to keep him warm, but he's getting worse despite me." Indeed, the old mountain man coughed all night, long heaving coughs. Gus finally got warm enough to stretch out and sleep, but Call was awake all night. He didn't leave the fire and walk as he often did, but he didn't sleep either. Both the Mexican boys came and sat with him. They were fearful of all Texans except the 3 they knew. Finally, just as gray light was edging across the long plain, Call slept a little, but the sleep produced a nightmare in which the Great Bear and Buffalo Hump both attacked the troop. Men were falling and running, and he had become separated from his weapons and could not defend himself. He saw arrows going into Long Bill Coleman, and the Great Bear had knocked Gus down and was snarling over him. Call wanted to attack the bear, but he had nothing but his hands. Then he saw Buffalo Hump catch Bigfoot and slash at his head with a knife. Bigfoot's head came off, and the huge Comanche held it up and cried a terrible war cry. "Wake up, Woodrow! You've scared the camp," Matilda said, shaking him out of his dream. Juan and Jose were staring at him as if he had gone mad. Gus still slept, but men from the other campfires were rousing themselves and looking at Call, who felt deeply embarrassed by the scrutiny. "I didn't mean to scare folks," he said, his hands shaking. "I was just dreaming about that bear." The troop, hungry, cold, and discouraged, had marched only 5 miles when they topped a rise and saw the Mexican army camped on the plain before them. The encampment seemed to cover the whole plain. It stretched far back toward the mountains. Bigfoot saw the camp first and motioned for the troop to hold up, but the signal came too late. 2 Indian scouts on fast horses were already speeding back toward the Mexican camp. Caleb Cobb was the only man on horseback. He rode to the crest of the ridge and surveyed the encampment silently. "I told you they'd raise the whole country," Bigfoot said. "Shut up, I'm counting," Caleb said. He had his spyglass out and was looking the Mexicans over. If he was alarmed, he didn't show it. Bigfoot, though, immediately saw something he didn't like. "Colonel, they have cavalry," he said. "I'd make it at least 100 horses." "More than 100, Caleb said without removing his spyglass from his eye. "That's what I'm counting. I make it 150 horses. Then he took the spyglass out of his eye and looked around at the men. He was astride the only horse. "That beats us by 149 horses, I guess," he said. "Hell, they've even got a cannon," Bigfoot said. "They drug a cannon all this way thinking we was an army." "We are an army, Mr. Wallace," Caleb said. "We're just a small army. It looks like we're up against superior numbers." "Not all armies can fight," Shadrach said. "Maybe they're an army of boys like these 2 here. We're an army of men." Call and Gus stood looking at the assembled Mexicans, wondering what would happen. "I guess we need a herd of bears," Call said. 10 or 12 big bears could probably scatter them like that one bear scattered that first bunch. Long Bill Coleman began to look around for cover. Only there was no cover, only rolling prairie. Shadrach was still coughing, but he had his long rifle in his hand and seemed invigorated by the prospect of battle. Matilda had even acquired a rifle from someone. She planted herself by Shadrach. The troop stood together and watched the two scouts race toward the Mexican camp. "Them scouts were Mescalero Apache," Bigfoot said. "Those hills are their country. The Mexicans must have paid them big because Apaches don't usually work for Mexicans." The arrival of the Texans in plain view on the ridge put the whole Mexican encampment into a ferment of activity. The cavalrymen raced to saddle their mounts, many of which were skittish and resistant. Everywhere men were loading guns and making ready for war. In the center of the encampment was a huge white tent.
"I expect that's where the general sleeps," Caleb said. "I regret losing my canoe."
"Why?" Bigfoot asked. "We're on dry land."
"I know, but if I had my canoe, I'd hurry back with it to the nearest river, and I'd paddle down whatever stream it was until I came to the Arkansas, and then I'd paddle down the Arkansas until I came to the Mississippi, and then I'd paddle right on down Ole Miss until I struck New Orleans."
He stopped and smiled at Branioli, who stared back glassy-eyed.
"Once I got to New Orleans, I'd stop and buy me a whore," Caleb went on. "Once I had my fill of whores, I'd go back to the pirate life on the good old Gulf and rob all the ships leaving Mexico. That would be the easiest way to get to Spanish silver. They ship most of it to Spain anyway. It would sure be traipsing across these goddamn plains."
"I think we should count the ammunition, Colonel," Bigfoot said. "We don't have any to waste." Caleb ignored this sensible suggestion. He sat on his horse, watching the flurry of preparations in the Mexican camp.
"The truth is, I ain't felt the same about this enterprise since Corporal McRae let my dog Jeb fall to his death," Caleb said. "I think I'll just ride over and have a parley with this army. Do we still have the flag?"
They had brought along the flag of the Republic of Texas, but no one had seen it in a while. "Why would you need a flag?" Bigfoot asked.
"Well, we brought the damn rag. Why not use it?" Caleb said. "It might impress that general, if there is a general."
The flag was finally located in Johnny Carthage's kit. At some point he had become the keeper of the flag, but life had been so strenuous that he had forgotten the fact. Caleb tied the flag to his rifle barrel and prepared to leave. The troop was apprehensive, not sure what his intentions were. Half of the men were disposed to run, though running across the prairies on foot with their stomachs empty offered a poor prospect, considering that the Mexicans, by Caleb's count, had 150 cavalrymen. At the last minute, Caleb looked at Call and nodded.
"Come with me, Corporal. I need attendance," he said. "You too, McRae. Let's march over there and test this general's manners. If he's got any, he'll ask us to breakfast."
"If he does, snatch us some bacon," Longbill Coleman said. "I sure would like to have a nice bite of bacon." "Can we take our guns?" Gus asked. He did not want to go among so many Mexicans without his guns.
"You're my escort. Take your guns," Caleb said. "An escort's supposed to march in front. I wish we had a drummer, but we don't. Let's get going."
Gus and Call started marching straight for the Mexican camp. Caleb paused long enough to light a cigar. He'd carefully preserved and rationed his cigars before coming along behind them. "Good Lord, look at them," Gus said, pointing toward the Mexican camp. "We ought to have brought the whole troop as an escort." "I don't think they'll shoot us. This is a parley," Call said, though he wasn't fully confident on that score. Across the plain, the whole Mexican army stood in battle readiness, waiting for them. The 150 cavalrymen were mounted. The infantry, hundreds strong, had been assembled in lines by several captains and lieutenants who rode back and forth yelling instructions. There were men standing by the cannon. An imposing man in a white uniform stood outside the tent surrounded by aides. For once, the law of distance that seemed to govern their travels on the prairies was reversed. Instead of the Mexican army being farther away than it seemed, half a day would have been fine with Gus, it proved to be closer than it seemed. In no time, Call and Gus were looking right down into the barrel of the cannon, or so it seemed. The first line of soldiers was only 100 yards away. "They won't kill us," Call said. "It wouldn't be worth their while. There's only 3 of us, and look at them. They'd be behaving like cowards if they took advantage of us." "But maybe they are cowards," Gus suggested. "If they shoot off that cannon, it will blow us to bits." Now and then they looked back at their commander, Caleb Cobb. He seemed undisturbed, keeping his horse to a walk and smoking his long cigar.
"Just ignore the army," he told them. "Head right for the tent. The only person we need to talk to is the Jefe."
The young rangers did as instructed, passing between the lines of infantry and the massed cavalry. Both of them looked straight ahead, trying to ignore the fact that hundreds of men around them were all primed to kill them. On the ridge behind them, Matilda Roberts gave way to a fit of crying. "They're lost. They're just boys," she said. "They're lost. They'll kill them for sure." "Now, Mattie, it's just a parley," Bigfoot said, but Matilda would not be comforted. Her worries overcame her. She put her face in her hands and sobbed. Gus was disconcerted as they approached the general's tent to see Captain Salazar standing amid the Mexican officers. "I was hoping the bear got him," Gus said. "Well, the bear didn't," Call said. 7 officers stood around the general, a heavy man with much gold braid on his uniform. He had a curling mustache and held a silver flask in his hand from which he drank occasionally. Several of the officers surrounding him had sabers strapped to their legs. They looked at the young rangers sternly as they continued toward the tent. The only one, in fact, who seemed well disposed toward them was Captain Salazar himself. He stepped forward to greet them and actually saluted. "Congratulations, gentlemen," he said. "You escaped the bear. Ordinarily, of course, I would shoot you for escaping, but no one could be blamed for running from a grizzly bear. That bear killed my horse and my cook. I have another horse, but I missed the cook."
"I guess you soldiers are acquainted," Caleb said.
He dismounted and handed his reins to a Mexican orderly who took them with a look of surprise.
"Yes, we traveled together, Colonel," Captain Salazar said. "Unfortunately, our travels were interrupted, as you may have heard." "Oh, the bear, yes," Caleb said. "You're Captain Salazar?"
"At your service," the captain said, saluting again. "Allow me to introduce you to General DiMaggio." The large general did not salute. He nodded casually and gestured toward his tent. "We hope you will join us for coffee," Salazar said to Caleb. "It is fortunate that we found one another so quickly. General DiMaggio does not like to travel on the llano. The fact that you came to greet us will save him much trouble."
"Why, that's lucky, then," Caleb said.
Without a word to Gus or Call, he bent and went into the tent. As soon as Caleb Cobb disappeared into the general's tent, the 2 Mexican soldiers closed the flaps and stood in front of it, muskets held across their chests. Call and Gus were alone amid hundreds of enemy soldiers, most of whom clearly registered hostility. No guns were pointed at them, and no sabers drawn, but the moment was awkward. Across the plain on the neighboring ridge, the little knot of rangers stood watching. To Call's mind, they looked forlorn. The Mexicans mostly wore clean uniforms. Cooking pots simmered on many campfires. The army they were in the midst of was well-equipped and well-trained, a far cry from the frightened village militia they had encountered in Anton Chico. "Well, here we are," Gus said. He found the silence uncomfortable.
"Yes, for now,"
Captain Salazar said. He was the only Mexican whose manner was friendly.
"Would you like breakfast?" he asked. "As you can see, we have plenty to eat. We even have eggs."
Gus was about to accept happily. He felt he could eat 30 or 40 eggs if he were offered that many, but Call immediately rejected Salazar's offer. "No, sir. Much obliged," Call said. "We've et."
"In that case, at least let me offer you some coffee," Salazar said.
"I'll have some coffee, thanks," Gus said at once, fearing that his friend would decline even that. Salazar motioned to an orderly, who soon brought each of them coffee in small cups. "Why did you say we et? You know we ain't et since we killed those prairie chickens," Gus said. "You could have let them feed us. They got plenty." "Our men ain't got plenty," Call reminded him, glancing toward the little group on the distant ridge. "I won't sit down and stuff myself with these enemies when our men are about ready to eat their belts." "It ain't our fault they didn't get to be escorts," Gus said. "Escorting's hard work. Here we are with 1,000 men ready to kill us. Maybe they will kill us. If I have to die, I'd just as soon do it with something in my stomach." "No," Call said. "Just shut up and wait. Maybe Colonel Cobb will buy food for the troop, and then we can all eat." Caleb Cobb was in the general's tent for over an hour. Not a sound came through the canvas. Gus and Call had nothing to do but wait. Captain Salazar soon went off to attend to some duty, leaving the 2 of them standing there amid their foes. The cups of coffee had been tiny. No one else offered them anything. While they stood and waited, though, the Mexican cavalry divided itself into 2 groups and moved out. One wing went south of the group of rangers. The other wing flanked the rangers to the north. Then the massed infantry began the same maneuver. Several hundred men marched north of the Rangers. Another several hundred marched south. The Rangers stood as they were, watching these developments helplessly. "I wish our boys would take cover. Only where's the cover to take?" Gus asked. "Pretty soon they'll be surrounded." "You're right about the cover," Call said. "There ain't none to take." "I wish the colonel would come out. I'd like to know he's still alive," Gus said. The fact that no sound had come from the general's tent had begun to worry him. "I expect he's alive. We'd have heard it if they shot him," Call said. "Well, they might have cut his throat," Gus said. "Mexicans are handy with knives." He had scarcely said it before the flaps of the tent opened and Caleb Cobb stepped out, wearing the same pleasant expression he'd worn when he went in.
"Corporal McCrae, did they feed you?" he asked.
"They offered," Gus said. "Corporal Call declined."
"Oh, why's that? I had an excellent breakfast myself. The eggs were real tasty."
"I won't eat with skunks when my friends are starving," Call said.
"I see. That's the noble point of view," Caleb said. "I'm better at the selfish point of view myself. You'll seldom see me neglect my own belly. My friends' bellies are their lookout."
"I'd just as soon leave," Call said. "I've been stared at long enough by people I'd just as soon shoot."
"That's brash under the circumstances," Caleb said. "You can't go, though."
"Why not?" Call asked.
"Because I just surrendered," Caleb said. "I've a promise that if we lay down our arms, not a man will be killed. I've done laid down mine, handed them to the general's orderly."
Gus was startled. Call angry. It was infuriating to have their own leader simply walk into a fancy tent with a fat general and surrender without giving any of his men a chance to have their say. "I expect to keep my weapons unless I'm killed," Call said in a tight voice.
"You can't keep them, Corporal. You have to give them up," Caleb said with a menacing glance. "When I give an order, I expect to have it obeyed. You're a young man. I won't have you dying over this foolishness."
"I'd rather die right now fighting than to be put in irons again," Call said. "I won't be put in irons."
"Why, no, there'll be no fetters this time," Caleb said. "This is a peaceable surrender the General and I have worked out. Nobody on either side needs to get hurt. As soon as the boys over there on the ridge have given up their weapons, we can all sit down and have breakfast like friends."
"You mean we can just go home as long as we ain't armed?" Gus asked.
"No, not home. Not right away," Caleb said. "You'll all be visiting Mexico for a spell."
"We'll be prisoners, you mean?" Call asked. "You mean we've marched all this way just to be prisoners?" Caleb Cobb turned to one of the Mexican officers and said a few words in Spanish. The officer, a young skinny fellow, looked startled, but he immediately took his sidearm and handed it to Caleb, who leveled it at Call.
"Corporal, if you're determined to be dead, I'll oblige you myself," he said. "I shot Captain Falconer for disobedience, and I'll shoot you for the same reason."
He cocked the pistol. "Woodrow, give up your guns," Gus said, putting a hand on Call's arm. He could see his friend was tight as a spring. He had never intervened in Woodrow Call's conflicts before, but he felt that if he didn't try this time, his only true friend would be shot before his eyes. Caleb Cobb was not a man to make idle threats. Call shook off Gus's hand. He was ready to leap at Caleb, even if it meant his death. Gus quickly stepped between the two men, handing over his pistols and rifle as he did. The nearest Mexican officer took them.
"Corporal McCrae, you're more sensible than your pal," Caleb said. "Corporal Call ain't sensible, but if you'll take your advice and hand over them weapons, we'll all get out of this without loss of life."
Call saw with bitter anger that his situation was hopeless. Even if he sprang at Caleb and knocked the pistol aside, 100 Mexicans would shoot him before he could flee. "I despise you for a coward," he said to Caleb, but he handed over his guns. Caleb shrugged and turned to Captain Salazar, who had come out of the tent in time to witness the little standoff.
"Captain, would you oblige me and put this man under heavy guard until he cools off?" Caleb asked. "He's too brash for his own damn good."
"Certainly, Colonel," Salazar said. "I'll assign 6 men. Caleb looked at Call again. The young ranger was quivering, and the look in his eyes was a look of hatred.
"Assign 10, Captain," Caleb said. 6 men might could handle him if he decides to break out, but this is the man who shot Buffalo Hump's son. He'll fight if he sees any room."
"I don't care if you do call yourself Colonel," Call said. "You had no right to surrender us." Caleb Cobb ignored him. He gave the skinny young officer the sidearm he'd just borrowed.
Gracias, he said. Corporal McRae, I want you to walk back over to that ridge where the troop is and tell them to give up their guns. Tell them they won't be hurt, and tell them they'll be fed as soon as they surrender.
I'll go, Colonel, but they may not like the news, Gus said. Caleb gestured toward the Mexican army, which had quickly surrounded the little group on the ridge. The infantry had formed a tight ring with the cavalry massed in 2 lines outside it.
We're not having an Alamo or a Goliad, not here, Caleb said. Colonel Travis was a fool, though a brave fool. At least he had a church to fight in. We don't even have a tree to hide behind. This little war is over. Go along. Tell them that, he added. The sooner you go, the sooner they'll get breakfast.
Woodrow, hold steady, Gus said before leaving. It won't help nobody for you to get killed. Caleb Cobb went back into the general's tent. Nearby, 3 soldiers were hitching a team of sorrel mares to a fine buggy with a canvas canopy over it. Gus gave Call's arm a squeeze and started walking back toward the ridge where the troop waited. He had assumed a few Mexicans would go along to keep an eye on him, but none did. He walked out of the Mexican camp alone through the blowing grass. A group of 10 soldiers, led by Captain Salazar, surrounded Call and marched him about 100 yards from the general's tent.
Sit, Corporal. Rest yourself, Salazar said. You have a very long walk ahead. Perhaps now that this foolish invasion is over, you would care to eat.
Call shook his head. He was still very angry. I'll eat when my friends can eat, he said. What's this about a long walk? Colonel Cobb just said we'd be going to Mexico. Ain't we in Mexico?
New Mexico, yes, Salazar said. But there is another Mexico, and that is where you're going. To the city of Mexico, in fact. That's where the trial will be held, he went on. Or it will be if any of you survive the long march.
How far is the city of Mexico? Call asked.
I don't know, senor, Salazar admitted. I have never had the pleasure of going there.
Well, is it 100 miles? Call asked. That's a long enough walk if we're just going to be shot at the end of it. Salazar looked at him in surprise.
I see you know little geography, he said. The city of Mexico is more than 1,000 miles away. It may be 2,000. As I said, I have never been there, but it is a long walk.
Hell, that's too far, Call said. I don't care to walk my feet off just to get someplace where I'll be put up against a wall and shot. I've done walked a far piece getting here from Texas. I don't care to walk another 1,000 miles, and the boys won't care to either.
You may not care to, but you will go, Salazar said. You will go, and you will be tried properly. We are not barbarians. We do not condemn men without a fair trial.
Call accepted another cup of coffee, but he didn't eat, nor did he encourage any more conversations with Captain Salazar or anyone. Across the plain he could see Gus walking. He had not even reached the company yet to inform them of Caleb's treachery. Call wished he could be walking with him, so he could encourage the Rangers to fight, even if to the death. It would be better to die than to submit to captivity again. But Gus was gone, and he was guarded too closely to attempt to follow. He was being watched, not only by the 10 soldiers who had been assigned to him, but by most of the soldiers still in camp. In the darkness he would have tried it, but the clouds were thinning. It was bright daylight. Patches of sunlight struck the prairie through the thinning clouds. Gus was walking in a patch of light toward the ridge. As Call sat surrounded, trying to control his bitter anger, General DiMaggio came out of the white tent with Caleb Cobb just behind him. The 2 men, accompanied by the general's orderlies, walked to the fancy buggy and got in. Call had supposed the general was about to leave. Why else hitch the buggy? But he was shocked when Caleb got in the buggy with the general. The general was drinking liquor, not from a flask, but from a heavy jar, as they waited for the soldier who was to drive the buggy. Caleb had no jar, but as Call watched, he extracted another cigar from his shirt pocket and carefully readied it for lighting. The soldier who was to drive the team hopped up in his seat, and the buggy swung around to the west. 8 cavalrymen fell in behind it. As the general and his guests started out of camp, the general stopped the buggy for a moment in order to say something to Captain Salazar. Call was sitting only a few yards from where the buggy stopped. The sight of Caleb, his own commander, sitting at ease with the Mexican general, caused his anger to rise even higher. Call got to his feet, watching. Captain Salazar sent a soldier running back to the tent. The general had forgotten his fur lap robe. In a moment the soldier came out of the tent with it, being careful to keep the end of the robe from dragging on the wet ground. The robe was almost as heavy as the soldier who was carrying it. Before anyone could stop him, Call stepped closer to the buggy. "Where are you running to?" he asked Caleb. There was such anger in his voice that the 10 soldiers who were guarding him all flinched. Caleb Cobb himself looked surprised and annoyed. He had already consigned Call to the past and did not appreciate being approached so boldly.
"Why to Santa Fe, Corporal," Caleb said. "General DiMaggio says the governor wants to meet me. I think he plans to give me a little banquet."
Call decided it would be worth dying just to strike the coward once. At least his body decided it. In a second he was charging through the startled soldiers. He even managed to snatch a musket as he ran past, but he didn't get a good grip on it and the musket fell to the ground. He kept running. His wild charge spooked the high-strung buggy horses, both of whom leaped into the air, jerking the driver off the buggy right under the horses' feet. It was a light buggy, and Call hit it while it was slightly tipped from the team's leap. Caleb and the general lurched forward on the buggy seat. Call leapt for Caleb and hit him once. Then as the buggy was tipping, he grabbed the heavy glass jar the general had been drinking from and smashed Caleb with it, flattening his nose and also his fresh cigar. The jar broke in Caleb's face. Blood and whiskey poured down his chest. Soon 4 men were squirming in the overturned buggy, which the frantic horses were dragging slowly forward on its side. The driver was caught under one of the wheels and groaned loudly every time the horses moved. For a second, the whole Mexican camp was paralyzed. They all stood stunned while one Texan caused their general's buggy to tip over. General DiMaggio was near the bottom of the pile, and Call was still pounding at Caleb with his bloody fist. After the first shock, though, the Mexicans regained their power of motion. Soon 50 rifles were leveled at Call. "Don't shoot!" Captain Salazar yelled in Spanish. "You'll hit the general! Use your bayonets! Stick this man! Stick him!" The nearest soldier did manage to bayonet Call in the calf, but before anyone else could stab him, General DiMaggio struggled to his feet and ordered them to stop. "El Fierro," he said, looking at Call, whose hands were bleeding as badly as Caleb Cobb's face. Several soldiers, all with their bayonets raised to deal the Texan a fatal wound, were startled by the general's order, but all obeyed it. The first blow with the whiskey bottle had rendered Caleb unconscious, but Call was still trying to strike him. "I think Colonel Cobb's jaw is broken," Salazar said. Though the man's face was very bloody, it seemed to him that his jaw had dropped at an odd angle. Call wanted to kill Caleb Cobb, but he had no weapon. The few shards of glass around him were all too small to stab with. Before he could get a grip on Caleb's bloody neck to strangle him, the Mexicans began to drag him off. It was not easy. Call was bent on killing the man, and he flailed so that the soldiers kept losing their grip. Finally, one looped a horsehide rope over one of Call's legs, and they pulled him off. A dozen men piled on him and finally held him steady enough that they could truss him hand and foot. Just before they pulled him off, Call pounded Caleb's head against the edge of the wagon wheel seat, opening a split in his forehead. He failed in his purpose, though. Caleb Cobb was damaged, but he was not injured fatally. Through the legs of the men standing over him, many of them panting from the struggle, Call saw several Mexicans help Caleb Cobb to his feet. Caleb's face and forehead were dripping blood, but once he cleared his head, he hobbled through the soldiers and broke into the circle where Call lay tied. Without a word, he grabbed a musket from the nearest soldier and raised it high to bayonet Call where he lay. But Captain Salazar was quicker. Before Caleb struck, he stepped in front of him and leveled a pistol at him. "No, Colonel. Put down the gun," Salazar said. "I must remind you that this man is our prisoner, not yours." Call looked at Caleb calmly. He had done his best to kill the man and was prepared to take the consequences. He knew that Caleb wanted his death. He could see the murderous urge in the man's eyes. With difficulty, Caleb mastered himself. He turned the musket over, as if he meant to hand it back to the soldier he had borrowed it from. But then, in a whipping motion too quick for anyone to stop, he struck with the stock of the musket across both of Call's bound feet. The blow was so sudden and painful that Call cried out. Caleb immediately handed the musket back to the soldier he had borrowed it from and hobbled back toward the buggy. Call twisted in pain. Through the legs of his captors he could see the buggy being righted. The horses, still jumpy, were being held by 3 men each. General DiMaggio stood by the buggy talking to Captain Salazar. Now and then the general gestured toward Call. The company barber had been hastily summoned to pick the glass out of Caleb's face and neck. The barber wiped the blood away with a rag as best he could, but several cuts were still bleeding freely. He took the rag from the barber and dabbed at the cuts himself. General DiMaggio climbed back into the buggy and Caleb after him. The canopy was sitting a little crookedly. The driver had survived. He turned the buggy, and the 8 cavalrymen fell in behind it again as it left the camp. The buggy went at a good clip. Soon the general and Caleb Cobb were nearly to the mountains. Captain Salazar strolled over and stood looking down at Call, who was still surrounded by soldiers ready to bayonet him if he gave them an excuse. "You are a brave young man, but foolish," Salazar said. "Your colonel had no choice but to surrender. His men had no food and no ammunition. If he hadn't surrendered, we would have killed you all." "I despise him," Call said. "At least he won't look so pretty at his damn banquet." "You're right about that," Salazar said. "But the governor's wife will enjoy him anyway. She likes adventurers." "I despise him," Call said again. "I'm afraid you will not look so good either once we have whipped you," Salazar said. "The general admired your mettle so much that he ordered 100 lashes for you. A great honor." Call looked at Captain Salazar but said nothing. His feet still pained him badly. He had supposed there would be more punishment coming, too. After all, he had knocked the fat general out of his fancy buggy, turned the buggy over, caused the driver to get partly crushed by a wagon wheel, and bent the canopy of the buggy out of shape. 50 lashes is usually enough to kill a man, Corporal, Captain Salazar went on. You will have to eat heartily before this punishment, if you hope to live. "Why would I need to eat, especially?" Call asked. "Because you won't have any flesh left on your ribs," the captain said. "The whip will take it off." Then he smiled and turned away. Gus was walking up the little slope toward the ranger troop when suddenly a cheer went up. He looked up to see that the men were all waving their guns and hooting. At first he thought they were merely welcoming him back, but when he looked more closely he saw that they were looking beyond him toward the Mexican camp. He turned to see what the commotion was about and saw that the general's buggy had been overturned somehow. At first he supposed it was merely some accident with the horses. Good buggy horses were often too high-strung to be reliable. When he saw there was a melee and that Call was in the middle of it, his stomach turned over. Call was in the overturned buggy, pounding at Caleb Cobb. Then he saw a soldier bayonet Call in the leg. Several more soldiers had their bayonets up, ready to stab Call when they could. Gus didn't want to watch, but was unable to turn away. He knew his friend would be dead in a few seconds. But then, to Gus's surprise, Salazar stepped in and stopped the stabbing. He saw Caleb come over and strike at Call with the musket stock. Why he struck his feet rather than his head, Gus couldn't figure. He began to walk backward up the ridge so he could continue to watch the drama in the Mexican camp. Salazar came back and seemed to be having a talk with Call while Call lay on the ground. Gus didn't know what any of it meant. All he could be sure of was that Caleb Cobb then left the camp with General DiMaggio. Call was tied up. No doubt he was in plenty of trouble for attacking the general's buggy. He soon gave up walking backward. The ground was too rough. The boys were close by anyway. Some were coming down the ridge to meet him. The Mexican infantry stood in a ring around them just out of rifle range. "So what's the orders? Why did Caleb leave?" Bigfoot asked when Gus walked up to the troop. "The orders are to surrender our weapons," Gus said. "Call didn't like them. I guess that's why he knocked over the buggy." "Well, he was bold," Bigfoot said. "I expect they'll put him up against the wall of a church like they did Bess." "They would have already, only there's no church available," Blackie Slidell said. "Where did Caleb bounce off to with the fat general?" Bigfoot asked. Gus didn't know the answer to that question or to most of the questions he was asked. He couldn't get his mind off the fact that Woodrow Call was probably going to be executed, and very soon. He had never had a friend as good as Woodrow Call. It was in his mind that he should have stayed and fought with him and been killed too, side by side with his friend. "Caleb is a damn skunk," Long Bill Coleman said. "He had no right to surrender for us. What if we'd rather fight?" "What happens to us if we do surrender?" Jimmy Tweed asked. "Will they put us all against a church?"
"Oh, they need 2 churches at least for all of us," Bigfoot said. "That church where they shot Bess was no bigger than a hut. They'd have to shoot us in shifts if they used a church that small."
"Shut up about the churches. They ain't going to shoot us," Gus said. He was annoyed by Bigfoot's habit of holding lengthy discussions of ways they might have to die. If he had to be dead, he wanted it to occur with less conversation from Bigfoot Wallace. "We can have breakfast as soon as we give up our guns," he added. To the hungry men, cold, wet, and discouraged, the notion of breakfast was a considerable inducement to compromise.
"I wonder if they've got bacon," Jimmy Tweed asked. "I might surrender to the rascals if I could spend the morning eating bacon."
"There's no pigs over there," Matilda observed. "I guess they could have brought bacon with them, though."
"What do you think, Shad?" Bigfoot asked.
Shadrach had picked up a little at the prospect of battle. There was a keen light in his eye that had been missing since he got his cough and had begun to repeat himself in conversations. He was walking back and forth in front of the troop, his long rifle in his hand. The fact that they were completely surrounded by Mexican infantry with a substantial body of cavalry backing them up was not lost on him, though. He kept looking across the plain and then to the mountains beyond. The plain offered no hope. It was entirely open. They would be cut down like rabbits. But the mountains were timbered. If they could make it to cover, they might survive. The problem with that strategy was the Mexican camp lay directly between them and the hills. They would have to fight their way through the infantry, then through the cavalry, then through the camp. Several men were sickly and the ammunition was low. Much as he wanted to sight his long rifle time after time at Mexican breasts, he knew it would be a form of suicide. They were too few, with too little.
"We could run for them hills, shoot our way through," he said. "I doubt more than 5 or 6 of us would make it. We'd give them a scrap at least if we done that."
"Not a one of us would make it," Bigfoot said. "Of course, they might spare Matilda." "I don't want to be spared if Shad ain't," Matilda said.
"You're a big target, Matty," Bigfoot observed in a kindly tone. "They might shoot you full of lead before they even realized you were female."
"Why do we have to fight?" Gus asked. "They have us surrounded and we're outnumbered 10 to 1. More than that, I guess. We can't whip that many of them, even if they are Mexicans. If we surrender, we won't be hurt. Caleb said that himself. We'll just be prisoners for a while and we can have breakfast." "I am damn hungry," Blackie Slidell said. "A few tortillas wouldn't hurt."
"All right, boys. They're too many," Bigfoot said. "Let's lay our guns down. Maybe they'll just march us over to Santa Fe and introduce us to some pretty senoritas."
"I think they'll line us up and shoot us," Johnny Carthage said. "I'm for the breakfast, though. I hope there's a good cook." The Rangers carefully laid down their weapons in full view of a captain of the infantry. They piled the guns in a heap and raised their hands. The captain who received their surrender was very young, about Gus's age. Relief was in his face when he saw that the Rangers had decided not to fight. "Gracias, señores," he said. "Now come with us and eat." "There's one good thing about surrendering," Gus said to Jimmy Tweed as they were marching. "What?" Jimmy asked. "Senoritas?" "No, weapons. Lots of guns, and they've got that cannon," Gus said. "It ought to be enough to keep off the bears."
"Oh, bears," Jimmy said casually.
"You ain't even seen one," Gus said. "You wouldn't be so reckless if you had."
"The whip was made in Germany," Captain Salazar said as Call was being tied to the wheel of one of the supply wagons. "I have never been in Germany," he added, "but it seems they make the best whips."
The whole Mexican force had been assembled to watch Call's punishment. The Texans were lined up just behind him. Many of them were in a very foul temper since the promised breakfast had turned out to consist of flavorless tortillas and very weak coffee. None of them had had a chance to talk to Call, who was under heavy guard. He was marched by armed men with bayonets fixed to the wagon where he was tied. His shirt was removed, too. One of the muleteers was to do the whipping, a heavy-set man with only 1 or 2 teeth in his mouth. The whip had several thongs, each with a knot or 2 in them. The thongs were tipped with metal. "I guess I won't be going to Germany if they're that fond of whips," Longbill said. "I wouldn't want to be Woodrow. 100 times is a lot of times to be hit with a whip like that." Matilda Roberts stood with the men, a look of baleful hatred in her eyes. "If Call don't live, I'll kill that snaggletooth bastard that's doing the whipping," she said. Bigfoot Wallace was silent. He had seen men whip before, black men mostly, and it was a spectacle he didn't enjoy. He didn't like to see helpless men hurt. Of course, young Call had knocked over the general's buggy. Dignity required that he be punished to some extent, but 100 lashes with a metal-thonged whip was a considerable punishment. Men had died of less, as Captain Salazar was fond of reminding them. "If you'd like to say a word to your friend Corporal McRae, I'll permit it," Salazar said. "No, I'll talk to him later," Call said. He didn't like the tone of familiarity Salazar adopted with him. He did not intend to be friends with the man, didn't want to enter into conversation with him. "Corporal, there may be no later," Salazar said. "You may not survive this whipping. As I told you earlier, 50 lashes kills most men." "I expect to live," Call said. Mainly what he remembered of the whipping was the warmth of blood on his back and the fact that the camp became very silent. The grunt of the muleteer who was whipping him was the only sound. After the first 10 blows, he didn't hear the whip strike. Gus heard it, though. He watched his friend's back become a red sheet. Soon Call's pants, too, were blood-soaked. The muleteer wore out on the 60th stroke and had to yield the bloody whip to a smaller man. Call was unconscious by then. All the rangers assumed he was dead. Matilda was restrained with difficulty from attacking the whipper. Call hung by his bound wrist, presenting a low target. The second whipper had to bend low in order to hit his back. When they untied Call and let him slide down beside the wagon wheel, they thought they were untying a corpse. But Call turned over, groaning. "By God, he's alive," Bigfoot said. "For now," Salazar said. "It is remarkable. Few men survive 100 lashes." "He'll live to bury you," Matilda said, giving Salazar a look of hatred. "If I thought that were true, I would bury him right here and right now, alive or dead," Salazar said. "Now be fair, Captain," Bigfoot said. "He's had his punishment. Don't go burying him yet." No one could stand to look at Call's back except Matilda, who sat beside him that first night and kept the flies away. She had nothing to cover the wounds with. If too many of them festered, she knew the boy would die. Gus McRae had not been able to watch the whipping beyond the first few strokes. He sat with his back to the whipping ground, his head between his hands, grinding his teeth in agony. None of the Texans were tied, but a brigade of riflemen were stationed just beside them with muskets ready. Their orders were to shoot any man who tried to interfere with the punishment. None did, but Gus fought with himself all through the whipping. He wanted to dash at the whipper. His friend was being whipped to death, and he could do nothing about it. He had not even been able to exchange a word with Call before the whipping began. It was a terrible hour, during which he vowed over and over again to kill every Mexican soldier he could to avenge his friend. Now, though, with Call alive but still in mortal peril, he came and went. Every 10 minutes he would walk over to Matilda and ask if Call was still breathing. Once Matilda told him Call was alive, he would go back to where the Texan sat, plop down for a minute, and then get up and walk around restlessly until it was time to go check on Call again. There was a small creek near the encampment. Matilda persuaded an old Mexican who tended the fires and helped with the cooking to loan her a bucket so she could walk over to the creek and get water with which to wash Call's wounds. He was already delirious with fever. The cold water was the only thing she had to treat him with, or clean his wounds. When she went to the creek, 3 soldiers went with her, a fact that annoyed her considerably. She didn't complain, though. They were captives. Call's life, as well as others, depended on caution now. Shadrach had spread his blanket near where Matilda sat with Call. He and Bigfoot were the only rangers who had watched the whipping through. Before it was over, most of the men like Gus had turned their backs. "Oh, Lord, oh, Lord," Long Bill said many times as he heard the blows strike. "Was it me, I'd rather be put up against the wall," Blackie Slidell said. "That way's quick." Captain Salazar had been right in his assessment of the damage the whip would cause. In several places the flesh had been torn off Call's ribs. None of the Texans could stand to look at his back, except Bigfoot, who considered himself something of a student of wounds. He came over once or twice to squat by Call and examine his injuries. Shadrach took no interest. He thought the boy might live. Call was a tough one. What vexed him most was that the Mexicans had taken his long rifle. He had carried that gun for 20 years. Rare had been the night when his hand wasn't on it. For most of that time the gun had not been out of his sight. He felt incomplete without it. The Texans' guns had all been piled in a wagon, a vehicle Shadrach kept his eye on. He meant to have his gun again. If that meant dying, then at least he would die with his gun in his hand. Shadrach slept cold that night. Matilda stayed with Call, warming him with her body. He went from fever to chill, chill to fever. The old Mexican helped Matilda build a little fire. The old man seemed not to sleep. From time to time in the night he came to tend the fire. Gus didn't sleep. He was back and forth all night. Matilda got tired of his restless visits. "You just as well sleep," she said. "You can't do nothing for him." "Can't sleep," Gus said. He couldn't get the whipping out of his mind. Call's pants legs were stiff with blood. When dawn came, Call was still alive, though in great pain. Captain Salazar came walking over and examined the prisoner. "Remarkable," he said. "We'll put him in the wagon. If he lives 3 days, I think he will survive and walk to the city of Mexico with us." "You don't listen," Matilda said, the hatred still in her eyes. "I told you yesterday that he'd bury you." Salazar walked off without replying. Call was lifted into one of the supply wagons. Matilda was allowed to ride with him. The Texans all walked behind the wagon under heavy guard. Johnny Carthage gave up his blanket so that Call could be covered from the chill. At mid-morning the troop divided. Most of the cavalry went north, and most of the infantry, too. 25 horsemen and about 100 infantrymen stayed with the prisoners. Bigfoot watched this development with interest. The odds had dropped, and in their favor, though not enough. Captain Salazar stayed with the prisoners. "I am to deliver you to El Paso," he said. "Now we have to cross these mountains." All the Texans were suffering from hunger. The food had been scanty, just the same tortillas and weak coffee they'd had for supper. "I thought we were supposed to get fed if we surrendered," Bigfoot said to Salazar. All day the troop climbed upward toward a pass in the thin range of mountains. The Texans had been used to walking on a level plain. Walking uphill didn't suit them. There was much complaining, and much of it directed at Caleb Cobb, who had led them on a hard trip only to deliver them to the enemy in the end. There were Mexicans on every side, though. All they could do was walk uphill, upward, into the cloud that covered the tops of the mountains. "The bears live up here," Bigfoot mentioned, lest anyone be tempted to slip off while they were climbing into the cloud. When Call first came back to consciousness, he thought he was dead. Matilda had left the wagon to answer call of nature. They were in the thick of the cloud. All Call could see was white mist. The march had been halted for a while, and the men were silent, resting. Call saw nothing except the white mist, and he heard nothing either. He could not even see his own hand. Only the pain of his lacerated back reminded him that he still had a body. If he was dead, as for a moment he assumed, it was vexing to have to feel the pains he would feel if he were alive. If he was in heaven, then it was a disappointment, because the white mist was cold and uncomfortable. Soon, though, he saw a form in the mist, a large form. He thought perhaps it was the bear, though he had not heard that there were bears in heaven. Of course, he might not be in heaven. The fact that he felt the pain might mean that he was in hell. He had supposed hell would be hot, but that might just be a mistake the preachers made. Hell might be cold, and it might have bears in it, too. The large form was not a bear, though. It was Matilda Roberts. Call's vision was blurry. At first he could only see Matilda's face hovering near him in the mist. It was very confusing. In his hours of fever he'd had many visions in which people's faces floated in and out of his dreams. Gus was in many of his dreams, but so was Buffalo Hump, and Buffalo Hump certainly did not belong in heaven. "Could you eat?" Matilda asked. Call knew then that he was alive, and that the pain he felt was not hellfire, but the pain from his whipping. He knew he had been whipped 100 times, but he could not recall the whipping clearly. He had been too angry to feel the first few licks. Then he had become numb and finally unconscious. The pain he felt lying in the wagon in the cold mist was far worse than what he had felt while the whipping was going on. "Could you eat?" Matilda asked again. Old Francisco gave me a little soup." "Not hungry," Call said. "Where's Gus?" "I don't know. It's foggy, Woodrow," Matilda said. "Shad's coughing. He can't take much fog." "But Gus is alive, ain't he?" Call asked, for in one of his hallucinations Buffalo Hump had killed Gus and hanged him upside down from a post oak tree. "I guess he's alive. He's been asking about you every 5 minutes," Matilda said. "He's been worried. We all have." "I don't remember the whipping. I guess I passed out," Call said. "Yes, up around 60 licks," Matilda said. "Salazar thought you'd die, but I knew better." "I'll kill him someday," Call said. "I despise the man. I'll kill that mule skinner that whipped me, too." "Oh, he left," Matilda said. "Most of the army went home." "Well, if I can find him, I'll kill him," Call said. "That is, if they don't execute me while I'm sick." "No, we're to march to El Paso," Matilda said. "We didn't make it when we tried to march to it from the other side," Call reminded her. Then a kind of red darkness swept over him, and he stopped talking. Again the wild dreams swirled, dreams of Indians and bears. When Call awoke the second time, they were farther down the slope. The sun was shining, and Gus was there, but Call was very tired. Opening his eyes and keeping them open seemed like a day's work. He wanted to talk to Gus, but he was so tired he couldn't make his lips move. "Don't talk, Woodrow," Gus said. "Just rest. Matilda's got some soup for you." Call took a little soup but passed out while he was eating. For 3 days he was in and out of consciousness. Salazar came by regularly, checking to see if he was dead. Each time Matilda insulted him, but Salazar merely smiled. On the 4th day after the whipping, Salazar insisted that Call walk. They were on the plain west of the mountains, and it had turned bitter cold. Call's fever was still high. Even with Johnny Carthage's blanket, he was racked with a deep chill. For a whole night he could not keep still. He rolled one way and then the other. Matilda's loyalties were torn. She didn't want Call to freeze to death, or Shadrach either. The old man's cough had gone deeper. It seemed to be coming from his bowels. Matilda was afraid, deeply afraid. She thought Shad was going. That any morning she would wake up and see his eyes wide in the stare of death. Finally she lifted Call out of the wagon and took him to where Shad lay. She put herself between the two men and warmed them as best she could. It was a clear night. Their breath made a cloud above them. They had moved into desert country. There was little wood, and what there was the Mexicans used for their own fires. The Texans were forced to sleep cold. The next morning, finding Call out of the wagon, Salazar decreed that he could walk. Call was semi-conscious. He didn't even hear the command, but Matilda heard it and was outraged. "This boy can't walk. I carried him out of the wagon and put him here to keep him warm," she said. "This old man don't need to be walking either." She gestured at Shadrach, who was coughing. Salazar had come to like Matilda. She was the only one of the Texans he did like, but he immediately rejected her plea. "If we were a hospital, we would put the sick men in beds," he said. "But we are not a hospital. Every man must walk now." "Why today?" Matilda asked. "Just let the boy ride one more day. With one more day's rest, he might live." "To bury me?" Salazar asked. "Is that why you want him to live?" He was trying to make a small jest. "I just want him to live," Matilda said, ignoring the joke. "He's suffered enough." "We have all suffered enough, but we are about to suffer more," Salazar said. "It is not just you Texans who will suffer either. For the next 5 days we will all suffer. Some of us may not live." "Why?" Gus asked. He walked up and stood listening to the conversation. "I don't feel like dying myself." Salazar gestured to the south. They were in a sparse desert as it was. They had seen no animals all the day before, and their water was low. "There is the Jornada del Muerto," he said. "The dead man's walk." "What's he talking about?" Johnny Carthage asked. Seeing that a parley was in progress, several of the Texans had wandered over, including Bigfoot Wallace. "Oh, so this is where it is," Bigfoot said. "The dead man's walk. I've heard of it for years." "Now you will do more than hear of it, Senor Wallace," Salazar said. "You will walk it. There is a village we must find today or tomorrow. Perhaps they will give us some melons and some corn. After that, we will have no food and no water until we have walked the dead man's walk." How far across? Long Bill asked. I'm a slow walker, but if it's that hard, I'll try not to lag.
200 miles, Salazar said. Perhaps more. We will have to burn this wagon soon, maybe tonight. There is no wood in the place we are going.
The voices had filtered through the red darkness in which Call lived. He opened his eyes and saw all the Texans around him. "What is it, boys?" he asked. "It's frosty, ain't it?" "Woodrow, they want you to walk," Gus said. "Do you think you can do it?" "I'll walk," Call said. "I don't like Mexican wagons anyway."
"We'll help you, Corporal," Bigfoot said. "We can take turns toting you if we have to."
"It might warm my feet to walk a ways," Call said. "I can't feel my toes." Cold feet was a common complaint among the Texans. At night the men wrapped their feet in anything they could find, but the fact was they couldn't find much. Few of them slept more than an hour or two. It was better to sit talking over their adventures than to sleep cold. The exception was Bigfoot Wallace, who seemed unaffected by cold. He slept well, cold or hot.
"At least we've got the horses," he remarked. "We can eat the horses like we done before."
"I expect the Mexicans will eat the horses," Gus said. "They ain't our horses." Call found hobbling on his frozen feet very difficult, yet he preferred it to lying in the wagon where all he had to think about was the fire across his back. He could not keep up, though. Matilda and Gus offered to be his crutches, but even that was difficult. His wounds had scabbed, and his muscles were tight. He groaned in deep pain when he tried to lift his arms across Gus's shoulders. "It's no good. I'll just hobble," he said. "I expect I'll get quicker once I warm up." Gus was nervous about bears. He kept looking behind the troop. He didn't see any bears, but he did catch a glimpse of a cougar, just a glimpse as the large brown cat slipped across a small gully. Just then there was a shout from the column ahead. A cavalryman, one of the advance guard, was racing back toward the troop at top speed, his horse's hooves kicking up little clouds of dust from the sandy ground.
"Now what's his big hurry?" Bigfoot asked. "You reckon he spotted a grizzly?"
"I hope not," Gus said. "I'm in no mood for bears." Matilda and Shadrach were walking with the old Mexican Francisco. They were well ahead of the other Texans. All the soldiers clustered around the rider, who held something in his hand.
"What's he got there, Matty?"
Bigfoot asked, hurrying up. "The General's hat," Matilda said.
"That's mighty odd," Bigfoot said. "I've never knowed a general to lose his hat."
2 miles farther on, they discovered that General DiMaggio had lost more than his hat. He had lost his buggy, his driver, his cavalrymen, and his life. 4 of the cavalrymen had been tied and piled in the buggy before the buggy was set on fire. The buggy had been reduced almost to ash. The corpses of the 4 cavalrymen were badly charred. The other cavalrymen had been mutilated but not scalped. General DiMaggio had suffered the worst fate, a fate so terrible that everyone who looked at his corpse bent over and gagged. The general's chest cavity had been opened and hot coals had been scooped into it. All around lay the garments and effects of the dead men. Both the fine buggy horses had been killed and butchered. "Whoever done this got off with some tasty horse meat," Bigfoot said. Except for the burned cavalrymen, all the dead had several arrows in them. "No scalps taken," Bigfoot observed. "Apaches don't scalp, ain't interested," Shadrach said. "They got better ways to kill you."
"He is right," Salazar said. "This is the work of Gomez. For a while he was in Mexico, but now he is here. He has killed 20 travelers in the last month. Now he has killed a great general."
"He wasn't great enough, I guess," Bigfoot said. "I thought he rode off with a skimpy guard. I guess I was right."
"Only Gomez would treat a general like this," Salazar said. "Most Apaches would sell a general if they caught one, but Gomez likes only to kill. He knows no law."
Bigfoot considered that sloppy thinking. "Well, he may know plenty of law," he said, "but it ain't his law, and he don't mind breaking it." Salazar received this comment irritably.
"You will wish he knew more law if he catches you," he said. "We are all in danger now."
"I doubt he'd attack a party this big," Bigfoot said. "Your general just had 11 men, counting himself." Salazar snapped his fingers. He just noticed something.
"Speaking of counting," he said, "where is your colonel? I don't see his corpse."
"By God, I don't neither," Bigfoot said. "Where is Caleb?" "The coward. I expect he escaped," Call said.
"More than that," Gus said. "He probably made a deal with Gomez."
No, Salazar said. Gomez is Apache. He is not like us. He only kills. He might have taken Caleb home with him to play with, Long Bill suggested. I feel sorry for him if that's so, even though he is a skunk. I doubt Caleb Cobb would be taken alive, Bigfoot said. He ain't the sort that likes to have coals shoveled into his belly. Before the burials were finished, one of the infantrymen found Caleb Cobb, naked, blind, and crippled, hobbling through the sandy desert, about a mile from where the Apaches had caught the Mexicans. Caleb's legs and feet were filled with thorns. In his blindness, he had wandered into prickly pear and other cactus.
"Oh, boys, you found me," Caleb said hoarsely as he was helped into camp. "They blinded me with thorns, the Apache devils."
They hamstrung him, too, Bigfoot whispered. I guess they figured he'd starve or freeze. I expect that bear would have got him, Gus said. Even Call, beaten nearly to death himself, was moved to pity by the sight of Caleb Cobb, a man he thoroughly despised. To be blind, naked, and crippled in such a thorny wilderness, and in the cold, was a harder fate than even cowards deserved.
"How many were they, Colonel?" Salazar asked.
"Not many," Caleb said in his hoarse voice.
"Maybe 15. But they were quick. They came at us at dawn when we had the sun in our eyes. One of them clubbed me with a rifle stock before I even knew we were under attack."
For a moment he lost his voice and his ability to stand. He sagged in the arms of the two infantrymen who were supporting him. The leg that had been cut was twisted in an odd way. 15 ain't many, Gus said. He didn't like seeing men who had been tortured whether they were alive or dead. He couldn't keep his mind off how it would feel to have the tortures happen to him. The sight of Caleb with his leg jerking, his eyes ruined, and his body blue with cold made him want to look away or go away. But of course he couldn't go away without putting himself in peril of the Apaches and the bears. 15 was enough, Bigfoot said. I've heard they come at you at dawn. Captain Salazar was thinking of the journey they had to make. He kept looking south toward the dead man's walk. The quivering, ruined man on the ground before him was a handicap he knew he could not afford.
"Colonel, we have a hard march ahead," the captain said. "I am afraid you are in no condition to make this march. The country ahead is terrible. Even healthy men may not survive it. I am afraid you have no chance."
"Stick me in a wagon," Caleb said. "If I can have a blanket, I'll live."
"Colonel, we cannot take the wagons across these sands," Salazar said. "We will have to burn them for firewood, probably tonight. They have blinded you and crippled you."
"I won't be left," Caleb said, interrupting the captain. "All I need is a good doctor. He can fix this leg."
"No, Colonel," Salazar said. "No one can fix your leg or your eyes. We can't take you across the sands. We have to look to ourselves."
"Then send me back," Caleb said. "If I can be put on a horse, I reckon I can ride it to Santa Fe." There was anger in his voice. While they all watched, he managed to get to his feet. Even crippled, he was taller than Salazar, and he was determined not to die. Call was surprised by the man's determination. "If he'd been that determined to fight, we wouldn't be prisoners," he whispered to Gus. "He ain't determined for us, he's determined for himself," Gus pointed out. Salazar, though, was out of patience.
"I cannot take you, Colonel," he said, "and I cannot send you back either. If I sent you with a few men, Gomez would find you again, and this time he would do worse."
"I'll take that chance," Caleb said.
"But I won't take you, Colonel," Salazar said, drawing his pistol. "You are a brave officer. It is time to finish yourself." The troops grew silent when Salazar drew his pistol. Caleb Cobb was balanced on one leg. The other foot scarcely touched the ground. Call saw the anger rise in his face. For a second he expected Caleb to go for Salazar, but after a second Caleb controlled himself. "All right," he said. "I never expected to die in a goddamn desert. I'm a seaman. I ought to be on my boat." "I know you were a great pirate," Salazar said, relieved that the man was taking matters calmly. "You stole much treasure from the King of Spain." "I did, and lost it all at cards," Caleb said. "I know you need to travel, Captain. Give me your pistol and I'll finish it. You can be on your way." "Would you like privacy?" Salazar asked. He still held the pistol.
"Why, no, not specially," Caleb said in a normal voice.
These wild Texas boys are all mad at me for surrendering. They'll hang me if they get the chance. It will amuse me to cheat 'em by shooting myself."
"All right," Salazar said.
"How was that you said I ought to do it, Wallace?" Caleb asked. "Are you here, Wallace? I know you think there's a sure way. I want to take the sure way."
"Through the eyeball," Bigfoot said.
"It'll have to be through the eye hole," Caleb said. "I'm all out of eyeballs."
"Well, that will do just as well, Colonel," Bigfoot said.
"I'll take the pistol now, if you please,"
Caleb said in a pleasant, normal voice. "Adios, Colonel," Salazar said, handing Caleb the pistol. Caleb immediately turned the pistol on Salazar and shot him. The captain fell backward, clutching his throat.
"Rush 'em, boys. Get their guns," Caleb said. "I'll take down a few."
But in his blindness, Caleb Cobb fired toward the Texans, not the Mexicans. 2 shots went wild while the Texans ducked. "Hell, he's turned around. He's shooting at us," Longbill said as he ducked. Before Caleb could fire a 4th time, the Mexican soldiers recovered from their shock and cut him down. As he fell, he fired a last shot. Shadrach, who had been standing calmly by Matilda, fell backward stiffly. He was dead before he had time to be surprised. "Oh, no! No! Not my Shad!" Matilda cried, squatting down by Shadrach. The Mexican soldiers continued to pour bullets into Caleb Cobb. The corpse had more than 40 bullets in it when it was buried. But the Texans had lost interest in Caleb. Bigfoot ripped open Shadrach's shirt, hoping the old man was stunned but not dead. But the bullet had taken Shadrach exactly in the heart. "What a pity," Captain Salazar said. He was bleeding profusely from the wound in his throat. The wound, though, was only a crease. "Shad! Shad!" Matilda said, trying to get the old man to answer, but Shadrach's lips didn't quiver. "This man had walked the dead man's walk," Salazar said. "He might have guided us. Your colonel was already dead when he shot him. I supposed his finger twitched. We're having no luck today." "Why, you're having plenty of luck, Captain," Bigfoot said. "If that bullet had hit your neck a fraction to the left, you'd be as dead as Shad." "True," Salazar said. "I was very foolish to give Colonel Cobb my gun. He was a man like Gomez. He knew no law." When Matilda Roberts saw that Shadrach was dead, she began to wail. She wailed as loudly as her big voice would let her. Her cries echoed off a nearby butte. Many men felt their hair stand up when the echo brought back the sound of a woman wailing in the desert. Many of the Mexican soldiers crossed themselves. "Now, Matty," Bigfoot said, kneeling beside and putting his big arm around her. "Now, Matty, he's gone, and that's the fact." "I can't bear it. He was all I had," Matilda said, her big bosom, wet already with tears, heaving and heaving. "It's sad, but it might be providential," Bigfoot said. "Shadrach wasn't well, and we have to cross the Big Dry. I doubt Shad would have made it. He'd have died hard like some of us will." "Don't tell me that. I want him alive. I just want him alive," Matilda said. She cried on through the morning as graves were dug. There were a dozen men to bury, and the ground was hard. Captain Salazar sat with his back to a wagon wheel as the men dug the graves. He was weak from loss of blood. He had reloaded his pistol and kept it in his hand all day, afraid the brief commotion might encourage the Texans to rebel. His caution was justified. Stirred by the shooting, several of the boys talked of making a fight. Blackie Slidell was for it, and also Jimmy Tweed. Both men had had enough of Mexican rule. Gus listened but didn't encourage the rebellion. His friend Call had collapsed from being made to walk when he wasn't able. He was weaker than Salazar and more badly injured. Escape would mean leaving him behind, and Gus had no intention of leaving him behind. Besides, Matilda was incoherent with grief. 4 men had to pull her loose from Shadrach's body before it could be buried. The Mexican soldiers might mostly be boys, but they had had the presence of mind to kill Caleb Cobb. Since they had all the guns, rebellion or escape seemed a long chance. They had planned a shelter for the night in a village called San Saba, but the burials and the weakness of Captain Salazar kept them in place until it was too late to travel more than a few miles. That night a bitter wind came from the north, so cold that the men, Mexicans and Texans alike, couldn't think of anything but warmth. The Texans even agreed to be tied if they could only share the campfires. No one slept. The wind keened through the camp. Matilda, having no Shadrach to care for, covered Call with her body. Before dawn they had burned both wagons. "How far is that village, Captain?" Bigfoot asked. Dawn was gray and the wind had not abated. "Too far. 20 miles, Captain Salazar said. "We have to make it tomorrow. We've got nothing else to burn," Bigfoot said. "Call will die if he has to sleep in the open without no fire," Matilda said. "Let's lope along then, boys," Bigfoot said. "I'll help you with Woodrow, Matty," Gus said. "He looks poorly to me." "Not as poorly as my Shad," Matilda said. Between them they got Call to his feet. All day Call struggled through the barren country. The freezing wind seemed to slide through the slices in his back and sides. It seemed to blow right into him. He couldn't feel his feet, they were so cold. Gus supported him some. Matilda supported him some. Even Long Bill Coleman helped out. "How'd it get so damn cold?" Jimmy Tweed muttered several times. "I never been no place where it was this cold. Even that snow wasn't this cold." "You ought to leave me," Call said. "I'm slowing you down." It grated on him that he had to be helped along. "Maybe there'll be a bunch of goats in this village," Gus said. He was very hungry. The wind in his belly made the wind from the north harder to bear. He had always had a fondness for goat meat. In his imagination, the village they were approaching was a wealthy center of goat husbandry, with herds in the hundreds of fat, tasty goats grazing in the desert scrub. He imagined a feast in which the goats they were about to eat were spitted over a good fire, dripping their juices into the flame. Yet as he struggled on, it became harder to trust in his own imaginings because there was no desert scrub. There was nothing but the rough earth, with only here and there a cactus or low thorn bush. Even if there were goats, there would be no firewood, no fire to cook them over. Captain Salazar rode in silence, in pain from his neck wound. Now and then the soldiers walking beside him would rub their hands against his horse, pressing their hands into the horsehair to gain a momentary warmth. Except when she was helping Call, Matilda walked alone. She cried, and the tears froze on her cheeks and on her shirt. She wanted to go back and stay with Shadrach. She could sit by his grave until the wind froze her, or until the Indians came, or a bear. She wanted to be where he had died, and yet she could not abandon the boy, Woodrow Call, whose wounds were far from healed. He still might take a deep infection. Even if he didn't, he might freeze if she was not there to warm him. The cold had a bad effect on Johnny Carthage's sore leg. He struggled mightily to keep up, and yet as the day went on he fell farther and farther behind. Most of the Mexican soldiers were freezing too. They had no interest in the lame Texan who dropped back into their ranks and then behind their ranks. "I'll catch you, I'll catch you," Johnny said over and over, though the Mexicans weren't listening. By mid-afternoon some of the other Texans had begun to lag, and many of the Mexican infantrymen as well. The marchers were strung out over a mile, then over 2. Bigfoot went ahead, hoping for a glimpse of the village they were seeking, but he saw nothing, just the level desert plain. Behind them there was a low bank of dark clouds. Perhaps it meant more snow. He felt confident that he himself could weather the night, even without fire, but he knew that many of the men wouldn't. They would freeze unless they reached shelter. "I wonder if we even know where we're going. We might be missing that town," Bigfoot said to Gus. "If we miss it, we're in for frosty sleeping." "I don't want to miss it. I hope they have goats," Gus said. He was half carrying Call at the time. Bigfoot dropped back to speak with Salazar. The captain was plodding on, but he was glassy-eyed from pain and fatigue. "Captain, I'm fearful," Bigfoot said. "Have you been to this place? What's it called?" "San Saba," Salazar said. "No, I have not been to it." "I hope it's there," Bigfoot said. "We've got some folks that won't make it through the night unless we find shelter." Some of them are my boys, but quite a few of them are yours."
"I know that, but I am not a magician," Salazar said. "I cannot make houses where there are no houses, or trees where there are no trees."
"Why don't you let us go, Captain?" Bigfoot asked. "We ain't all going to survive this. Why risk your boys just to take us south? Caleb Cobb was the man who thought up this expedition, and he's dead." Captain Salazar rode on, still glassy-eyed for some time before answering. When he did speak, his voice was cracked and hoarse.
"I cannot let you go, Mr. Wallace," he said. "I'm a military man, and I have my orders."
"Dumb orders, I'd say," Bigfoot said. "We ain't worth freezing to death for. We haven't killed a single one of your people. All we've done is march 1,500 miles to make fools of ourselves, and now we're in a situation where half of us won't live even if you do let us go. What's the point?" Salazar managed a smile, though the effort made his face twist in pain.
"I didn't say my orders were intelligent, merely that they were mine," he said. "I've been a military man for 20 years, and most of my orders have been foolish. I could have been killed many times because of foolish orders. Now I have been given an order so foolish that I would laugh and cry if I weren't so cold and in such pain."
Bigfoot said nothing. He just watched Salazar.
"Of course you're right," Salazar went on. "You marched a long way to make fools of yourselves, and you've done no harm to my people. If you had, by the way, you would have been shot. Then all of us would have been spared this wind. But my orders are still mine. I have to take you to El Paso, or die trying."
"It might be the latter, Captain," Bigfoot said. "I don't like that cloud." Soon a driving sleet peppered the men's backs. As dusk fell, it became harder to see. The sleet coated the ground and made each step agony for those with cold feet. "I fear we've lost Johnny," Bigfoot said. "He's back there somewhere, but I can't see him. He might be a mile back, or he might be froze already."
"I'll go back and get him,"
Long Bill said.
"I wouldn't," Bigfoot said. "You need all you've got to make it yourself." "No, Johnny's my compañero," Long Bill said. "I reckon I'll go back. If we die tonight, I expect I should be with Johnny."
It took Gus and Matilda both to keep Carl going. The sleet thickened on the ground until it became too slippery for him to manage. Finally, the two of them carried him, his arms over their shoulders, his body warmed between their bodies. As the darkness came on and the sleet blew down the wind like birdshot, doom was in the mind of every man. All of them, even Bigfoot Wallace, veteran of many storms, felt that it was likely that they would die during the night. Long Bill had gone loyally back into the teeth of the storm to find his compañero, Johnny Carthage. Captain Salazar was slumped over the neck of his horse, unconscious. His neck wound had continued to bleed until he grew faint and passed out. The Mexican soldiers walked in a cluster, except for those who lagged. They had only one lantern. The light illumined only a few feet of the frigid darkness. As the darkness deepened, the cold increased, and the men began to give up. Texan and Mexican alike came to a moment of resignation. They ceased to be able to pick their feet up and inch forward over the slippery ground. They thought but to rest a moment until their energies were restored, but the rest lengthened, and they did not get back up. The sleet coated their clothes. At first they sat, their backs to the wind and the sleet. Then the will to struggle left them, and they lay down and let the sleet cover them. It was Gus McCrae with his keen vision who first saw a tiny flicker of light far ahead. "Why, it's a fire," he said. "If it ain't a fire, it's some kind of light." "Where?" Matilda asked. "I can't see nothing but sleet." "No, there's a fire. I seen it," Gus said. "I expect it's that town." One of the Mexican soldiers heard him and prodded his captain awake. Salazar, too, felt that he would not survive the night. The wound Caleb Cobb had given him was worse than he had thought. He had bled all day, the blood freezing on his coat. Now a soldier had awakened him with some rumor of a light, although the sleet was blowing and he himself could not see past his horse's head. There was no light, no town. The blood had dripped down to his pants, which were frozen to the saddle. Instead of delivering the invading Texans to El Paso and being promoted, at least to major, for his valor in capturing them, His lot would be to die in a sleet storm on the frozen plain. He thought of shooting himself, but his hands were so cold he feared he would merely drop his pistol if he tried to pull it out. The pistol, too, was coated in bloody ice. It might not even shoot. Then Gus saw the light again and yelled out, hoping somebody ahead would hear him. "There's the light! There it is! We're close!" he said. This time Bigfoot saw it too. "By God, he's right," he said. "We're coming to some place with a fire." Then he heard something that sounded like the bleating of sheep. The men who heard it all perked up. If there were sheep, they might not starve. Captain Salazar suddenly felt better. "I remember the stories," he said. "There is a spring, an underground river. They raise sheep here. This must be San Saba. I thought it was just a lie, a traveler's lie about the sheep and the spring. Most travelers lie, and few sheep cross this desert, but maybe it is true." One by one, hopeful for the first time in days, the men plodded on toward the light. Now and then they lost it in the sleet, and their hopes sank, but Gus McCrae had taken a bead on the light, and leaving Matilda to support Woodrow Call, led the troop into the little village of San Saba. There were not many adobe huts, but there were many, many sheep. The ones they heard bleating were in a little rail corral behind the Jefe's hut, and the Jefe himself, an old man with a large belly, was helping a young ewe bring forth her first kid. The light they had seen was his light. At first he was surprised and alarmed by the spectral appearance of the Texans, all of them white with the sleet that covered their clothes. The old man had no weapon. He could do nothing but stare. Also, the ewe was at her crisis, and he could not afford to worry about the men who appeared out of the night until he had delivered the kid. Although he had many sheep, he also lost many to the cold, to wolves and coyotes and cougars. He wanted to see that the kid was correctly delivered before he had to face the wild men who had come in on a stormy night into the village. He thought they might be ghosts. If they were ghosts, perhaps the wind would blow them on, out of the village, leaving him to attend his flock. Captain Salazar, cheered by the knowledge that his troop was saved, became a captain again, and soon had reassured the Jefe that they were not ghosts, but a detachment of the Mexican army on an important mission involving dangerous captives. It was not hard to convince the Jefe that the Texans were dangerous men. They looked as wild as Apaches to the old man. Once the kid was delivered, the Jefe immediately sprang to work and soon had the whole village up, building fires and preparing food for the starving men. Several sheep were slaughtered, while the women set about making coffee and tortillas. Because it was Gus who had seen the light and saved the troop, Captain Salazar decreed that the Texans would not be bound. He was aware that he himself would have missed the light and probably the village, in which case all his men would have died. There would have been no medals and no promotion. The Texans were put in a shed where the sheep were sheared, with a couple of good fires to warm them. Gus, sitting with Call, soon got to hear the very sound he'd dreamt of, the sound of fat sizzling as it dripped into a fire. Some of the men were too tired even to wait for food. They took a little hot coffee, grew drowsy, and tipped over. The floor of the shed was covered with a coat of sheep's wool mixed with dirt. The wool made some of the men sneeze, but that was a minor irritation. "I guess we lost Long Bill," Bigfoot said. "If we lost him, we lost Johnny too," Gus said. "He should have waited until we found his town. Maybe one of the Mexicans would have gone back with us and we could have found Johnny." Matilda was silent by the fire. All she could think about was that Shadrach was dead. He had wanted to take her west, to California. He had promised her, but now that prospect was lost. Long after most of the Texans had eaten a good hunk of mutton and gone to sleep, there was a shout from the Mexicans. Long Bill Coleman, his clothes a suit of ice, came walking slowly into the circle of fires, carrying Johnny Carthage in his arms. Johnny, too, seemed to be sheathed in ice. At first no one could say whether Johnny Carthage was alive or dead. He laid his friend down by the warmest campfire and himself stood practically in the flames, shaking and trembling from cold and from exertion. He held out his hands to the fire. He was so close that ice began to melt off his clothes. "If that's mutton, I'll have some," he said. "I swear it's been a cold walk." For 3 days the Texans, under guard again, never left their sheep shed except to answer calls of nature. Captain Salazar's escort had been reduced by more than 20 men, lost and presumed frozen back along the sleety trail. 6 Texans failed to make the village. The weather stayed so cold that most of the men were glad of the confinement. They were allowed ample firewood and plenty to eat. Blackie Slidell had to have 2 frostbitten toes removed. Bigfoot Wallace performed the operation with a sharp bowie knife, but no one else required amputations. Once the people of the village realized that the Texans were not specters, they were friendly. The old Jefe, still much occupied with his lambing in the terrible weather, saw that they had ample food. The men could drink coffee all day, poor coffee, but warming. Noticing that Call was injured, one old woman asked to look at his back. When she saw the blackened scab, she drew in her breath and hurried away. A few minutes later the woman returned, another woman at her side. The other woman was so short she scarcely came to Bigfoot's waist. She had with her a little pot. She went quickly to Call, but instead of lifting his shirt as the first woman had, she put her thin face close to his back and sniffed. "Hell, she's smelling you," Bigfoot said. "I wonder if you smell like venison." Bigfoot's remarks were sometimes so foolish that Call was irritated by them. Why would he smell like venison? And why was the wizened little Mexican woman smelling him anyway? He was passive, though. He didn't answer Bigfoot, and he didn't move away from the woman. The village women had been unexpectedly kind. The food they brought was warm and tasty. One woman had even given him an old serape to cover himself with. It had holes in it, but it was thickly woven and kept out the chill. He thought perhaps the tiny woman who was sniffing him was some kind of healer. He knew he was in no position to reject help. He was still very weak, often feverish, and always in pain. He could survive while in the warmth of the sheep shed, but if he were forced to march and was caught in another sleet storm, he might not live. He could not ask Gus or Matilda to carry him again as they had the first time. The little woman sniffed him thoroughly as a dog might, and then set her pot in the edge of the nearest campfire. She squatted by it, muttering words no one could understand. When she judged the medicine to be ready, she gestured for Call to remove his shirt. She then spent more than 2 hours rubbing the hot ointment into his back. She carefully kneaded his muscles and spread the ointment gently along the line of every scar. At first the ointment burned so badly that Call thought he would not be able to stand the pain. The burning was far worse than what he could remember of the whipping itself. For several minutes Gus and Matilda had to talk to him in an effort to distract him from the burning. At one point they thought they might have to restrain him, but Call gritted his teeth and let the little woman do her work. In time, a warmth spread through his body, and he slept soundlessly, without moaning, for the first time since the whipping. The next day, through a crack in the wall, Gus saw the same woman applying ointment to Captain Salazar's neck. The captain looked weak. He had taken a fever which soared so high that he was sometimes incoherent. The Jefe took him into his house, and the little woman tended him until the fever dropped. Even so, the captain was at first too weak to walk in a straight line. He wanted to stay and rest in San Saba, but when the weather warmed a little, he decided he had better take advantage of it and press on. He came to the Texans' shed to inform them of his decision. "Enjoy a warm night," he told them. "We leave tomorrow." "How many days before we get across this Dead Man's Walk?" Long Bill asked. "Senor, we have not yet come to the Jornada," Salazar said. "The land here is fertile because of the underground water. Once we get beyond where the sheep are, we will start the Dead Man's Walk." The Texans were silent. They had all convinced themselves that the day of the sleet would be their worst day. They had forgotten that Salazar said the Dead Man's Walk was 200 miles across. They had grown used to the coziness of the shed and the warmth of the campfires. Each of them could remember the bitter cold, the pain of marching on frozen feet, the sleet, and the hopeless sense that they would die if they didn't find warmth. They had found warmth, but Salazar had just reminded them that the hardest part of the journey had not even begun. Some of the men hunched closer to the campfires, holding out their hands to the warmth. They wanted to hug the warmth, keep it as long as they could. Few of them slept. They wanted to sit close to the fires and enjoy every bit of warmth left to them. They wanted the warmth to last forever, or at least until summertime. Johnny Carthage, terrified that he would fall so far behind that Long Bill Coleman couldn't find him and rescue him, asked over and over again through the night how long it would be until morning. Informed by the old Jefe that there was neither food nor water enough for many horses in the barren region that awaited them, Salazar kept only one horse, his own, and traded several for 2 donkeys and as much provender as the donkeys could carry. On the morning of departure, abruptly, he decided to reduce the force to 25 men. He reasoned that 25 could probably hold off the Apaches if they attacked. More than 25 would be impossible to provision on such a long journey. The Texans alone would account for most of the provisions the donkeys could carry. What that meant was that the Texans would slightly outnumber his own force, and the Texans, man for man, were stronger than his troops. "Señoras, you will have to be tied," he informed the Texans when they were led out into the cold air. "I regret it, but it is necessary. I can afford no risks on this journey. Crossing the Dead Man's Walk is risk enough." Bigfoot swelled up at this news. Gus thought he was going to make a fight, but he held on to his temper and let his wrists be bound with rawhide thongs when his turn came. The other men did the same. Even Call was tied, though Matilda lodged a strong protest. "This boy's hurt. He can't do nothing. Why tie him?" she asked. "Because he has fury in him," Captain Salazar said. "I saw it myself. He almost killed Colonel Cobb while he was riding in our general's buggy. If I had to choose only one of you to tie, I would tie Corporal Call." "I suppose that's a compliment, ain't it?" Gus said. "I don't care what it is," Call said. Since the old woman had treated him with her ointment, he could at least stretch his muscles without groaning in pain. He glared at the young Mexican who tied him, although he knew the boy was simply doing his job. Many of the women of San Saba broke into tears when they saw the Texans being tied. Some of them had formed motherly attachments to one prisoner or another. Some pressed additional food, tortillas, or pieces of jerky into the men's hands as they were marched through the street out of the village. The fertile country lasted only 3 miles. By the 4th mile, only the smallest scrub grew. Soon even that disappeared. Before them, as far ahead as they could see, was a land where nothing grew. "This is the Dead Man's Walk," Captain Salazar said. "Now we will see who wants to live and who wants to die." "I intend to live," Gus said at once. Call said nothing. "Even the Apaches won't cross it," Salazar said. One-eyed Johnny Carthage looked at the emptiness before them and was filled with dread. "What's the matter, Johnny?" Long Bill said, noting his friend's haggard look. "It's warmer now and we got food. We'll get across this like we got across the plains." Johnny Carthage heard what Long Bill said, but didn't believe him. He looked at the great space before them and shivered, not from cold, but from fear. He felt that he was looking at his death. Part 3. On the 4th night out from San Saba, a warm night that left the men encouraged, Captain Salazar's horse and both donkeys disappeared. Some of their provisions were still on the donkeys. They had traveled late and had only unpacked what they needed for the evening meal, corn mostly, with a little dried mutton. Captain Salazar had tethered his horse so close to his pallet that the lead rope was in reach of his hand as he slept. He had only to turn over to reassure himself that his horse was still there. But when he did turn over in the gray dawn, all he had left was the end of the lead rope, which had been cut. The horse was gone. "I thought you said Indians didn't come here," Bigfoot said, annoyed. He had wondered at the laxness of the Mexicans in setting no guard. The foot soldiers had simply lain down and slept where they stopped, with no thought of anything but rest. The Texans did the same, but the Texans were tied. Guard duty was not their responsibility. Captain Salazar was silent, shocked by what had happened and what it meant. He stared for a long time across the dry plain, as if hoping to see his horse and the donkeys grazing peacefully. But all he saw was the barren earth, with an edge of sun poking above it to the east. Bigfoot had to repeat his statement. "I guess those Indians that don't come here took your horse," he said. "Gomez took my horse," Salazar said. "Gomez is not like the rest. He has no fear of this country. No one else would be so bold." "That rope he cut was about 3 feet from your throat," Bigfoot remarked. "He could have cut your throat if he'd wanted to." Captain Salazar was looking at the cut end of the lead rope. A scalpel could not have cut it more cleanly. Bigfoot was right. Gomez could easily have cut his throat. He could have, but there would have been little sport, he said. We must walk. By mid-morning, all the men felt the air, which had been warm, turn chill. The north wind picked up. "Oh, God, I don't want it to get cold," Johnny Carthage said. "I wouldn't mind to die if I could just do it warm." The great dread had not left him. "Shut up your complaining. It's just a breeze so far," Long Bill said. "I carried you once, and I'll carry you again if it comes to that." "No, you won't, Bill. You can't carry me no 100 miles," Johnny said, but the wind was already howling at their backs and no one heard him. Call walked between Matilda and Gus. He was still unsteady on his feet and was swept at times by waves of fever that made his vision swirl. Matilda was the only one of the Texans who had not been tied. Captain Salazar had come to like her. From time to time she consented to play cards with him. He would not fraternize to that extent with the prisoners, and his own men were mostly too young to be good card players. An old bear hunter had taught him rummy. It was mostly rummy that he played with Matilda Jane. As they were stumbling along, pushed by the cold north wind, Gus happened to look back, a habit he got into after his encounter with the grizzly bear. He could not get Bigfoot's story about the man who had been stalked while fishing out of his mind. It was worrisome that bears could be so stealthy. When he glanced over his shoulder, he got a bad start, for something large and brown was hurtling down toward them. Whatever it was still far away. He could only see a shape, but it was a brown shape, the very color of a bear. "Captain, get the rifles!" he yelled in consternation. "There's a bear after us!" For a moment the whole troop believed him. No one could clearly determine what was moving toward them, but something was, and fast. Salazar lined his men up and had them ready, their guns primed. "I wish you'd let me shoot, Captain," Bigfoot said. "Your boys are so scared I expect half of them will miss." "I expect it too," Salazar said. He walked over to the nearest soldier and took his musket. "The last time I handed a Texan a gun, he shot me," Salazar reminded him. "Please be honorable, Mr. Wallace. Shoot the bear. If we kill it, we will have meat enough to make it across the Dead Man's Walk." Just then Gus saw something that was even more unnerving. The bear leapt high in the air. It seemed to fly for several yards before coming back to earth. "Good Lord, it's flying," he said. As he said it, the shape flew again. The whole troop was transfixed, even Bigfoot. He had heard many bear stories, but no one had ever told him that grizzly bears could fly. He squatted and leveled his musket, though the bear, if it was a bear, was still far away. Some of the young Mexican soldiers became so nervous that they began firing when the hurtling brown object was still 200 yards away. Salazar was irritated. The wind whirled dust from the plain high so that it was hard to see anything clearly. "Don't fire until I say fire," he said. "If you all fire now, you will be out of bullets when the bear gets here, and he will eat us all." "I'm saving my bullet," Bigfoot said. "I intend to shoot him right between the eyes. That's the only sure way to stop a bear." Just then the hurtling brown object collided with a hump of rocks and flew high in the air above the dust. For the first time Bigfoot saw it clearly, and he immediately lowered his rifle. "Boys, old Gomez has got us rattled," he said. "That ain't a bear, that's a tumbleweed." Salazar looked disgusted. "7 of you shot, and the tumbleweed is still coming," he said. "Why, it's the size of a house," Gus said. He had never imagined a weed could grow so big. It hurtled by the company, rolling over and over as fast as a man could run. From time to time it hit a bump or a small rock and sailed into the air. Soon it was 100 yards to the south, and then it vanished, obscured by the blowing dust. "Let us talk no more of bears," Salazar said, looking at Gus. They marched late into the night, with only a few bites of food. In San Saba the men had been given gourds to use as water carriers. Some of them had already drunk the last of their water, while others still had a little. The temperature had dropped, and all the men longed for a fire, but there was nothing to burn except the branches of a few thin bushes. The Texans gathered enough sticks to make a small blaze and were about to light it when Salazar stopped them. "No fires tonight," he said. "Why not?" Gus asked. "I'd like to warm my toes." "Gomez will see it if he is still following us," Salazar said. "Why would he follow us? He's done got our donkeys and most of our food," Bigfoot asked. "He might follow us to kill us," Salazar replied. "He could have killed you last night and he didn't," Bigfoot said. Why would he walk another day just to do what he could already have done?
Because he is an Apache, senor, Salazar said. He's not like us. He may have gone home. I don't know. But I want no fires tonight.
By midnight, the cold had become so intense that the men were forced to huddle together for warmth. Even huddled, they were so cold that several of them ceased to be able to feel their feet. Johnny Carthage could not overcome his dread. He tried to think of the sunlight of South Texas, but all he could think of was the terrible white sleet that had nearly taken his life a few days before. He was squeezed up against Long Bill. He could feel his friend shivering. Long Bill shivered violently, but slept, his mouth open, his breath a cloud of white in the cold night. Johnny began to wish that Bill would wake up. Bill had been his pard, his compañero. Bill had risked his life to locate him and bring him out of the terrible sleet storm. Now the dread of the cold was overwhelming him. He wanted Long Bill to sense it and wake up, to talk him out of what he meant to do with the small knife he had just taken out of his pocket. He wanted his oldest and best friend to help him through the night. Johnny Carthage began to tremble even more violently than the man he was huddled against. He trembled so that he could scarcely hold the knife or raise the blade. He didn't want to drop the knife. If he did, he might not have the strength to find it in the freezing night. He didn't want to wake his friend, so tired from the long day's march, yet he needed his help, and began to cry quietly in despair. He didn't want to live. His hope was broken. No more did he want to die without his friend to help him. There was no sound on all the plain except the breathing of the exhausted men around him. The darkness was spotted with little clouds, the white breath of his compañeros. Johnny's gimpy leg was aching terribly from the cold. His foot twitched, though he could not feel his foot. He felt the twitching regular as the ticking of a clock. "Turn this leg," he whispered. "Turn this leg." Then he opened the knife and put the blade against his throat. But the blade was so cold that he withdrew it. He began to sob at the knowledge that he hadn't the strength to push the cold knife blade into his throat and cut. It meant he would freeze. But he could not do it amid the Rangers because they would insist on making him go on. They would not accept the fact that he didn't want to live anymore. Johnny put the knife to his throat again, but again he withdrew it. The tip made a tiny cut in his neck, and the cold seared the cut like a brand. Johnny quietly moved an inch away from Long Bill, and another. Slowly waking no one, he eased out from the midst of the Rangers a foot at a time. Even when he had slipped beyond the sound of their breathing, he merely scooted over the cold ground, a foot at a time. Of all the Texans, only Matilda Roberts was awake. At night she had taken to sleeping between the two boys, making Call turn his torn back to her so she could warm it. Gus slept on the other side, squeezed up against her as close as he could get. Both boys slept, but Matilda didn't. She saw Johnny Carthage. He crawled right by her. As he was about to go into the night, he felt her gaze and turned to look at her for a moment. He could only see her outline, not her face, nor could she see him clearly, yet she knew who he was and where he was going. Johnny paused in his crawl. The two of them looked at one another through the darkness. Matilda opened her mouth, but closed it again without speaking. Johnny Carthage was beyond her words, but she did reach out and squeeze his arm. She heard him sob. He touched her arm for a moment before he crawled away. "Oh, Johnny," she whispered, but she didn't try to stop him. Since Shadrach's death, she had used her strength for the boys, Gus and Call. One was hurt and the other was foolish. It would take all her strength and perhaps more than her strength to get them across the desert. She could not save them and Johnny Carthage, too. Nor could Long Bill save his friend without losing his own chance to live. If the cold didn't take Johnny, the stony ground would grind at him until it broke him. If he wanted to make his own end, she felt it was wrong to stop him. His chances were slight, at best. There was no point in his suffering beyond his strength. Even so, it was hard to listen to the scraping of his poor leg as he dragged himself over the hard ground into the icy night. But the scraping grew faint, and then very faint. Soon she could hear nothing but the breathing of the two boys who slept beside her. Since the day when Caleb Cobb had struck his foot with a rifle barrel, Call had limped almost as badly as Johnny. Probably there were broken bones somewhere in his foot, but he was young. The broken bones would heal. Johnny Carthage crawled on until he figured he was almost 200 yards from camp. He had worn one of his pants legs through and scraped one of his knees on the icy ground. Bigfoot had once told him that freezing men felt a warmth come over them near the end. When he judged that he was far enough from camp not to be found, even if Long Bill should wake and miss him and come looking, he stopped and sat, shivering violently. He waited for the warmth in which he could sleep and die. He had been cold long enough. He was ready for the warmth, but the warmth didn't come, only a deeper cold, a cold that seeped inside him and chilled his lungs, his liver, even his heart. Desperate for the warmth, he opened his little knife again and clutched it tightly, meaning to plunge it into his neck where the great vein was. But before he could grasp the knife tightly enough in his shivering hands, he looked up and saw a shadow between himself and the starlight. Someone was there, a presence he felt but could not see. Before he could think more about it, Gomez struck. Johnny Carthage finally felt the longed-for warmth, a warm flood flowing down his chest onto his freezing hands. For a moment he was grateful. Whoever was there, between him and the cold stars, had taken a hard task off his hands. Then he slipped down and the shadow was bestride him, opening his pants. Before Gomez struck again, One-Eyed Johnny Carthage had ceased to mind the cold or feel the pain of the knife that had severed his privates. Old Bill, he thought. Then all thought ceased. Gomez wiped his knife on Johnny Carthage's pants leg and moved quietly toward the Mexican camp. Long before he got there, he heard the snores of several sleeping men. He had planned to kill the shivering Mexican sentries and take their guns, but when he realized the large woman was awake, he changed his mind. He did not want the large woman to know he was there. The night before, in the little cave where he rested, he had seen a snake, though it was much too cold for snakes to be moving about. Worse, late in the night, he had heard the call of an owl, though he was far out on the Malpai, where no owls flew. He knew it must be the large woman who summoned the snake and the old owl to places where they should never be. He knew the large woman must be a witch, for only a witch would be traveling through the Malpai with so many men. Gomez knew that the large woman had been the woman of Tail of the Bear, and Tail of the Bear had been a great man, perhaps a shaman. Gomez turned away from the camp at once. He did not want the witch to find out he was near. If she knew, she might summon the owl again, the boo-oo, and to hear the call of the boo-oo twice meant death. Gomez skirted the camp and walked several miles to where he left his two sons. One of them had found a wolf den that day. They had made a little fire and were cooking the wolf pups they had caught. Gomez wanted to eat one of the young wolves. He would give him cunning and protect him from the boo-oo and the witch, the large woman who had traveled with Tail of the Bear. Long Bill Coleman was frantic when he discovered that Johnny Carthage had left him in the night. He felt guilty for not having watched his friend more closely. "I expect he just went for a walk to keep warm," he said. "I ought to have kept him warmer, but it was hard without no fire." Bigfoot did not suppose that Johnny Carthage had merely walked into the night to keep his feet warm, nor did Captain Salazar believe it. A few hundred yards to the east they saw 4 buzzards circling. "Bill, he went off to die. Got tired of this shivering," Matilda said, before Gus or anyone could comment on the buzzards. It was colder that day than it had been the day before. The whole troop was shivering. Salazar allowed the Texans to burn their few pitiful sticks, but the blaze was not even sufficient to boil coffee. It died, and the only warmth they had was the warmth of their own breath. They all stood around blowing on their hands. When Long Bill saw the buzzards and realized what they meant, he had to be restrained from running to bury his friend. "Bill, the buzzards have been at him," Bigfoot said. "Anyway, we got nothing to bury him with. Gus and me will go and take a look just to be sure it wasn't some varmint that froze to death." "Yes, go look," Salazar said. "But hurry, we can't wait." When Gus saw the torn white body of Johnny Carthage, he immediately turned his back. Bigfoot, though, shooed the buzzards away and took a closer look. What he saw didn't please him. Johnny's throat had been slashed and his privates cut off. The buzzards hadn't cut his throat, nor had they castrated him. Bigfoot circled the body, hoping to see a man track, something that would allow him to gauge the strength of their opponents. If several Apaches had been there, that would be one thing. It would mean that none of them could sleep safe until they moved beyond the Apache country. But if Gomez was so confident that he would come to the camp alone, take a horse, kill a man, or several men, then they were up against someone as formidable as Buffalo Hump, someone they probably could not beat. As Gus stood with his back turned, trying to keep his heaving stomach under control, Bigfoot remembered the dream he had had back on the Pecos, the dream in which Buffalo Hump and Gomez were riding together to make war on anyone in their path, Mexican or white. Now, in a way, that dream had come true, even though the two Indians might be hundreds of miles apart and might never have met. Buffalo Hump had almost killed them on the prairie, and now Gomez was cutting them down in the New Mexican desert. If the two men, Comanche and Apache, ever did join forces, the little troops standing around in the cold would have no chance. Texans and Mexicans alike would be drained of blood like poor one-eyed Johnny Carthage, their throats cut and their balls thrown to the varmints. He looked across the long barren plain, hoping to see some sign, a wolf, a bird, a fleeing antelope, anything at all that would tell him where the Apaches were. But the plain was completely empty. Only the gray clouds moved at all. Gus McCrae had dropped to his knees. Despite himself, his stomach turned over. He retched and retched and retched. Bigfoot waited for him to finish and then led him back to camp. He didn't tell Gus what he knew or what he feared. The troop was close to panic anyway, panic and despair from the cold and hunger and the knowledge that they were on a journey that many of them would not live to finish. "Did he freeze?" Long Bill asked, grief-stricken, when Bigfoot came back. "Well, he's froze now, yes," Bigfoot said. "We should get to walking." Call's hurt feet were paining him more even than they had been. He had wobbled the day before coming over a ridge. He hit his foot on a rock, and since then had had a sharp pain in his right foot, as if a bone thin as a needle was poking him every time he put his foot down. All that day he struggled to keep up, helped by Matilda and Gus. He noticed that Bigfoot kept looking back, turning every few minutes to survey the desert behind them. It became so noticeable that Call finally asked Gus about it. "Did Johnny just freeze?" he asked. "I don't know," Gus said. "All I seen was his body. The buzzards had been at him." "I know the buzzards had been at him, but were the buzzards all that had been at him?" Call asked. "He means did an Indian kill him?" Matilda asked. She too had noticed Bigfoot's nervousness. Gus had not even thought about Indians. He supposed that Johnny had just gone off to walk himself warm, but had failed at it and frozen. He had only glimpsed the body from a distance. It was blood-splotched like the body of Josh Corn had been, but he had supposed the buzzards had accounted for the blood. Now, though, once he tried to recall what he had seen, he wasn't sure. The thought that an Indian had found Johnny and killed him was too disturbing to consider. "I expect he just died," Gus said. The answer didn't satisfy Call. Johnny Carthage had survived several bitter nights. Why would he suddenly die on a night that was no colder than the others? But Call saw that Gus was going to be of no help. Gus didn't like to look at dead bodies. He could not be relied on to report accurately. Bigfoot was tempted to tell Captain Salazar what had happened to Johnny Carthage. He had a hard time keeping secrets. The day was bitter cold. The Texans were still bound at the wrists, and their hands began to freeze from lack of circulation. As dusk came, Bigfoot felt his anger rising. Very likely they were going to die on the dead man's walk. He reflected ruefully that the sandy stretch of country was accurately named. Why tie the hands of men who were all but dead anyway? His anger rose, and he strode up to Salazar and fell in beside him. "Captain, Johnny Carthage didn't freeze to death," he said. "He was killed." Salazar was almost at the end of his strength. The pace he set was not a military pace, but the pace of a man unused to walking. His family had a small hacienda. All his life he had ridden. Without his horse he felt weak. Also he liked to eat. The cold, the wound on his neck, and the lack of food had weakened him. Now, just as they faced another day with little food and another night without fire, the big Texan came to him with unwelcome news. "How was he killed?" he asked. "Throat cut," Bigfoot said. "He was castrated too, but I expect he was past feeling when that happened." "Why did you wait so long to tell me this, Senor Wallace?" Salazar asked. He kept walking slowly. He had not looked at Bigfoot. "Because this whole bunch is about to give up," Bigfoot said. "They'll panic and start deserting. Whoever killed Johnny will pick them off one by one." "Gomez," Captain Salazar said. "He's toying with us." "Untie us, Captain," Bigfoot said. "Our hands will freeze this way. We'll fight with you against the Apache, but we can't fight if our hands are frozen off. I couldn't hold a rifle steady now. My hands are too cold." Salazar looked back at the stumbling Texans. They were weak and cold, but they still looked stronger than his own men. He knew that Bigfoot Wallace was right. His men wouldn't go much farther unless they found food. They would flee toward the mountains or else simply sit down and die. Gomez was the wolf who would finish them in his own way. He knew that if he freed the Texans and they saw a chance, they would overpower his men, kill them, or else take their guns and leave them to their fate. To free them was to accept a large risk, yet at least if it came to battle, the Texans would shoot. They wouldn't cut and run. "No white man has ever seen Gomez," he told Bigfoot. "No Mexican either. We caught his wife and killed her. We have killed 2 of his sons. But Gomez we have never seen. He cut my rope not a yard from my head, and yet I have never seen him." "I don't want to see the fella," Bigfoot said. "If I can just avoid him, I'll be better off." "Any Apache can be Gomez," Salazar said. "He might be dead. His sons might be killing for him now. We only killed 2, and he has many. It is hard to fight a man you never see." "I've seen him," Bigfoot said. Salazar was startled. "You've seen him?" he asked. "I dreamed him," Bigfoot said. "We was on the Rio Grande, trying to lay out the road to El Paso. I was with Major Chevalier. He's dead now. In my dream, I seen Gomez and Buffalo Hump riding together. They were going to attack Chihuahua City and make all your people slaves, the ones they didn't kill." Salazar kept walking. "I'm glad it was only in Chihuahua City," he said. "Why?" Bigfoot asked. "Because I don't live in Chihuahua City," Salazar said. "If they'd tried to take Santa Fe, they would have done better than you Texans did." "I expect so," Bigfoot said. "Will you untie us, Captain? We won't fight you. We might help save you." "Why is this land without wood?" Salazar asked. "If we had wood and could make fires and be warm, we might survive." "Just untie us, Captain," Bigfoot said. "We wouldn't be killing these boys of yours. Most of them ain't but half grown. We don't kill pups." Salazar walked back through the Texans. He saw that they were suffering much from their bound hands. "Untie them," he told his men. "But be careful. I want the best marksmen to stand guard at night and to flank these men during the day. Shoot them if they try to flee." That night again there was no fire. All day they had looked for wood without seeing even a stick. 6 riflemen guarded the Texans with their muskets ready. Late in the night, while Texans and Mexicans alike shivered in their sleep, 2 of the guards walked off a little ways to piss. In the morning their bodies, cut as Johnny Carthage's had been cut, were found less than 50 yards from camp. This time there was no hiding the truth from Gus McCrae or anyone. "He's stalking us," Bigfoot said. "Ain't that right, Captain?" "It is time to march," Salazar said. For 3 days, Call could not put his right foot to the ground. Matilda and Gus took turns supporting him, alternating throughout the day. On the 2nd day, the whole company, Mexicans and Texans alike, were so weak they were barely able to stumble along. They made less than 10 miles. "If we can't make no better time than this, we might as well sit down and die," Bigfoot said. He found. Salazar saw Jimmy Tweed sink down and went over to him at once. He knew that the whole troop was ready to do what Jimmy Tweed had just done, sit down and wait to die. It was an option he could not allow his men, or the Texans, who, though no longer tied, were his captives. If the Texans began to give up, his own men might follow suit, and soon the whole party would be lost. "Get up, senor," Salazar said. "We will make camp soon. You can rest your ankle then." "Nope, I'm staying, Captain," Jimmy Tweed said. "I'd just as soon stop here as a mile or two from here." "Senor, I cannot permit it," Salazar said. "We would all like to stop, but you are a prisoner under guard, and I make the decisions about where we stop." Jimmy Tweed just smiled. His lips were blue from the cold. He stared through Salazar as if the man were not there. Salazar saw that all his soldiers were watching him. Jimmy Tweed made no effort to stand up and walk. Most of the Texans were some ways ahead. They were not paying attention. Each man had his own problems. None had noticed that Jimmy Tweed had stopped. Wearily, Salazar drew his pistol and cocked it. "Senor, I will ask you courteously to get up and walk a little farther," he said. "I would rather not shoot you, but I will shoot you if you do not obey me." Jimmy Tweed looked at him. For a moment he seemed to consider obeying the order. He put his hands on the ground as if he meant to push himself up, but after a moment he ceased all effort. "Too tired, Captain," he said. "I reckon I'm just too tired." "I see," Salazar said. He walked around behind Jimmy and shot him in the head. At the shot, all the Texans turned. Jimmy Tweed had pitched forward on his face, dead. Salazar walked quickly back to where the group waited, staring at the dead body of their comrade, Jimmy Tweed. "His sufferings are over, senores," Salazar said, the pistol still in his hand. "Let's march." The Mexican soldiers made a show of raising their guns in case the Texans chose to revolt, but in fact none revolted. Bigfoot colored as if he were about to be seized with one of his great fits of rage, but he held himself in check. Several of the other Texans looked back at the body, sprawled on the dull sand, but in the main they were too numb to care. Several, whose feet were frozen stumps, felt a moment of envy, mixed with sadness. It was hard to dispute Captain Salazar's words. Jimmy's sufferings were over. Theirs were not. "That's two of us that ain't been buried proper," Blackie Slidell said. "I've always supposed I'd be buried proper, but maybe I won't. There's no time for funerals out here on the Baldies." "Proper? They weren't buried at all," Bigfoot said. "Johnny and Jimmy both got left to the varmints." Gus had the conviction that they were all going to die. As far as he could see, ahead, behind, or to the side, there was nothing, just sky and sand. The dead man's walk was a hell of emptiness. His lips were blue from the cold and his tongue swollen from thirst. Woodrow Call groaned whenever his broken foot touched the ground. Even Matilda Roberts, the strongest spirit in the troop except for Bigfoot, merely trudged along silently. She had not spoken all day. Matilda had not looked back when Jimmy Tweed was shot. She didn't want to think about Jimmy Tweed, a boy who had been sweet to her on more than one occasion, bringing her coffee from the campfire, helping her saddle Tom when she still had Tom. Once he had asked her for her favors, but she had bound herself to Shadrach by then and had turned him down. He pouted like a little boy at being refused, but got over it in an hour and continued to do her little favors. Now she regretted rebuffing him. Shadrach had been asleep and would never have known. Sweet boys rarely knew how little time they had. Now Jimmy's had run out. Matilda put one foot in front of the other, helped Call as much as she could, and trudged on. That night Blackie Slidell and 6 of his chums disappeared. Blackie was of the opinion that there were villages to the west. Often he pointed to columns of smoke that no one else could see. "It's chimney smoke," Blackie said several times. He was hoping to get the company to swing west. "It ain't chimney smoke. It ain't no smoke at all. It's just you hoping," Bigfoot said. "Gus McCrae has better eyesight than you, and he can't see no smoke over in that direction." "It might be a piece of cloud," Gus said. He liked Blackie and didn't want to flatly contradict him if he could help it. Blackie saw that he wasn't going to be able to convince Bigfoot or Salazar that there were villages to the west, but he had become friendly with 6 boys from Arkansas, and he had better luck with them. "Hell, I'd like to eat one more catfish from the old Arkansas River," one of them, a thin youth named Cotton Lovett, said. Or maybe one more possum, Blackie said. He had been down the Arkansas on occasion and remembered that the possums there were fat and easy to catch. The meat of the Arkansas possums was a trifle greasy. Several of the Arkansas boys agreed to that, but they were all so hungry that the prospect of grease only made the venture more attractive. That night, worried about Gomez, Salazar put all his men in a tight circle facing out, their guns ready. They had crossed a flat lake that afternoon, mainly dry, but with just enough smelly puddles to allow the men enough water to boil coffee. Several of the men were already cramping from the effects of the bad water. The Texans had drunk too and were suffering. Blackie Slidell tried to interest several other men in escaping. He was sure the villages were there, but he found no takers and slipped off about midnight with the 6 boys. Call and Gus watched them go. For a moment Gus felt inclined to go with them, but Call talked him out of it. "We don't know much about this country, but we do know the Apaches are that way," Call reminded him. "That's one good reason to stay with the troop." "I would strike out with the boys, but I'm too cold," Gus said. "Anyway, I have to get you home. Clara will think poorly of me if I don't." Call didn't answer, but he was surprised. Not by his friend's loyalty, but that, cold, hungry, lost, and a prisoner, he was still hoping to gain the good opinion of a girl in a general store in Austin. He started to point out what seemed obvious, that the girl had probably forgotten them both by this time. For all they knew, she could have married. Gus's hopes of winning her were as far-fetched as Blackie Slidell's hopes of finding a friendly village somewhere to the west. He didn't say that, though. Recent experience had shown him that men had to use what hope they could muster to stay alive. They sat together through the night, one on either side of Matilda Roberts. For several days the weather had been overcast, but when the dawn came it was clear. Just seeing the bright sunlight made them feel better, although it was still cold and the prospect still bleak. Captain Salazar had taken a little of the bad water the day before. He arose so tired and weak that he could scarcely walk to the campfire. When a cramp took him, he had to bend almost double to endure the pain. Bad as he was, his troop was worse. Several of his soldiers were too weak to rise. The fact that 7 prisoners had escaped the night before didn't interest them, nor did it interest Salazar. "Their freedom will be temporary," he told Bigfoot. "How about our freedom, Captain?" Bigfoot asked. "Half your men are dying and half of ours too. What's the point of keeping us prisoners when we're all dying? Why can't you just turn us all loose and let it be every man for himself? Maybe 1 or 2 of us will make it home if we do it that way." Call and Gus were there, and Long Bill. Captain Salazar could barely stand on his feet. Even a march of 1 mile might be beyond him, and they had far more than a mile to go. Bigfoot's request seemed reasonable to them. If they were let go, they might wander off in 2s and 3s and find food of some sort and live, whereas if the whole troop had to stay together, they would probably all starve. Salazar looked at his troops, many of them unable to rise. He still had at most 8 soldiers who could be considered able-bodied men. The Texans had more, but not many more. The end of the dead man's walk was not in sight. It might be 3 days away, or 4, or even 5. He thought for a moment before answering Bigfoot's request. He took his pistol out of its holster, checked to see that it was fully loaded, and handed it butt first to Bigfoot Wallace. "If you want to be free, kill me," he said. Bigfoot looked at the sick, exhausted man in astonishment. "Captain, I must have misheard," he said. "No, you heard correctly," Salazar said. "I have decided that you can be free, if freedom is what you want most. But I am a Mexican officer, under orders to take you to El Paso. There is no one here to countermand my orders, and the general who gave them to me is dead. You saw what the Apaches did to him." "Well, Captain, I know that," Bigfoot said. "But if the general was here and saw how weak we all are, he might change his mind." "He might, but we cannot summon him up from hell and ask him," Salazar said. "My orders are still my orders. I cannot free you, but I will allow you the opportunity to free yourselves. All you have to do is shoot me." Bigfoot held the gun awkwardly, not sure what to make of the captain's odd decision. He looked at Call, at Gus, at Long Bill Coleman, and at Matilda Roberts. Now and then, throughout their time as prisoners, any one of them would have been happy to have the opportunity to kill Captain Salazar. When Call was being whipped, when they were chained, when Jimmy Tweed was shot. At such moments any of them might have killed him. But Salazar was no longer the cold captain who chained them or tied them at his whim. He had suffered the same cold and the same hunger as they had, drunk the same bad water, and been weakened by the same cramps. He was a weakened man, so weakened that he had calmly ordered his own death. "Captain, I don't want to shoot you," Bigfoot said. "At times I could have done it easy, I expect, but now you're worse off than we are. I've got no stomach for shooting you now." Salazar stood his ground. He looked the Texans over. "If not you, then another," he offered. "Perhaps Corporal Call would shoot me. He endured the lash, and life has not been easy for him since. Surely he would like revenge. His feet are giving him pain, and yet I have kept him walking. Give him the gun." "Caleb Cobb broke my feet," Call said. "You didn't. I'd shoot you if this was a fight, but I ain't going to just take your damn gun and shoot you down." "Corporal McRae," Salazar said. "Surely you hate me enough to shoot me," Salazar said with a small smile. "I used to, Captain, but I'm too cold and too tired to worry about shooting anybody," Gus said. "I'd just like to go home and get married quick." Call was annoyed that once again the subject of marriage had come up, and at a time when a man's life was in the balance. They had no prospect of even getting home. Why was he so convinced a girl would marry him even if they did? Salazar took his pistol and walked over to Matilda Roberts. He held the gun out to her. "Kill me, señorita," he said. "Then you will all be free." "Free to what?" Matilda asked. "It ain't you I need to be freed of. I ain't a prisoner anyway. What I'd like to be free of is this damn desert, and shooting you won't accomplish that." "Then shoot me just for vengeance," Salazar said. "Shoot me to avenge your dead." "I won't. They all died from foolishness," Matilda said. "All except my Shad. My Shad died from being in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Shooting you won't bring him back, or make me miss him no less." Captain Salazar took the pistol and put it back in its holster. "Caleb Cobb would have shot you if he was here," Bigfoot said almost apologetically. He thought it bold of Salazar to take the risk he had just taken. Any Texan in the right mood might have shot him. Of course, the captain was as tired and hungry as the rest of them. His neck wound had never healed properly. There was pus on his collar. Perhaps he felt his end was coming and wanted to hasten it. Still, it was bold. A man could perhaps and perhaps all day not find his way to the truth. "Yes, no doubt, he did shoot me," Salazar said. "But in that, too, he failed." Then he gingerly felt his neck. He looked with a grimace at the stain on his hand. "Perhaps I am wrong," he said. "Perhaps he didn't fail. Perhaps he merely wanted me to walk 200 hard miles before I died." "He was blind at the time, Captain," Bigfoot said. "He just made a lucky shot. I expect he would have been happy to kill you where you stood." Captain Salazar sighed. He looked for a moment at his weary troops. "All right," he said. "Unfortunately, you did not accept my terms, so you're still my prisoners. If you had killed me, I would have been a martyr. Now I will only be disgraced." "Not in my eyes. Not if you're talking about military work," Bigfoot said. "You done your best, and you're still doing it. You took on a hard job. I doubt Caleb Cobb would have even got us this far." "I agree with that," Salazar said. "I have done my best, and Colonel Cobb would not have got you this far. He would have left to banquet with the generals and perhaps seduce their wives." He gestured for his soldiers to get up. 2 or 3 merely stared at him, but most of them began to struggle to their feet. "Unfortunately, you are not a Mexican officer, Senor Wallace," Salazar said. "You are not one of the men who will judge me. I lost most of my men and many of my prisoners. That is what the generals will notice when I deliver you to El Paso. Where are the rest, they will ask." "Captain, I've got some advice," Bigfoot said. "Let's get to El Paso and then worry about the generals." Salazar smiled. "It's time to march," he said. Toward noon that day, as the company, strung out for almost 2 miles, struggled south, they came upon 3 dead cows, starved within a mile of one another. The buzzards were on the carcasses, but they hadn't been on them long. All the carcasses were stiff from the night's frost. Although all 3 cows were mostly just skin and bones, to the weary troop at the point of starvation itself, their discovery seemed like a miracle. The men who lagged soon caught up. All the men were soon tearing at the thin carcasses with their knives, trying to scrape a few bits of meat off the cold bones. Captain Salazar only with difficulty restored order. He fired his pistol twice to get the hungry men to back off. While they were making a fire and preparing to roast the bones and what little flesh remained, Bigfoot saw several specks rise into the air from far to the south. "I think them was ducks," he said. "If there's ducks, there must be water. We can have us a fine soup if that's the case." "Well, we got the soup bones at least," Gus said. He ran south with Bigfoot and sure enough found a creek, mostly dry but with several small scattered pools of water. The troop camped for 2 days, until every bone of the 3 animals had been boiled for soup. Most of the bones were then split for their marrow. The food was welcome, and also the rest. Through the 2 days and nights, the prairie scavengers who had been deprived of their chances at the carcasses prowled around the camp. Coyotes and wolves stood watching during the day. 2 ventured too close, a coyote and a wolf. Bigfoot shot them both and added their meat to the soup. "I don't know about eating wolf," Gus said. "A wolf will eat anything. This one might have poison in its belly, you don't know." "Don't eat it then if you're scared," Bigfoot said. "There'll be more for the rest of us." Call ate the wolf and coyote soup without protest. His bad foot, though still painful, was better for the rest. Near the little creek there were some dead trees. Matilda chopped off a limb with a fork in it and made Call a rude crutch. She knew how much he hated having to be helped along by her and by Gus. He accepted it because his only other option was death, but he accepted it stiffly. The look in his eyes was the look of a man whose pride was wounded. "I thank you," he said in a formal tone when she presented him with the rude crutch. But the look in his eyes was not formal. It was a look of gratitude. Gus saw how fond Mattie had become of Call, despite his rudeness. He felt very jealous. He himself had been cheerful and friendly, and had courted Mattie as much as she would allow, and yet, since the death of Shadrach, she had fastened her attentions on his surly friend. It annoyed him so much that he mentioned it to Bigfoot. Call and Mattie were sitting together eating soup. Neither Call nor Matilda was saying anything, but still they sat together, sipping wolf soup that a young Mexican soldier had just dished out of the pot. "Now what's the point of spending all that time with Call?" Gus asked. "Call don't care for women. It's rare that I could get him to go with a whore." Bigfoot studied the couple for a minute, the large woman and the short youth. "Mattie's got her motherly side," he said. "Most cows will take a calf if one comes up that needs her." "Why, I need her, I guess," Gus said. Now that his belly didn't growl quite so loudly, his envy had returned. "I'm as much a calf as he is. We're the same age," Gus said. "Yeah, but you're easy to get along with, and Woodrow ain't," Bigfoot said. "Well, then she ought to be sitting with me, not with that hard-headed fool," Gus said. "He ain't saying a word to her. I can out-talk him any day." "Maybe it ain't talk she's after," Bigfoot suggested. Long Bill Coleman had been stretched out on the ground, resting on his elbow as he listened to the little debate. "Why are you griping, Gussie?" he asked. "She ain't sitting with me either, but you don't hear me complaining." "Shut up, Bill. What do you know about women?" Gus asked testily. "Well, I know they don't always cotton to the easy fellows," Long Bill said. "If they did, I'd have been married long ago. But I ain't married, and it's going to be another cold night." "Why, he's right," Bigfoot said. "Mattie likes Woodrow because he's hard-headed." "Oh, I suppose you two know everything," Gus said. He went over to where the two sat and plopped himself down on the other side of Matilda. "Mattie and her boys," Bigfoot said, smiling at Long Bill. "I doubt she expected to be the mother of 2 pups when she headed westward as outfit." Long Bill wished the subject of mothers had never come up. His own had died of a fever when he was 10. He had missed her ever since. "If Ma was alive, I expect I would have stayed with farming," he said, with a mournful look. "She cooked cobbler for us when she was well. I ain't ate cobbler since that was half as good." "I hope this starving is over," Bigfoot said. "I don't want to think about cobbler or taters until we get back to where folks eat regular." The carcasses had been consumed completely. When the troop left on the morning of the 3rd day, they had no food at all. They were cheerful, though. The fact that they had seen ducks convinced many of the men that they were almost out of the desert. The Texans began to talk of catfish and venison, pig meat and chickens, as if they would be sitting down to lavish meals within the next few days. Salazar listened to the talk with a grim expression. "Senores, this is still the dead man's walk," he said. "We have far to go before we come to Las Cruces. Once we make it there, no one will starve." They had marched 3 days without seeing a single animal. They had water, but no food. On the second evening they used the last of their coffee. The brew was so thin it was almost colorless. "I could read a newspaper through this coffee if I had a newspaper," Long Bill said, squinting into his cup. "I didn't know you could read, Bill," Bigfoot said. Long Bill looked embarrassed. The fact was he couldn't read. Usually, if he were lucky enough to come by a newspaper, he had a whore read it to him. Call was as hungry as the rest of the troop, but because of his crutch he was in better spirits, even though the crutch was rough and soon rubbed his underarm raw. He had nothing to pad the crutch with, though. Matilda offered to tear off a piece of her shirt and pad the crutch for him, but he refused her. By the end of the 3rd day his shoulder was paining him almost as much as his foot had. Matilda, tired of his stubbornness, ripped off a piece of her shirt and padded the crutch anyway while Call slept. Even so, Call lagged behind the rest of the Texans. He was not quite at the rear of the column, though. 3 of the weakest of the young Mexican soldiers lagged far behind him. Though Call could not speak their language, he had ceased to regard the young soldiers as enemies. They had starved and frozen, just like the Texans. He didn't think they would shoot him, even if he hobbled right past them and tried to escape. From time to time he glanced back to see that the boys were still following him. He was afraid they might collapse and die, and he knew that if the company was too far in advance of them when they collapsed, Salazar would not go back for them. The Apaches had not bothered them for 4 nights. The assumption around the campfire was that they had given up or decided the pursuit of such a miserable band wasn't worth it. There were no horses to take, only a few weapons. Captain Salazar was not convinced. He didn't share the Texans' optimism in regard to Gomez. "If he stopped, it is because he has other business," he told Bigfoot. "If he has no other business, he will follow us and try to kill us all. I don't think he will attack. He will wait and take us one by one." He posted as strong a guard as he could muster, knowing even so that half his soldiers would fall asleep on duty. But 4 nights passed and no corpses were found in the morning. "He wouldn't wait 4 nights if he was still after us," Bigfoot said. "He would wait 40 nights, Salazar told him. "He is Gomez." The wrapping on Call's crutch had come loose. He stopped to re-wrap it, and when he did, glanced back at the young Mexicans. It was then that he saw the Apache, a short, stumpy-legged man with a bow in his hand, about to release an arrow. Before he could move, the arrow hit him in the right side. Call had no weapon. All he could do was yell, but he yelled loudly, and the troop turned. Call gripped his crutch, prepared to defend himself if the Apache came closer, but the Apache had vanished, and so had the 3 Mexican soldiers who had been trailing behind. The plain to the north was completely empty. Bigfoot came running up and looked at the arrow in Call's right side. "Why, he nearly missed you," he said. "The arrow's barely hanging in you." Before Call could even look down, Bigfoot had ripped the arrow out. It had only creased his ribs. Blood flowed down his leg, but he didn't feel it. The shock of seeing the Apache, only 50 yards behind him, left him dizzy for a minute. Captain Salazar came running back to Call. "Where did he go?" he asked. Call, still dizzy, couldn't tell him. He pointed to the spot where the short Indian had been, but when Bigfoot and Salazar and a few of the Mexican troops ran in that direction, they found no Indians. The 3 Mexican soldiers who had trailed Call were dead, each with 2 arrows in them. They lay face down, fully clothed. "At least they didn't get cut," Long Bill said. "No, he was in a hurry," Salazar said. "He wanted Corporal Call, and he almost had him. You're a very lucky man, Corporal. I think it was Gomez, and Gomez rarely misses." "I saw him," Call said. "He would have been on me in another few steps if I hadn't turned. I expect he would have put an arrow right through me." "If it was Gomez, and you saw him, then you are the first white to see him and live," Salazar said. "He won't like that," Bigfoot said. "We'd best watch you close." "You don't have to. I'll watch myself," Call said. "Don't be feisty, Woodrow," Bigfoot said. "That old Apache might come back and try to finish the job." I hate New Mexico, Gus said. If it ain't bears, it's Indians. That night, Call was placed in the center of the company for his own safety. Even so, he slept badly and was troubled by dreams in which Gomez was carrying Buffalo Hump's great hump. One moment, the Apache chief would be aiming an arrow at him, so real and so close that he would awaken. Then the minute he dozed off again, it would be the Comanche chief that was aiming the arrow. In the gray morning, cold but glad to be alive, Call remembered that a long time back, Bigfoot had had a dream in which Buffalo Hump and Gomez rode together into Mexico to take captives. "Didn't you dream about Buffalo Hump and Gomez fighting together?" he asked. "Yes, I hope it don't never come true," Bigfoot said. "One of them at a time's plenty to have to whip." "We ain't whipping them," Call pointed out. "We ain't killed but 2 of them, and they've accounted for most of our troop." "I admit they're wild," Bigfoot said, "but they're just men. If you put a bullet in them in the right place, they'll die just like you or me. Their skins ain't the same color as ours, but their blood's just as red." Carl knew that what Bigfoot said was true. The Indians were men. Bullets could kill them. He himself had fired a bullet into Buffalo Hump's son, and the son had died, just as dead as the 3 Mexican boys who had fallen to Apache arrows. "It's hitting them that's hard," he said. "They're too smart about the country." So far, the Indians had won every encounter, and not because bullets couldn't hurt them. They won because they were too quick and too skilled. They moved fast and silently. Both Kicking Wolf and Gomez had taken horses night after night, horses that were within feet of the best guards they could post. "The corporal is right," Salazar said. "We are strangers in this country compared to them. We know a little about the animals, that's all. The Apaches know which weeds to eat. They can smell out roots and dig them up and eat them. They can survive in this country because they know it. When we learn how to smell out roots and which weeds to eat, maybe we can fight them on even terms." "I doubt I'll ever be in the mood to study up on weeds," Gus said. "This is gloomy talk. I guess I'll walk by myself a while unless Matty wants to walk with me," Bigfoot said. He didn't like to hear Indians overpraised just because the Rangers found them hard to kill. There were exceptional Indians, of course, but there were also plenty who were unexceptional and no harder to kill than anyone else. He himself would have welcomed an encounter with Gomez, whom Call described as short and bow-legged. "I expect I can outfight most bow-legged men," he remarked to Long Bill Coleman, who found the remark eccentric. "I wish I still had my harmonica," Long Bill said. "It's dreary at night without no tunes." The next day they saw a distant outline to the west, the outline of mountains. Captain Salazar's spirits improved at once. "Those are the Caballo Mountains," he said. "Once we cross them, we will soon arrive at a place where there is food. Las Cruces is not far." "Not far," Gus said. Even with his eyesight, the distant mountains made only the faintest outline, and his stomach was growling from hunger. "What does he think far is?" he asked Call. "We might walk another week before we come to them hills." Call's shoulder had become so sensitive from the rough crutch that he had to grit his teeth every time he put his weight on it. His foot was better. He could put a little weight on it if he moved cautiously, but he was afraid to discard the crutch entirely. The mountains might be another 75 miles away, and even then they would have to be crossed. That day, despite Captain Salazar's optimism, the Mexican troops began to desert. They were hungry and weak. At noon the captain called a rest, and when it was time to resume the march, 6 of the Mexican soldiers simply didn't get up. Their eyes were dull from too much suffering. "You fools, you are in sight of safety," Salazar said. "If you don't keep walking, Gomez will come. He will kill you all, and you may not be so lucky as the 3 he killed with arrows. He may make sport of you, and Apache sport is not nice." None of the men changed expression as he talked. After a glance, they did not look up. "They're finished," Bigfoot said. "We've all got a finishing point. These boys have just come to theirs. The captain can rant and rave all he wants to. They're done." Captain Salazar quickly came to the same conclusion. He looked at the 6 men sternly, but gave up his efforts at persuasion. He took 3 of their muskets and turned away. "I am leaving you your ammunition," he said. 3 of you have rifles. Shoot at the Apaches with the rifles. If you do not win, drive them back, then use the pistols on yourselves. Adios." Leaving the 6 men was hard, harder than any of the Texans had expected it to be. In the time of their captivity, they had come to know most of the Mexicans by their first names. They had exchanged bits of language sitting around the fires. Bigfoot learned to say his own name in Spanish. Several of the Mexican boys had started calling him Big Feet in English. Gus had taught 2 of the boys to play mumbledy-peg. Matilda and Long Bill had taught them simple card games. On some of the coldest nights they'd all huddled together, moving cards around with their cold hands. As the weary miles passed, they had stopped feeling hostile to one another. They were all in the same desperate position. One of the Mexicans, who had some skill with woodwork, had the very night before smoothed the crack in Woodrow Call's crutch so that it would not rub his underarm quite so badly. Now they were leaving them. Salazar and the other Mexicans were already 100 yards away, plodding on toward the far distant mountains. "I'm much obliged," Call said to the boy who had smoothed his crutch. Several of the Texans mumbled brief goodbyes, but Matilda didn't. She felt she couldn't stand it. Boys dying day after day, one by one. She turned her back and walked away, crying. "Oh, Lord, I wish we'd get somewhere," Long Bill said. "All this walking on an empty belly's wore me just about out." That afternoon, the company, what was left of it, stumbled on a patch of gourds. There were dozens of gourds, their vines curling over the sand. "Can we eat these, Captain?" Bigfoot asked. "They are gourds," Salazar said. "You can eat them if you want to eat gourds." "Captain, there's nothing else," Bigfoot pointed out. "Them mountains don't look no closer. We better gather up a few and try them." "Do as you like," Salazar said. "I will have to be hungrier than this before I eat gourds." That night, though, he was hungrier than he had been in the afternoon, and he ate a gourd. They made a little fire and put the gourds in it as if they were potatoes. The gourds shriveled up, and the men nibbled at their ashy skins. "Mine just tastes like ashes," Gus said in disappointment. "It might taste better if it was served on a plate," Long Bill said, a remark that amused Bigfoot considerably. Though he had strongly recommended gathering the gourds, after all there was nothing else to gather. He had not yet got around to tasting one. Several of the men were so hungry they ate the scorched gourds without hesitation. "Tastes bitter as sin," Gus observed after chewing a bite. "I wouldn't know what you mean," Bigfoot said. "I'm a stranger to sin." Matilda stuck a knife into her gourd and a puff of hot air came out. She sniffed at the gourd and immediately started sneezing. Annoyed, she flipped the gourd away. "If it makes me sneeze, it's bad," she said. Later, though, she found the gourd and ate it. One of the Mexican soldiers had gathered up the gourd vines as well as the gourds. He scorched a vine and ate. Others soon followed suit. Even Salazar nibbled at a vine. "When will we hit the mountains, Captain?" Bigfoot asked. "There might be game up there where it's high." Salazar sighed. His mood had darkened as the day wore on. He had scarcely any of his company left, and only a few of his prisoners. It would not sit well with his superiors. "The Apaches may not let us cross," he said. "There are many Apaches here. If there are too many, none of us will get through." "Now, Captain, don't be worrying," Bigfoot said. "We've walked too far to be stopped now." "You'll be stopped if enough arrows hit you," Salazar said. The night was clear, with very bright stars. Salazar could not see the distant mountains, but he knew they were there, the last barrier they would have to cross before they reached the Rio Grande in safety. He knew he had done a hard thing. He had crossed the Jornada del Muerto with his prisoners. He had lost many soldiers and many prisoners, but he was across. In 2 days they could be eating goat and corn and perhaps the sweet melons that grew along the Rio Grande. None of his superiors could have done what he did, and yet he knew he would not be greeted as a hero or even as a professional. He would be greeted as a failure. For that reason he thought of Gomez. It would be worth dying with what many had left if he could only kill the great Apache. Then at least he would die heroically, as befitted a soldier. "I think the captain's lost his spunk," Gus said, observing how silent and melancholy the man had been around the campfire. Even the amusing sight of his whole company attempting to eat the bitter gourds had not caused him to smile. "It ain't that," Bigfoot said. Then he fell silent. He had been around defeated officers before in his years of scouting for the military. Some had met defeat unfairly, through caprice or bad luck. Others had been beaten by such overwhelming numbers that survival itself would have brought them glory. And yet to military men, circumstances didn't seem to matter. If they didn't win, they lost, and no amount of reflection could take away the sting. "It ain't that," he said again. The young rangers waited for him to explain, but Bigfoot didn't explain. He drew circles in the ashes of the campfire with a stick. The next morning the mountains looked closer, though not by much. The men were weak. Some of them looked at the mountains and quailed. The thought that there was food on the other side of the mountain brought them no energy. They didn't think they could cross such hills, even if the whole plain on the other side was covered with food. They marched on, dully and slowly, not thinking, just walking. When the mountains were closer, no more than a few miles away, Call saw something white on the prairie ahead. At first he thought it was just another patch of sand, but then he looked closer and saw it was an antelope. He grabbed Gus's arm and pointed. "Tell the captain," he said. "Maybe Bigfoot can shoot it." When the antelope was pointed out to Captain Salazar, he immediately gave Bigfoot his rifle. Bigfoot was watching the antelope closely. He cautioned the troop to be quiet and still. "That buck's nervous," he said. "We better just sit real still for a while. Maybe he'll mistake us for a sagebush." All the men could see that the antelope was nervous, and a minute later they saw why. A brown form came streaking out of a patch of sagebush and leapt on the antelope's neck, knocking it down. "What's that?" Gus said, startled. He had never seen an animal run so fast. All he could see was a ball of brown fur curled over the antelope's neck. "That's a lion," Bigfoot said, standing up. "We're in luck, boys. I doubt I could have got close enough to that buck to put a bullet in him. The cougar done my work for me." He started walking toward the spot where the cougar was finishing his kill. The rest of the troop didn't move. "He's bold, ain't he? That lion might get him next," Gus said. Before Bigfoot had gone more than a few yards, the cougar looked up and saw him. For a second the animal froze. Then he bounded away. Bigfoot raised his rifle as if to shoot, but then he lowered it. Soon they saw the spot of brown moving up the shoulder of the nearest mountain. "Why didn't you shoot it?" Call asked when he came up to Bigfoot. He would have liked a closer look at the cougar. "Because I might need a bullet for an Apache," Bigfoot said. "We got a dead antelope. That's better eating than a lion. When there's food waiting to be had, it's foolish to be wasting bullets on cats you can't hit anyway." They skinned the antelope and soon had a fire going and meat cooking. The smell of the meat soon revived the men who had been ready to die. Next day they jerked the meat they hadn't eaten, lingering in camp between the mountain and the plain. The more they ate, the better their spirits rose. Only Captain Salazar remained despondent. He ate only a little of the antelope meat, silent. Bigfoot, confident that what remained of the troop would now survive, tried to draw Salazar out about the future, but the captain answered him only briefly. "El Paso is not far," Salazar said. "We are all about to end our journey." He said no more. Bigfoot was allowed to leave and seek the best route through the mountains. In 4 hours he was back, having located an excellent low pass not 10 miles to the south. The troop marched all afternoon and camped in the deep shadow of the mountains, just at the lip of the pass. That night everybody felt restless. Long Bill Coleman, unable to abide the lack of tunes, cupped his hands and pretended he was playing the harmonica. Gus kept looking at the mountains. Their looming presence made him a little apprehensive. "Don't bears live in mountains? I've heard they sleep in caves." "Why, bears live wherever they want to," Bigfoot told him. "They go where they please." "I think most of them live in mountains," Gus said. "I'd hate to be eaten by a damn bear when we're so close to all them watermelons." No one slept much that night. Matilda rubbed Call's sore foot with a little antelope fat she saved. Call was walking better. His stride was almost normal again. He hadn't abandoned the crutch, but mainly carried it in his hand like a rifle. A blue cloud with a rainbow arched across it was over them when the troop started through the pass. It snowed for an hour when they were near the top, but the light flakes didn't stick. Ahead, as they approached the crest, they could see brilliant sunlight to the west beneath the clouds. By noon the cloud was gone, and the bright sunlight shone on the mountains. The troop walked through a winding canyon for 3 hours and began to descend the west side of the mountains. Below them, they saw trees on both sides of the river. To the south, Gus once again saw smoke, and this time he was not merely wishing. There was a village beside the river. They saw a little cornfield and some goats. "Hurrah, boys, we're safe," Bigfoot said. Everyone stopped to survey the fertile valley below them. Some of the Mexican soldiers wept. There was even a little church in the village. "Well, we made it, Matty," Bigfoot said. "Maybe we'll see a stagecoach heading for California. Maybe you'll get there yet." He had continued to carry Captain Salazar's rifle in case he encountered game. When they started down the hill toward the Rio Grande, Captain Salazar quietly took it from him. "Well, that's right, Captain. It's yours," Bigfoot said. The captain didn't speak. He looked back once toward the Jornada del Muerto and walked on down the hill. When the tired troop made its way into the village of Las Palomas, the doves for which the village was named were whirling over the drying corn, its shuck now brittle from the frost. An old man milking a goat at the edge of the village jumped up when he saw the strangers coming. A priest came out of the little church and immediately went back in. In a moment, a bell began to ring, not from the church, but from the center of the village, near the well. Some families came out of the little houses. Men and women stopped what they were doing to watch the dirty, weary strangers walk into their village. To the village people, they looked like ghosts, men so strange and haggard that at first no one dared approach them. The Mexicans' uniforms were so dirty and torn that they scarcely seemed like uniforms. Captain Salazar walked up to the old man who had been milking the goats and bowed to him politely. "I am Captain Salazar," he said. "Are you the jefe here?" The old man shook his head. He looked around the village to see if anyone would help him with the stranger. In all his years he had never left the village of Las Palomas, and he did not know how to speak properly to people who came from other places. "We have no jefe," he said after a while. "The Apaches came while he was in the cornfield." "Our jefe is dead," one of the older women repeated. The old man looked at her with mild reproach. "We don't know that he is dead," he said. "We only know that the Apaches took him." "Well, if they took him, he'd be luckier to be dead," Bigfoot said. "I wonder if it was Gomez." "It was Apaches," the old man repeated. "We only found his hole." "I see," the captain said. "You're lucky they didn't take the whole village." "They only take the young, Captain," the bold old woman said. "They take the young to make them slaves and sell them." "That is why we are all old," the old man with the goat said. "There are no young people in our village. When they are old enough to be slaves, the Apaches take them and sell them." "But there are soldiers in El Paso," Salazar said. "You could go to the soldiers. They would fight the Apaches for you. That is their job." The old man shook his head. "No soldiers ever come here," he said. "Once, when our jefe was alive, he went to El Paso to see the soldiers and asked them to come, but they only laughed at him. They said they could not bother to come so far for such a poor village. They said we should learn to shoot guns so we could fight the Apaches ourselves." "If the soldiers won't help you, then I think you had better do what they suggested," Captain Salazar said. "But we can talk of this later. We are tired and hungry. Have your women make us food." "We have many goats. We will make you food," the old man said. "And you can stay in my house if you like. It is small, but I have a warm fire." "Call the priest," Salazar said. "These men are Texans. They are prisoners. I want the priest to lock them in the church tonight. They look tired, but they fight like savages when they fight." "Are we to give them food?" the old man asked. "Yes, feed them," Salazar said. "Do you have men who can shoot?" "I can shoot," the old man said. "Tomas can shoot. Who do you want us to shoot, Captain?" "Anyone who tries to leave the village," Salazar said. Then he turned and went into the little house the old man had offered him. Despite Salazar's warning, the people of Las Palomas had little fear of the Texans. They looked too tired and hungry to be the savage fighters the captain claimed they were. Even as they were walking to the church, the women of the village began to press food on them, tortillas mostly. The little church was cold, but not as cold as the great plain they had crossed. Several old men with muskets stood outside as guards. When the night grew chill, they built a fire and stood around it talking. Long Bill walked out to warm his hands, and the old men made way for him. Bigfoot joined him, and then a few others. Gus went out a few times, but Call did not. The women brought food, pozole and goat meat and a little corn. Call ate with the rest, but he didn't mix with the crowd around the fire. He sat with Matilda, looking out of one of the small windows at the high stars. "Why won't you go get warm?" Matilda asked. He was a tense boy, Woodrow Call. All that was easy for Gus McCrae was hard for him. He didn't mix well with people, any people. Though he had come to depend on her help, he was wary, even with her. "I'm warm enough," Call said. "You ain't, Woodrow. You're shivering," Matilda said. "What's the harm in sitting by a fire on a cold night?" "You ain't sitting by it," Call pointed out. "Well, but I'm fleshy," Matilda said. "I can warm myself. You're just a skinny stick. Answer my question." "I don't like being a prisoner," Call said finally. "I might have to fight those old men. I might have to kill some of them. I'd just as soon not get friendly." "Woodrow, those men ain't bad," Matilda said. "They sent their women to feed us. We ain't been fed as well since we left the last village. Why would you want to kill them?" "I might have to escape," Call said. "I ain't going to be a prisoner much longer. If I can't be free, I don't mind being dead." "What about Salazar?" Matilda said. "He's the one keeping you prisoner. We walked all this way with him. He ain't so bad, if you ask me. I've met plenty of worse Mexicans, and worse whites, too." Call didn't answer. He didn't welcome the kind of questions Matilda asked. Thinking about such things was foolish. He could think about them all through the night and be no less a prisoner when the sun came up. It was true that the old men of Las Palomas had been kindly, and that the women were generous with food. He didn't wish them ill, but he didn't intend to remain a prisoner much longer either. If he saw a chance to escape, he meant to take it, and he didn't mean to fail. Anyone who stood in his way would have to take the consequences. He didn't want to feel friendly toward people he might have to fight. Later, when the chill deepened, the women brought blankets to the church. Call wrapped up in his as tightly as he could, but he didn't sleep. Out the church door he could see Gus McCrae yarning with Long Bill Coleman and Bigfoot Wallace. No doubt now that he was warm and full, Gus had gone back to telling lies about his adventures on the riverboat. Or else he was telling them how he was going to marry the Forsyth girl as soon as he got back to Austin. Matilda had gone to sleep with her head bent forward on her chest. Call felt that he had been rude a little in not being able to answer her questions any better than he had. He didn't understand why women had such a need to question. He himself preferred just to let life happen and act when opportunity arose. Finally, though, as Matilda slept, he did get up and go out of the church, not so much to warm himself, the old men kept the fire blazing, as to hear what lies Gus McCrae was telling. Long Bill was pretending his hands were a harmonica again. He was whistling through them. Bigfoot Wallace had gone to sleep, his back against the wall of the church. Several of the old men were watching Gus as if he were a new kind of human, a kind their experiences had not prepared them for. A few of the village women, wrapped in heavy shawls, stood back a little from the fire. "Hello, Woodrow. Did you freeze out, or did you want to listen to Long Bill whistle on his fingers?" Gus asked. "I came out to whip you if you don't shut up," Call said. "You're talking so loud it's keeping this whole town awake." "Well, stop your ears if you think I'm loud," Gus said. But he made way for his friend, and Call sat down. The blaze felt good on his sore feet. Soon he bent forward and napped a little. Gus McCrae was still talking, and the yarn had something to do with a riverboat. In the morning, with frost on the cornfields and on the needles of the chaparral, Salazar provisioned his few troops for the march south. There were no horses in the village, but there were 2 mules, one of which Salazar requisitioned to carry their provisions. The Texans emerged from the church blinking in the strong sunlight. They had been given coffee and a little cheese made from goat's milk and were ready to march. "I'm in a hurry to see El Paso," Bigfoot said. "We couldn't get to it coming the other way, but maybe we'll make it coming from the north." "Yes, you will make it," Salazar said. "Then I expect they will send you on to the city of Mexico. There is a lake with many islands, and all the fruit is sweet. That is what I've been told." The people of Las Palomas were anxious to see that none of the troop, Texans or Mexicans, went hungry on the march south to El Paso. Though they knew that the party would be following the river, where there were several villages that could supply them, they piled so many provisions on the mule that the animal was scarcely visible under the many sacks and bags. Several of the Texans even had blankets pressed on them as protection against the chill nights. Captain Salazar was just turning to lead the party out of the village when they heard the sound of horses. The sound came from the south. "Reckon it's Indians?" Gus asked. Even though he was feeling more confident of his survival thanks to a good meal and a night beside a warm fire, he knew that they were not yet beyond the Apache country. What the villagers had to say about their stolen children was fresh in his mind. Captain Salazar listened for a moment. "No, it is not Indians," he said. "It's cavalry." "Lots of cavalry," Bigfoot said. "Maybe it's the American army coming to rescue us." "I'm afraid not, Senor," Salazar said. "It's the Mexican army, coming to march you to El Paso." All the villagers were apprehensive. They were not used to being visited by soldiers twice in 2 days. Some of the women crept back inside their little houses. The men, most of them elderly, stood where they were. In a few minutes, the horses they had been hearing clipped into town, 40 in all. The soldiers riding them were wearing clean uniforms, and all were armed with sabers, as well as rifles and pistols. At their head rode a small man in a smart uniform with many ribbons on his breast. The sun glinted on the 40 sabers in their sheaths. Beside the cavalry were several men on foot, so dark that Call couldn't tell whether they were Mexican or Indian. They trotted beside the horses. None of them looked tired. The Mexican soldiers who stood with Salazar looked embarrassed. Their own uniforms were torn and dirty. Some had no coats at all, only the blankets that had been given them by the people of Las Palomas. Some of them remembered that when they had started out from Santa Fe to catch the Texans, they had been as smartly dressed as the approaching cavalry. Now, in comparison to the soldiers from the south, they looked like beggars, and they knew it. The small man with the ribbons rode right up to Captain Salazar and stopped. He had a thin mustache that curled at the ends to a fine point. "You are Captain Salazar?" he asked. "Yes, Major," the captain said. "I am Major LaRoche," the small man said. "Why are these men not tied?" The major looked at the Texans with cold contempt. The tone of his voice made Call bristle. The thing that surprised Gus was that the major was white. He did not look Mexican at all. Captain Salazar looked discouraged. "I have walked a long way with these men, Major," he said. "Together we walk the dead man's walk. The reason they are not tied is because they know I will shoot them if they try to escape." Major LaRoche did not change expression. "Perhaps you would shoot at them, but would you hit them?" he asked. "I think it would be easier to hit them if they were tied, but that is not my point." Captain Salazar looked up, waiting for the major's point. He did not have to wait very long. "They are prisoners," the major said. "Prisoners should be tied. Then they should be put up against a wall and shot. That is what we would do with such men in France, if we caught them." The major looked at the dark men who trotted beside the horses. He said something to them. One of the dark men immediately went to the pack mule and came back with a handful of rawhide thongs. "Tie him first," the major said, pointing to Bigfoot. "Then tie the one who turned over the general's buggy. Which is he?" Salazar gestured toward Call. In a moment 2 of the dark men were beside him with the thongs. Bigfoot had already held out his hand so that the men could tie them, but Call had not. He tensed, ready to fight the dark men, but before his rage broke, Bigfoot and Salazar both spoke to him. "Let it be, Woodrow," Bigfoot said. "The major here is ready to shoot you, and it's too nice a morning to get shot." "He is right," Salazar said. Call mastered himself with difficulty. He held out his hands, and one of the dark men bound him tightly at the wrists with the rawhide thongs. In a few minutes, all the Texans were similarly bound.
"Perhaps you should chain them, too," Salazar said with a touch of sarcasm. "As you know, Texans are very wild."
Major LaRoche ignored the remark.
"Where is the rest of your troop, Captain?" he asked.
"Dead," Salazar said.
"The Apaches followed us into the Jornada del Muerto. They killed some. A bear killed 2. 6 starved to death." "But you had horses when you left Santa Fe," the major said. "Where are your horses?"
"Some are dead, and some were stolen," Salazar admitted. He spoke in a dull tone, not looking at the major, who sat ramrod stiff on his horse. When all the prisoners were bound, the major turned his horse. He looked down once more at Captain Salazar.
"I suggest ye go home, Captain," he said. "Your commanding officer will want to know why you lost half your men and all your horses. I'm told that you were well provisioned. No one should have starved."
"Gomez killed General Damasio, Major," Salazar said. "He killed Colonel Cobb, the man who led these Texans. He is the reason I lost the men and the horses." Major LaRoche curled the ends of his mustache once more.
"No officer in the Mexican army should be beaten by a savage," he said. "One day perhaps they will let me go after this Gomez. When I catch him, I will put a hook through his neck and hang him in the plaza in Santa Fe."
"You won't catch him," Call said. Major LaRoche looked briefly at Call.
"Is there a blacksmith in this village?"
he asked. No one spoke. The men of the village had all lowered their eyes.
"Very well," the major said. "If there were a blacksmith, I would chain this man now. But we cannot wait. I assure you, when we reach Las Cruces, I will see that you are fitted with some very proper irons."
Salazar had not moved. "Major, I have no horses," he said. "Am I to walk to Santa Fe? I am a captain in the army."
"A disgraced captain," Major LaRoche said. "You walked here, walk back."
"Alone?" Salazar asked.
"No, you can take your soldiers," Major LaRoche said. "I don't want them. They stink. If I were you, I would take them to the river and bathe them before you leave."
"We have little ammunition," Salazar said. "If we leave here without horses or bullets, Gomez will kill us all." The priest had come out of the church. He stood with his hands folded into his habit, watching.
"Ask that priest to say a prayer for you," Major LaRoche said. "If he is a good priest, his prayers might be better than bullets or horses."
"Perhaps, but I would rather have bullets and horses," Salazar said. Major LaRoche didn't answer. He had already turned his horse. The Texans were placed in the center of the column of cavalry. The cavalrymen behind them drew their sabers and held them ready across their saddles. Captain Salazar and his ragged troop stood in the street and watched the party depart. "Goodbye, Captain. If I was you, I'd travel at night," Bigfoot said. "If you stick to the river and travel at night, you might make it." The Texans looked once more at the captain who had captured them and the few men they had traveled so far with. There was no time for farewells. The cavalrymen with drawn sabers pressed close behind them. Matilda Roberts had not been tied. She passed close to Captain Salazar as she walked out of the village of Las Palomas. "Adios, Captain," she said. "You ain't a bad fella. I hope you get home alive." Salazar nodded, but didn't answer. He and his men stood watching as the Texans were marched south out of the village of Las Palomas. Major LaRoche made no allowance for weariness. By noon, the Texans were having a hard time keeping up with the pace he set. The pause for rest was only 10 minutes, the meal just a handful of corn. The mule that the villagers had so carefully provisioned had become the property of the Major's cavalry. The Texans hardly had time to sit before the march was resumed. While they ate their hard corn, they watched the Mexican cavalrymen eat the cheese the women of Las Palomas had provided for them. Gus was puzzled by the fact that a Frenchman was leading a company of Mexican cavalry. "Why would a Frenchie fight with the Mexicans?" he asked. "I know there's lots of Frenchies down in New Orleans, but I never knew they went as far as Mexico." "Money, I expect," Bigfoot said. "I never made much money fighting. I've mostly done it for the sport, but plenty do it for the money." "Can't you hear?" I asked you what are the reasons, Gus asked. Woodrow don't know why he likes to fight, Matilda said. He don't know why he turned that buggy over and got himself whipped raw. My Shad didn't know why he wandered. He was just a wandering man. Woodrow, he's a fighter.
It's all right to fight, Bigfoot said. But there's a time to fight and a time to let be. Right now we're hog-tied and we ain't got no guns. This ain't the time to fight.
They marched all afternoon and deep into the night, which was cold. Call kept up, though his foot was throbbing again. Major LaRoche sent the dark men ahead to scout. He himself never looked back at the prisoners. From time to time they could see him raise his hand to curl his mustache. In the morning, there was thin ice on the little puddles by the river. The men were given coffee. While they were drinking it, Major LaRoche lined his men up at rigid attention and rode down their ranks inspecting them. Now and then he pointed at something that displeased him, a girth strap not correctly secured, or a uniform not fully buttoned, or a saber sheath not shined. The men who had been careless were made to fall out immediately. The major watched while they corrected the problem. When he was finished with his own troops, the major rode over and inspected the Texans. They knew they were ragged and filthy, but when the Frenchmen looked down at them with pitiless eyes, they felt even dirtier and more ragged. The major saw Long Bill Coleman scratching himself. Most of the men had been troubled by lice.
"Gentlemen, you need a bath," he said. "We have a fine ceremony planned for you in El Paso. We will be there in 4 days. I'm going to untie you now so that you can bathe. We have a fine river here. Why waste it? Perhaps if you bathe in it every day until we reach our destination, you will be presentable when we hold the ceremony."
"What kind of ceremony would that be, Major?" Bigfoot asked.
"I will let that be a surprise,"
Major LaRoche said, not smiling. Gus had taken a strong dislike to Major LaRoche's manner of speaking. His talk was too crisp to Gus's ear. He didn't see why a Frenchman or anyone needed to be that sharp in speech. Talk that was slower and not so crisp would be a lot easier to tolerate, particularly on a cold morning when he had enough to do just keeping warm.
"I'm going to release you now for your bath," the major said. "I want you to take off those filthy clothes. We're going to burn them."
"Burn 'em?" Bigfoot said. "Major, we've got no other clothes to put on. I admit these are dirty and smelly, but if you burn them, we won't have a rag to put on."
"You have blankets," the major pointed out. "You can wrap those around you today. Tomorrow we will reach Las Cruces. When we get there, we will dress you properly, so that you won't disgrace yourselves when we hold the ceremony."
He nodded to the dark men who began to cut the rawhide thongs that bound the Texans. With the cavalry behind them, the Texans were marched to the Rio Grande. They were all apprehensive. None of them trusted the French major. Besides that, they were cold, and the Green River looked colder. The frost had not yet melted from the thorn bushes.
"Strip, gentlemen. Your bath awaits," Major LaRoche said.
The Texans hesitated. No one wanted to start undressing, but Major LaRoche was looking at them impatiently, and the cavalry was lined up behind him. "I guess you boys think you're gents," Matilda said. "I'm tired of stinking, so I'll be first if nobody cares." There was a titter from the cavalry when Matilda began to shed her clothes, but Major LaRoche whirled on his men angrily, and the titter died. Then he turned back and watched Matilda walk into the water.
"Hurry, gentlemen," the major said. "The lady has set you an example. Hurry, we have a march to make."
Reluctantly, the Texans began to strip while the Mexican cavalry watched Matilda Roberts splash in the Rio Grande. "I reckon it won't hurt us to get clean," Bigfoot said. "I'd prefer a big brass tub, but I guess this old river will do." He undressed. So finally did the rest of the men. They were encouraged slightly by the fact that Matilda, skinnier than she had been when she lifted the snapping turtle out of the Rio Grande, but still a large woman, splashed herself over and over, rubbing her arms and breasts with sand scooped from the shallows where she stood. "It might hurt us if we freeze," Gus said. "Oh, now, it's just water," Long Bill said. "If it ain't froze matty, I guess I can tolerate it." The water, when Call stepped in, was so cold he felt as if he had been burned. It sent a pain so deep into his sore foot that he thought for a moment the foot might have died. Gradually, though, wading up to his knees, he came to tolerate the water a little better, and began to follow Matilda's example, scooping sand from the shallow riverbed and rubbing himself. He was surprised at how white the bodies of the men were. Their faces were dark from the sun, but their bodies were white as fish bellies. While the Texans splashed, Major LaRoche decided to drill his troops a little. He put them through a saber drill, and then had them present muskets and advance as if into battle. Wesley Buttons, the youngest and most excitable of the three Buttons brothers, happened to glance ashore just as the cavalry was advancing with their muskets ready. Seeing the advancing Mexicans convinced Wesley that massacre was imminent. They had been expecting death for weeks, from Indians, from bears, from Mexicans, from the weather, and now here it came. "Run, boys! They mean to shoot us all!" he yelled, grabbing his two brothers Jackie and Charlie by the arms. Within a second, panic spread among the Texans, though Bigfoot Wallace at once saw that the Mexicans were merely drilling. He yelled out as loudly as he could, but his cry was lost. Half the Texans were already splashing deeper into the river, desperate suddenly to get across. The Mexican cavalry, and even Major LaRoche, were startled by the sudden panic which had seized the naked men. For a moment the Major hesitated, and in that moment Bigfoot ran toward the shore, meaning to run to where the Major sat on his horse and explain that the men had merely taken a fright. Call, Gus, and Matilda were downriver slightly near the bank where the Mexicans were assembled. Gus had cut his foot on a mussel shell. Call and Matilda were helping him out of the water when the panic started. Long Bill Coleman had already had enough of the freezing water. He'd walked back toward the pile of clothes, hoping to find a clean shirt or pants leg to dry himself with. "Boys, come back! Come back!" Bigfoot yelled, turning to look as he splashed ashore. But only the 5 or 6 men nearest him understood the command. One of the dark men had been attempting to burn the Texan's clothes. He was holding a stick of firewood to his shirt, hoping the filthy garment would ignite. At that moment, Major LaRoche saw Bigfoot coming and realized the Texans were merely scared. He motioned his cavalry forward, disgusted at the delay this foolish act of ignorance would cause him. Then a second later, the cavalry, primed to shoot, and excited by the fact that half the prisoners seemed to be escaping, rushed past the Major before he could stop them, firing at the fleeing men. "No, no, you stupids! Don't kill them! Don't kill them!" he yelled. But his words were lost in the rush of hoofs and the blast of muskets. He sat helpless and in a cold fury as his men spurred their horses into the river, some trying to reload their muskets, others slashing at the fleeing Texans with their sabers. Bigfoot, Call, Matilda, Gus, Long Bill, Wesley Buttons, and a few others struggled back to where the Major sat, hoping he would call off his troops. The dark men at once covered them with their guns. None of them, Texans, the Major, the dark men, could do anything but watch. Both Bigfoot and the Major were yelling, trying to call off the cavalry before all the fleeing Texans were shot or cut down. Bigfoot, holding up his hands to show that he meant no harm, walked as close to Major LaRoche as the dark men would let him get. "Major, ain't there no way to stop this?" he asked. "Don't you have a bugler at least?" Major LaRoche had taken out a spyglass and put it to his eye. Some of the naked men had made it across the narrow river, but many of the cavalrymen had crossed it too and were pursuing the running Texans through the cactus and scrub, slashing and shooting. Major LaRoche lowered the spyglass and shook his head. "I have no bugler, monsieur," he said. "I had one, but he became familiar with the alcalde's wife, and the alcalde shot him. It was a great annoyance, of course." When Gus looked back toward the river, all he could see were horses splashing and men trying to wade or swim, trying to escape the Mexican cavalry any way they could. But there was no way. As he watched, Jackie Buttons tried to dive under the belly of a horse, but the river was too shallow. Jackie came up, his face covered with mud, only to have a cavalryman shoot him down at point-blank range. "Oh, God, they're killing the boys! They're killing them all!" Matilda yelled. Quartermaster Bragnoli stood beside her, uncomprehending, his head jerking slightly, as it had jerked the whole of the long trek from the Palo Duro. Sometimes Matilda led him, but mostly Bragnoli walked alone. Now naked, he watched the destruction of the troop without seeming to understand it. Call watched too, silent. The men had been fools to run when the cavalry had only been practicing, but it was a folly that could not be corrected now. Charlie Buttons crawled out on the opposite shore and was at once hacked down by 2 soldiers. He fell back in the river, and the river carried him downstream, spilling blood into the water like a speared fish. "Major, can't you stop them?" Bigfoot yelled again. "There won't be a man of them left." "I'm afraid you're right," Major LaRoche said. "It will mean a much smaller ceremony when we reach El Paso. I expect the alcalde will be disappointed, and General Medina too." "Ceremony? Ceremony?" Those men weren't nothing but scared, Bigfoot said. There were floating bodies and swirls of blood all over the surface of the green water. John Green, a short ranger from Missouri, managed to wrest a saber from one of the cavalrymen, but when he tried to stab the soldier, he missed and stabbed the horse in the belly. The horse reared and fell, smashing John Green and the soldier he had tried to stab. The horse continued to flounder, but neither John nor the soldier rose again. "Monsieur, I have no bugler, as I said," Major LaRoche remarked, watching them coolly. "My men are soldiers, and they smell blood. It would take a cannon shot to stop them now, and I was not provided with a cannon." Across the river, Call and Gus could see men running. Some few of them had managed to get 100 yards or more from the river, but there were several cavalrymen for every Texan, and none escaped. Guns fired and sabers flashed in the bright sunlight. The few Texans on the east bank of the river watched the final stages of the massacre silently. Gus felt weak in the stomach. Call felt numb. Matilda Roberts had gone blank. She stared across the river, but her gaze was fixed on nothing. Long Bill Coleman stopped looking. He sat down and heaped sand on his naked legs as a child might. Major LaRoche smoked. Finally, when all the Texans were dead, the Mexican troops began to return. Some had gone almost a mile west of the river in their pursuit of the Texans. Some were still in the water, stabbing or shooting at any white body that seemed to have life in it. Major LaRoche looked at the sun and finally rode his horse down to the river. He didn't yell or gesture. He merely sat there, but one by one his men noticed him. Slowly they came to themselves. One or two looked embarrassed. They looked to the east bank and saw that only a few Texans were left alive. A young soldier had just thrust his saber into one of the floating bodies. Call knew the man only as Bob. The saber stuck in Bob's breastbone, and the young cavalryman was unable to pull it out. He yanked harder and harder, lifting Bob's body completely out of the water at one point, but the saber was stuck. He could not pull it free, and he was aware that the Major was watching him critically as he smoked. "Poor Bob, he's gone, and that boy can't get him off his sword," Bigfoot said. He walked down to the water and motioned for the soldier to pull the body to shore. Nervously, the young cavalryman did as Bigfoot asked. The body trailed a ribbon of blood, which was quickly carried downstream. When the soldier drew the body to shore, Bigfoot took it and carried it a few yards up the bank. He motioned for Call and Gus to come help him, and they did. The young rangers held the cold body of the dead man steady. Bigfoot carefully put his foot on the dead man's chest and with a great heave pulled the saber out. "Why, that wasn't near as hard as getting that Comanche lance out of your hip," Bigfoot observed. He handed the saber to the young soldier, who took it with a hangdog look. Major LaRoche rode his horse across the river, looking upstream and down as he counted the corpses. Then he rode up on the west bank and began to bring back his soldiers. As they rode back across the river, they swished their bloody sabers in the water before shoving them back in their scabbards. While they were crossing, the horse with the saber stuck in its belly floundered out of the river and stumbled past Call and Gus. Call made a lucky grab and pulled the saber free. For a moment, looking at the bodies of his friends dead on the far bank or in the river, he felt a rage building. 4 Mexican soldiers were in the river coming right toward him. Call looked at them, the saber in his hand. The soldiers saw the look and were startled. One of them raised his musket. "Don't, Woodrow," Gus said as another of the soldiers lifted his gun. "They won't just whip you this time, they'll kill you." "Not before I kill a few of them," Call said. But he knew his friend was right. The Mexican cavalry, led by the stern major, was coming back across the Rio Grande. He could not fight a whole cavalry without giving up his life. The rage was in him, but he did not want to give up his life. When the major rode up, Call held the saber out to him. The major took it without comment. Gus was looking across the river. The Mexicans had made no effort to bring back the bodies of the dead Texans. Some of those killed in the river had floated downstream, almost out of sight. Jackie Button's body was stuck on a snag near the far bank. Jackie floated on his back, the green water washing over his face. "I'll miss Jackie," Gus said to Matilda. "He was slow at cards. Maybe that's why I liked him so." Matilda was still naked, mud on her legs. "I wish I'd never looked when the killing started," she said. "I don't like to look at killings, not when it's boys I know." "Matty, I don't either," Gus said. He was wishing that the body of Jackie Buttons would come loose from its snag and float on down the river. He had often cheated Jackie at cards. Not for much cash, but steadily over the months of their travels. Now he regretted it. He knew Jackie Buttons was a little slow-minded. It would have been better just to deal the cards fairly. Perhaps now and again Jackie would have won a hand or two. But he had not dealt the cards fairly, and in all their playing Jackie Buttons had not won a single hand. Now he never would, because he was floating on his back in a river, water coursing over his dead eyes through his open mouth. "Oh, dern," he said, and began to cry. He cried so hard he knelt down, covering his face with his arm. He was hoping that when he looked up again the body of the comrade he had cheated would be gone. Matilda came out of her trance and put her hand on Gus's shoulder. "Are you crying for one of them or for all of them?" she asked. "Just for Jackie," Gus said when he was calmer. "I cheated him at cards. He wasn't no card player, but every single time I played him I cheated." "Well, Jackie won't mind now," Matilda said, "but you ought to stop dealing them cards so sly, Augustus. Some day you'll meet somebody who'll be as quick with a gun as you are with an ace." "No, I won't," Gus said. "I'm always slyer than anybody when it comes to cards." Matilda looked over at Call. He'd given up his saber, but not his rage. He looked as he had looked the day he turned the general's buggy over in order to get at Caleb Cobb. "I'll be glad to get you boys home," she said. "Woodrow's a fighter and you're a cheat. If I can just get you home, I don't want to hear of you joining no expeditions." Gus sat down by the water's edge. He suddenly felt very tired. "All right, Matty," he said. "Get up. Let's go. The Major's waiting," Matilda said. The Mexican cavalry passed so close that water from the horses' legs splashed on them. Gus didn't think he could get up. His legs had simply given out. But Matilda Roberts offered her a strong hand. Gus took it and got to his feet. Call was still standing as if frozen, looking at the corpses in the river. "I don't expect there'll be no burying," Bigfoot said as Gus and Matilda came up. His guess was right. There was no burying. Woodrow Call stood where he was, looking at the blood-streaked river, until the dark men came to tie his wrists and lead him away. Major LaRoche was a believer in cold-water bathing. He himself bathed every morning at dawn in the Rio Grande. 3 cavalrymen were required to shield him with a ring of sheets while he sat in the icy river breathing deeply. When he finished, he insisted that each horse be led into the river where they could be brushed until their coats shone. Often while the horses were being brushed, the Major would mount and practice with his own fine saber, slashing at cactus apples while racing at full speed. The Texans were allowed blankets and a good fire, but they still had no clothes. Though Call despised Major LaRoche, he could not help being impressed by the Major's skill with a saber. Sometimes he would have his men throw gourds in the air for him to slash as he raced. His horsemanship was also a thing of skill. The Major could turn his mount in mid-stride if one of the gourds was thrown too far to the right or the left. His saddle was polished to a high gleam. He seemed to enjoy this morning practice more than the rest of his duties. All day he rode at the head of his column of cavalry, seldom looking back. Once, as they were nearing Las Cruces, a jackrabbit sped beneath the Major's horse. In a second the Major was after the rabbit. He overtook the jack within 50 yards and with one stroke severed its head. Then he handed the saber to his orderly to clean and resumed his ride at the head of the column. "I don't like them dandified little saddles," Gus remarked. "Why not?" Call asked. "That Frenchie sits his like he was glued to it." "He won't be glued to it if Buffalo Hump gets after him," Gus said. He knew that they were close to El Paso. Beyond it was the wilderness where Buffalo Hump had killed Josh Corn and Zeke Moody. Lately the thought of the big Comanche had been often on his mind. Call didn't answer. He had not been listening very closely. He thought himself to be an adequate rider, but he knew he could not control a horse as well as the little French Major, nor as well as the humpback Comanche, who had raced across the desert holding a human body across his horse while he rode bareback. The Frenchman, running at full speed, had sliced the jackrabbit's head off as neatly as if he was sitting at a table cutting an onion. The Comanche had scalped Ezekiel Moody while racing just as fast. No ranger that Call had yet seen could ride as well as either the Comanche or the Frenchman. Gus McCrae was a better rider than he was, but Gus would be no match for either the Major or Buffalo Hump in a fight. Call resolved that if he survived, he would learn as much as he could about correct horsemanship. "The Major's better mounted," Call said. The Major rode a bay thoroughbred, deep-chested and fast. Buffalo Hump would get him with that lance, Gus said. He nearly got me with that lance, remember? I didn't say he couldn't, Call said. But the next day he watched the Major as he put the horse through his morning paces. Gus was annoyed that Call would bother watching such a man exercise his horse. I don't like the way he curls his damn mustache, Gus said. If I had a mustache, I'd just let it grow wild. Let it grow any way you want, Call said. I got no opinion. At the village of Mesilla, just south of Las Cruces, the surviving Texans, there were only 10, not counting Matilda, were finally given clothes, shirts that fell to the knees, and pants that were baggy and rough. Then as Major LaRoche watched, an old blacksmith put the 10 Texans in leg irons. The leg irons were heavier than the ones they had worn in Anton Chico, and the chains were too short for any of the men to take a full stride. "Major, I could crawl to El Paso faster than I can walk on these darn ankle bracelets," Bigfoot said. "You won't have to walk, monsieur," the Major said. "We have a fine wagon for you to ride in. We want you to be rested for our little ceremony." The fine wagon turned out to be an ox cart drawn by an old black ox. The 10 men fit in the wagon, but Matilda didn't. Gus offered to give her his place, but Matilda shook her head. "I've walked this far," she said. "I reckon I can walk on into town." Ahead, northeast of the river, they could see a gray mountain looming. Although the men were chained and the ox cart bumped along at a slow pace, the cavalrymen kept pace around it with their sabers drawn. After 2 hours of bumping along, Gus's bladder began to trouble him. But when he started to slide out of the wagon to take a piss, the soldiers leveled their sabers at him. "All right, then, if that's the rule, I'll just piss over the side," Gus said, standing up. "I don't want to wet my new pants." He stood up and peed off the end of the ox cart, watched by the soldiers with the sabers. In time, several of the Texans did the same. It was dusk when the cart bumped into the outskirts of El Paso. A strong wind was blowing, whirling dust into their faces. They could not see the mountain ahead or the river to the west. As night came, the wind rose higher, and the dust obscured everything. Now and then they passed little huts. Dogs barked, and a few people came out to look at the soldiers. Matilda kept her hand on the side of the ox cart. The dust was blowing so thickly that she was afraid she might lose her way and be without her companions. In the cart, the men hid their heads and waited for the journey to be over. Now and then Carl looked out for a minute. He saw a few more buildings. "I guess they call it the Pass of the North because all this darn wind out of New Mexico blows through it," Bigfoot said. "If it gets much stronger, it'll be blowing pigs at us." As he said it, they heard over the keening wind a faint sound that they could not identify. "What's that?" Bigfoot asked. Call, whose hearing was as keen as Gus McCrae's sight, was the first to identify the sound. "It's a bugle," he said. "I guess they're sending the army now." Ahead through the dust, they saw what seemed to be moving lights. Soon a line of infantrymen with lanterns, led by a captain and a bugler, met the cavalrymen. The bugler continued to blow his horn, although the wind snatched the sound away almost before the notes were sounded. The soldiers with the lanterns formed a line beside the ox cart as it bumped along toward the town. One soldier, startled by the sudden appearance of a large woman at his side, dropped his lantern, which smashed on a rock. The infantry captain yelled at the soldier. Then he in turn was startled as Matilda Roberts appeared, almost at his elbow. Then he heard shouts and the sound of snarling dogs. There was a shot, and several of the cavalrymen galloped ahead. The snarling got louder. There were more shots, and then a squeal from one of the dogs. A minute later, Major LaRoche, his saber drawn, rode close to the ox cart and peered in at the Texans. "The dogs are hungry," he said. "Stay in your wagon and you will be safe." Then Matilda yelled. "There's a dog got me! There's dogs all in with these horses!" she cried. Major LaRoche turned and disappeared. Bigfoot, Gus, and Long Bill Coleman managed to pull Matilda into the wagon. "One of them dogs bit my leg," Matilda said, gasping. "I'm bloody." Just as she said it, the black ox turned and the cart almost tipped. 3 wild dogs jumped in it, snarling and biting. "Well, this is Dogtown, I guess," Bigfoot said. He managed to heave one of the dogs out of the cart. The other 2, after snarling and snapping at the men, leaped out themselves. Matilda Roberts sobbed and clung to Gus. The dogs had rushed out at her so quickly that it unnerved her. Through it all, the bugler continued to play, although the snatches of sound came from farther away. "I think that bugler's lost," Gus said. "He'd be lucky if them dogs don't get him." The wind rose higher. Lanterns only a few feet from the wagons were hard to see. Now and then a horse neighed. So much sand had blown into the ox cart that the men were sitting in it. Sand had sifted down the men's loose clothes. It coated their hair. Then abruptly the wind stopped. The cart had turned a corner near a high wall. The sand still swirled above the wall, but for a moment the men were protected. When they lifted their heads, sand from their hair and their collars fell inside their shirts. Through the dusty air they saw a nimbus of light approaching. It was Major Laroche, with a soldier beside him carrying a large lantern. The major was wrapped in a great gray cloak, with a hood that came over his head. His mustache was still neatly curled. He seemed not at all affected by the storm.
"Welcome to the Pass of the North, messieurs," he said. "I have brought you to the convent of San Lazaro. In the morning, the alcalde of El Paso will be here, with his staff, to watch the little ceremony we have planned. We have a warm room waiting for you, and you will be well fed."
"When do we get to know what this ceremony is all about?" Bigfoot asked. "Might be one of those things I'd rather sleep through."
"You will not sleep through this one, Monsieur Wallace," the major said. "This is what you have walked across Texas and New Mexico for. I assure you, you would not want to miss it."
Then the major was gone, and the light with him. A gate creaked open. Several figures stood beside it in the darkness, but the sand swirled through as the cart passed inside the walls. Call couldn't see well enough to tell whether the figures were men or women. The cart they had been traveling in was so cramped that several of the Texans had to stretch their legs slowly before they could walk. When they were all mobile, they were marched across a dusty, windy courtyard by the shadowy figures who had opened the gate. A few of the cavalrymen with their lanterns came in the courtyard with the Texans, but they stayed close to the men and avoided the dim figures who led them. All the people inside the walls were wrapped in heavy cloaks. They led the Texans across the courtyard silently. All of the figures had the cloaks wrapped closely around their faces. Bigfoot Wallace had so much sand in his boots that he found it difficult to walk. Big as his feet were, he considered them to be appendages to be cared for correctly. They had taken him across Texas and New Mexico successfully, and now they yet might have to take him farther, to Mexico City, it was rumored. Sand often contained sandburrs. He had once got a badly infected toe because he had neglected the prick of a sandburr. The others marched into the room they were shown to, but Bigfoot calmly sat down and emptied his boots, one by one. He wanted to do it outside rather than risk emptying burrs into the quarters they were being shown into. Some of the boys were nearly barefoot as it was. He didn't want to bring burrs inside where one of them could get stepped on and infect someone else. As he sat, one of the dim figures, with a very small light, a candle whose flame licked in the wind, came and stood beside him. Bigfoot was grateful for the light, small though it was. Sandburrs were small and not easy to see. He didn't want to miss any. He wiped off the soles of his feet carefully and prepared to pull his boots back on when he happened to glance toward the small flickering light of the candle. Whoever was holding the candle cupped a hand around it to shield the flame from the puffs of wind. That, too, was considerate, but what caught Bigfoot's eye was the hand itself. The hand was the hand of a skeleton, just bone, with a few pieces of loose, blackened flesh hanging from one of the fingers. In all his years on the frontier, Bigfoot Wallace had never had such a shock. He had seen many startling sights, but never a skeleton holding a candle. He was so shocked that he dropped the boot he had been about to put on. His hands, steady through many fierce battles, began to shake and tremble. He could not even locate the boot he had just dropped. The presence holding the candle, Bigfoot was not sure he could call it a person, bent in an effort to be helpful, and held the candle closer to the ground so that Bigfoot could pick up his boot. When he fumbled, the presence bent even closer with the candle. Bigfoot looked up, hoping to see a human face, and received an even greater shock, for the person holding the candle had no nose, just a dark hole. Where he had expected to see eyes, he could see nothing. A hand that was mostly bone held the candle, and the form the hand belonged to had no nose. Then the wind rose higher, and the candle flickered. Bigfoot was so shaken that he forgot the sandburrs. He even forgot his boots. He stood up and walked barefoot straight through the doorway into the room where his companions were. He almost ran through the door, running into Matilda Roberts and knocking her into Gus. There was no light at all in the room. The wind whooshed past the door and the sand blew in. Then someone outside closed the door and a key grated in the lock. When Matty knocked Gus down, Gus fell into Long Bill. No one knew what was happening in the pitch-dark room. "Woodrow, where are you?" Gus cried. "Someone knocked Matty down." "It was nobody but me," Bigfoot said. He realized at that moment that he had forgotten his boots, and he turned to go back for them only to find the door locked. He didn't know whether to be relieved or frightened that he was inside. It was so dark he could see no one. He'd only known he shoved Matilda Roberts because none of the Rangers were that large. "Oh, Lord, Matty," he said. "Oh, Lord, I seen something bad." "What?" Matilda asked. "I didn't see nothing but folks wrapped in serapes." "It was so bad, I don't want to tell it," Bigfoot said. "Well, tell it," Matilda insisted. "I seen a skeleton holding a candle," Bigfoot said. "I guess they put us in here with the dead." All night the Rangers huddled in pitch darkness, not knowing what to expect. Bigfoot, when questioned, would only say that he had seen a skeleton holding a candle, and that when he looked up he had seen a face with no nose. "But how would you breathe with no nose?" Long Bill asked. "You wouldn't need to breathe," Gus said. "If it was just a big hole there, the air would go right into your head." "You don't need it in your head, Gus. You need it in your lungs." "What about eyes?" Long Bill asked. "That's right. Didn't it have eyes?" Don Shane asked. The mere sound of Don Shane's deep voice startled everyone almost as much as Bigfoot's troubling report. Don Shane, a thin man with a black beard, was the most silent man in the Ranger troop. He had walked all the way across Texas and Mexico, enduring hunger and cold without saying more than 6 words, but the thought of a person with no nose brought him out of his silence. He felt he would like to know about the eyes. After all, Comanches sometimes cut the noses off their women. A barber in Shreveport had once slashed Don's own nose badly. The barber had been drunk, but a person without eyes would be harder to tolerate, at least in Don Shane's view. "I didn't see eyes," Bigfoot said, "but it had a sheet wrapped over its head. There could have been eyes under that sheet." "If there were no eyes, that's bad," Long Bill said. "It's bad anyway," Gus said. "Why would a skeleton be wanting to hold a candle?" No one had an answer to that question. Call was in a corner. He took no part in the discussion. He thought Bigfoot was probably just imagining things. Gus's question was a good one. A skeleton would have no reason to light their way to the prison cell. Perhaps Bigfoot had gone to sleep in the ox cart and had a dream he hadn't quite waked out of. Skeletons were more likely in dreams than in Mexican prisons. It was true that the Mexican soldiers had seemed a little nervous when they brought them into the prison, but that could well have been because the wild dogs had attacked them. Wild dogs ran in packs. They were known to be worse killers than wolves. They sometimes killed cattle and even horses. The fact was they were locked in until morning and wouldn't find out the truth about the skeleton until the sun came up. There was no window in the room they had been put in. When the sun did come up, they only knew it because of a thin line of light under the door. When the door opened, Major LaRoche stood there, in a fancier uniform than he had worn during the journey from Las Palomas. His mustache was curled at the ends, and he wore a different saber, one with a gold handle, and a scabbard plated with gold. Through the door they could see a line of chairs, and 5 men with towels and razors waiting behind the chairs. In front of the chairs were small tables with wash basins on them. "Good morning, messieurs," the major said. "You all look weary. Perhaps it would refresh you to have a nice shave. We want you to look your best for our little ceremony." The Rangers came out blinking into the bright sunlight. The wind had died in the night. The day was clear, and no dust blew. Bigfoot stepped out cautiously. He had almost convinced himself that the skeleton with the candle had been a dream. When he sat down to get the sandburrs out of his boots, he might have nodded for a moment and dreamed the skeletal hand. "I guess a shave would be enjoyable," he said. But before the words were out of his mouth, a shrouded figure walked up and held out the boots he had left in the courtyard last night. This time the whole company, Matilda included, saw what he had seen in the courtyard. The hand that held the boots was almost skeletal, with just a little loose flesh hanging from 1 or 2 fingers. Such flesh as there was black. The figure turned quickly, and the hood was wrapped closely around it. No one could see whether it had eyes or a nose, but all had seen the bony hand, and it was enough to stop them in their tracks. They looked, and around the edge of the large courtyard, back under the balconies, there were more figures, all of them wrapped in white sheets or white cloaks. The Texans looked at the barbers, standing behind the 5 chairs with their towels and razors. They looked like normal men, but the white figures under the balconies made the Texans feel uneasy. Long Bill did a hasty count of people in sheets and came up with 26.
"Go on, gentlemen. You'll feel better once you've been shaved and barbed," the Major said.
"I guess I wouldn't mind a shave," Bigfoot said. "What worries me is these skeletons. One of them just brought me my boots." Major LaRoche curled the ends of his mustache. For the first time that any of the Texans could remember, he looked amused.
"They aren't skeletons, Monsieur Wallace," he said. "They are lepers. This is San Lazaro, the leper colony."
"Oh, Lord," Long Bill said. "So that's it. I seen a leper once. It was in New Orleans. The one I seen didn't have no hands at all." "What about eyes?" Gus asked. "Can they see?" Major LaRoche had already walked off, leaving Long Bill to deal with the technical questions about lepers. "It was a while ago. I think it could see," Long Bill said. "These can see," Bigfoot said. "It seen my boots and brought them to me." "Yeah, but what if the leprosy is in your boots now?" Bill asked. "If you put them boots on, your foot might rot off." Bigfoot had just started to pull on his right boot. He immediately abandoned that effort and the boots, too. "I'll just stay barefoot for a while," he said. "I'd rather get a few sandburrs in my feet than to turn into a darned skeleton." Gus was more disturbed than the rest of the troop by the white figures standing around the courtyard. They had a ghostly appearance to him. "Well, but what are lepers, Bill?" Gus asked. "Are they dead or alive?" "The one I seen looked kind of in between," Long Bill said. "It was moving, so I guess it wasn't full dead, but it didn't have no hands. It was like part of it had died and part of it hadn't." Major LaRoche had been giving his troops a brief inspection. He turned back impatiently and gestured for the Texans to hurry on out to the row of barbers. "Come, your shaves," he said. "The alcalde will not like it if he comes here and finds you looking like shaggy beasts." "Major, we're a little nervous about them lepers," Bigfoot admitted. "Bill here's the only one of us who has ever seen one." "The lepers are patients here," the Major said. "They will not hurt you. Those of you who stay here will soon get used to them." "I hope I ain't staying here if it means living around people without no skin on their bones," Gus said. The Major looked at him with amusement. "Who stays will depend on the beans," the Major said. Then, without explaining, he walked away. Half the Texans sat down in the barber chairs to be shaved while the others stood watching. The warm sun felt good. So in time did the warm water the barbers used. While Call, who was in the first group, was being wiped clean, he happened to look up to the walkway that ran around the second story of the convent. There he saw several figures, draped in white, grouped around a smaller figure. The smaller figure was dressed entirely in black. The black figure was not draped as the others were. She was veiled and gloved. Call saw gloved hands gripping the railing of the walkway. They were small hands. He supposed the black figure must be a woman, but as he was getting up from the barber chair, the great gates to San Lazaro swung open, and a large fancy carriage swept in, preceded and followed by cavalrymen on freshly brushed horses. Major LaRoche rushed over and spoke rapidly to the barbers, instructing them to hurry with the second group of Texans. Matilda had been given a wash basin and warm water. She washed her face and arms while the Texans were being shaved. In the carriage was a fat man in the most elaborate uniform they had seen, and 4 women. Cavalrymen with drawn sabers flanked the carriage, and Major LaRoche motioned an orderly to help the alcalde out. Several comfortable chairs were placed in the courtyard. The alcalde and his women sat in them, and infantrymen opened large parasols and held them over the alcalde and his ladies to protect them from the sun. The barbers, made nervous by the presence of the alcalde and under orders to hurry, did hastier work with the second group of Texans. Both Bigfoot and Long Bill suffered small nicks as the result of this haste, but it was not the hasty barbering that worried the Texans. It was what was going to happen to them next. The ceremony that Major LaRoche had mentioned to them several times was about to happen. The fat alcalde and 4 women, all dressed in gay clothes, had come to watch it, and yet the Texans had no idea what the ceremony might consist of. Call noticed, though, that 10 Mexican soldiers with muskets had lined up in front of a wall in one corner of the courtyard. They stood there in the sun, holding their muskets. Near them stood a priest in a brown habit. "They're going to shoot us," Call said. "There's the firing squad. We should have run with the boys when they charged the river." Bigfoot looked at the soldiers and drew the same conclusion. "If it wasn't chained up at the ankles, we might jump the wall. 1 or 2 of us might make it out, but I figured they'd run us down in a day or 2, or them dogs would eat us." "Me, I'd just as soon be shot as to be eaten by a damn bunch of curs," Long Bill said. "Oh, they ain't going to shoot us. We're supposed to be marched to Mexico City," Gus said. "This here is just a show of some kind for that big Mexican." Call was skeptical. "They don't need a priest and a firing squad if it's just a show," he said. When the last Texan was barbered, they were lined up behind the tables where the basins sat. Then the stools were removed, and all but one of the tables. Major LaRoche stepped crisply toward them, carrying an earthen jar. He sat the jar on the table. It had a cloth over it, which he did not at first remove. "At last we come to the moment of our ceremony," he said. "You are all guilty of attempting to overthrow the lawful government of New Mexico. By the normal laws of war, you would all be shot, but the authorities have decided to be merciful." "Merciful how?" Bigfoot asked. "Some will live, and some will die," the major said. "There are 10 of you, not counting the woman. The woman we will spare. But the 10 of you are soldiers, and must take the consequences of your actions." "Most of us already have," Call said. They were going to shoot them all. He was sure of that. He saw no reason to stand there and listen to a French soldier make fancy speeches at them for the benefit of a fat Mexican. The major paused and looked at him. "We started from Texas with nearly 200 men," Call said. "Now we're down to 10. I'd call that punishment. I don't know what you'd call it." "There's but the fortunes of war, monsieur," Major LaRoche said. "Here's how our ceremony will work. In the jar I have placed before you are 10 beans. 5 of them are white and 5 are black. Each of you will be blindfolded. You will come to the bowl and draw a bean. The 5 who draw white beans will live. The 5 who draw black beans will die. We have a priest, as you can see, and we have a firing squad. So, gentlemen, who would like to be the first to draw a bean?" There was a pause. Gus and Long Bill glanced at Bigfoot Wallace, but Bigfoot had his eyes on the nearest soldier with a musket. He was not thinking about white beans or black, not yet. He was thinking that he might try to grab a musket, shoot the major or the fat alcalde, and try to get over the wall with a few of the boys. The leg irons were the deuce to cope with, but if a few of them could get over the wall with a musket or 2, at least they would have a chance to die fighting. He didn't trust the Mexicans in the matter of the beans. It might be that all the beans in the bowl were black. It was probably just a ruse to give them hope when there was no hope. Call didn't trust the beans either, but he didn't intend to stay like a coward and wait for someone to move, so he stepped forward in front of the table that held the bowl. A soldier with a black bandana in his hand stood near the table. "Ah, good. Our first volunteer," the major said. He looked for a moment at the soldier with the bandana. "Be sure that you blindfold him well," the major said. The bowl with the beans in it had a white cloth over it. The soldier came up behind Call and put the bandana over his eyes. He pulled it tight and knotted it quickly in place. The soldier knew his job. Call couldn't see a thing. The bandana let through no light at all. The blindfold alone did not satisfy Major LaRoche. He picked up the jar of beans, took the cloth off it, and walked around behind Call. "A blindfold can slip," he said. "I'm going to hold the jar behind you, just below your left hand. When you are ready, reach in and pick your bean." Call felt his hand bump the side of the jar. He didn't know what to expect, but he put his hand in the bowl anyway. It occurred to him that it was just a trick of some kind. There could be spiders or scorpions in the bowl, even a small snake. Bigfoot had pointed out to him that the smallest rattlesnakes were often the deadliest. Perhaps the firing squad was just for show. Immediately, though, he realized that his suspicions were foolish. In the bottom of the bowl were a few beans. There was no way to choose between them, so he took one and pulled his hand out of the bowl. The soldier immediately began to untie the blindfold. "You were brave enough to start, monsieur, and your courage has been rewarded," Major LaRoche said. Call looked in his palm and saw that the bean was white. "You will live," the major said. "Step to the side, please. We need another volunteer." Bigfoot Wallace immediately stepped forward. Call's luck had persuaded him that there really were beans in the brown jar. He abandoned his plan to try to steal a musket and leap the wall. Mostly, through the years, in situations that were life and death, his luck had held. Call had drawn a white bean. He might also. There was no point in flinching from the gamble. Bigfoot had a head to match his more famous appendages. The blindfold, which had been easy to knot around Call's head, would barely go around Bigfoot's. By pulling hard, the soldier assigned to do the blindfolding could just get the ends of the bandana to meet, but he could not pull it tight enough to knot it. "We should have cut your hair, Monsieur Wallace," the major said. "The blindfold won't fit you." "I can just squinch up my eyes," Bigfoot said. "The beans are behind me anyway. I can't see behind myself." "Maybe not, but rules are rules," the major said. "You must be blindfolded." He motioned to another soldier, who held the other end of the bandana. The two soldiers pressed the blindfold tightly against Bigfoot's eyes. "I couldn't see a bolt of lightning if one was to strike right in front of me," Bigfoot said. "The bowl is below your left hand," Major LaRoche said. "Please draw your bean." Bigfoot took out a bean and held it in his palm. Even before the soldier dropped his blindfold, he heard a cry from one of the ladies who sat with the alcalde. When he looked in his palm, he saw that the bean was black. "The count is 1-1, Major LaRoche said. One of the ladies sitting with the alcalde had fainted at the sight of the black bean. Two of the other women were fanning her. The alcalde paid no attention to the women. He did not seem very interested in the Texans or in the drama of life and death that was unfolding in front of him. A boil on his hand seemed to interest him more. He picked at it with a tiny knife and then wiped it with a fine white handkerchief. Bigfoot looked at the bean in his hand and then put it in his pocket. Two soldiers moved him a short distance in the direction of the wall where the firing squad waited. Bigfoot glanced back at his comrades, the Texans still waiting to draw. "Goodbye, boys. I guess I'll be the first to be shot," he said. As he waited, he pulled the black bean out of his pocket several times and looked at it. In his years on the frontier, he had been in threat of his life many times, from bullets, tomahawks, arrows, lances, knives, horses, bears, Comanche, Apache, Kiowa, Sioux, Pawnee. Yet his life had finally been lost to an unlucky choice of beans in the courtyard of a leper colony in El Paso. The rangers still waiting were stunned. Bigfoot, more than any other man, had led them to safety across the prairies. He had outlasted their commanders and taught them the tricks of survival. He had helped them find food and had located rivers and water holes for them. Yet now he was doomed. "Bye, Matty," Bigfoot said, waving to Matilda. Then he had a thought. "Will you sing over me, Matty?" he asked. He remembered that his aunts had sung beautifully back in Kentucky long ago. "I'll sing a song for you. I'll try to remember one," Matilda said. "I'll do it. You were a true friend to my shad." Don Shane stepped up next and drew a black bean. Silent as usual, Don didn't speak or change expression. Quartermaster Bragnoli, who was still glassy-eyed and whose head still jerked, stood at attention while being blindfolded. He drew a white bean. Joe Turner, a stocky fellow from Houston who spoke with a slow stutter, came next and drew a black bean. He and Don were marched over to stand with Bigfoot. Bragnoli moved over and stood with Call. Gus stood by Long Bill Coleman. Wesley Button stood with two cousins named Pete and Roy. No one could remember their last names. Neither Wesley nor Pete nor Roy seemed inclined to advance to the table where the jar waited. Long Bill turned and looked at Gus. "Well, do you want to go and draw?" he asked. He himself was not anxious to step forward and be blindfolded, but the Texans' ranks were thinning. A turn could not be avoided much longer. Gus knew he ought to take a bold approach to the gamble ahead, the sort of approach he had always taken at cards or dice. But this was not cards or dice. This was life or death, and he did not feel bold. He looked at Mattie, who was crying. He looked at Major LaRoche and at the fat alcalde, who was still picking at his boil. "Woodrow went first, maybe I'll be the last," Gus said. "I expect you're hoping somebody will use up all them black beans before you get there," Long Bill said. "The way I count it, there's 2 of them damn black ones left." Gus didn't answer. He felt very frightened, and a good deal annoyed with Woodrow Call for being so quick to volunteer. If he himself had been given a moment to steady his nerves, he might have gone first and drawn the same white bean that Woodrow drew. Woodrow Call was too impatient. Everyone agreed with that. Wesley Buttons went next, while Long Bill was thinking about it. He drew a white bean. Gus and Long Bill were both chagrined that they had not stepped forward more quickly. Now Wesley was safe, but they weren't. Long Bill felt a terrible anxiety growing in him. He could not stand the worrying any longer. He bolted forward so quickly that he almost overturned the table where the jar with the beans sat.
"Come, monsieur, come," the Major said. "There is no need to bump our table."
"Well, but I'm ready now," Long Bill said. "I want to take my turn."
"Of course you shall take your turn," the Major said.
The blindfold was tied in place and the bowl moved below Long Bill's left hand. He quickly thrust his hand into the bowl and felt the beans. Before he could choose one, though, an anxiety seized him. It gripped him so suddenly and so strongly that he could not make his fingers pick out a bean. He froze for several seconds, his hand deep in the jar. He wondered if black beans felt rougher than white beans, or whether it might be the other way around. Major LaRoche waited a bit, then cleared his throat.
"Monsieur, you must choose," he said. "Come, be brave like your comrades. Choose a bean."
Desperately, Long Bill did as he was told. He forced his trembling fingers to clutch a bean, but no sooner had he lifted it free of the pot than he dropped it. The soldier with the bandana bent to pick it up. Then he took the blindfold off and handed the bean to Long Bill. The bean was white. Pete went next. He turned his blindfolded face up to the sky as if seeking instruction before he drew. He didn't seem to be praying, but he held his face up for a moment to the warm sun. Then he drew a black bean. That left 2 men, Gus and the skinny fellow named Roy. At the thought that he might be the last to draw, which would condemn him for sure if Roy was lucky enough to draw a white bean, Gus jumped forward almost as quickly as Long Bill had. When he put his hand in the jar, he realized that the Mexicans had not been lying about the number of beans. There were only 2 beans left, one for him and one for Roy. One had to be white, the other black. He pushed first one bean and then the other with his finger, remembering all the times he had thrown the dice. He always threw quickly. It didn't help his luck to cling to the dice. He took a bean and pulled his hand out, but when the soldier removed the blindfold he could not immediately bring himself to open his eyes. He held out his hand with the bean in his palm. Everyone saw that it was white before he did. Roy went pale when he saw the white bean in Gus's palm. "I guess that does it for me," he said quietly, as if speaking to himself. But he went through the blindfolding calmly and drew the last black bean. Then he walked with a steady step over to join the men who were to die. Gus stepped in the other direction and stood by Call. "You shouldn't have waited so long," Call told him. "Well, you went first and nobody told you to," Gus said, still annoyed. "There were 5 black beans in there when you went, and there wasn't but 1 when I went. I figure I helped my chances." "If I had a weapon, I wouldn't have stood for it," Call said. Their 5 comrades were even then being marched toward the wall where the firing squad waited. As he watched, the same soldier who had blindfolded them as they drew the beans went over with 5 bandanas and soon had the unlucky Texans blindfolded. All that is except Bigfoot Wallace, whose head once again was too large for the blindfold that had been provided. Major LaRoche, annoyed by the irregularity, yelled at one of the soldiers behind the alcalde, who hurried into the building, followed by one of the shrouded figures. A moment later the soldier came back with part of a sheet, which had been cut up to make a blindfold.
"Monsieur Wallace, I am sorry," the Major said. "A man doesn't like to wait at such a time."
"Why, Major, it's not much of a thing to worry about," Bigfoot said. "I've seen many a man die with his eyes wide open. I guess I could manage it, too, if I had to." The men who were to live were marched over and offered the chance to exchange last words with those who were about to die, but in fact few words were exchanged. Bigfoot handed Brognioli a little tobacco, which he had accepted from one of the men in the ox cart. Joe Turner was shaky. He gripped Call's hand hard when Call reached out to exchange a last shake. "Matty, have you picked a song?" Bigfoot asked. "I expect a hymn would be the thing. I don't know none myself, but my ma and her sisters knew plenty." Matilda was too choked up. She couldn't reply. Now 5 of the 10 boys were to be shot. Soon there would be no one left at all, of all the gallant boys she had set out from Austin with. Gus likewise was tongue-tied. He looked at Roy, at Joe, at Don Shane, at Pete, and couldn't manage a word. He shook their hands. Since they were in leg irons already, Major LaRoche had decided that their hands did not need to be tied. The 5 who were to live waited a moment in front of the 5 who were condemned, thinking they might want to send messages to their loved ones or exchange a few last words, but the 5 blindfolded men merely stood there, silent. Pete turned his face to the sky, as he had just before drawing the black bean. "So long, boys," Bigfoot said. "Don't waste your water on the trip home. It's dry country out there." The 5 who had drawn white beans were then moved back. The fat alcalde got out of his chair and made a speech. It was a long speech in Spanish. None of the Texans could follow it. None even tried. Their friends stood with their backs against the wall, blindfolded. When the alcalde finished his speech, Major LaRoche spoke to the firing squad. Their muskets were raised. Major LaRoche nodded. The soldiers fired. The bodies of the Texans slid down the wall. Bigfoot Wallace stayed erect the longest, but he too soon slid down, tilting as he did. He lay with his head, the head that had been too big for the blindfold, across stuttering Joe Turner's leg. Call felt black hatred for the Mexicans, who had marched many of his friends to death and now had shot 5 of them down right in front of him. Gus felt relieved. If he hadn't marched forward and drawn the bean when he did, he was sure he would now be with the dead. Brognioli, his head still jerking, chewed a little of Bigfoot's tobacco. When he saw the men fall, he felt a jerking inside him, like the movement of his head. He had no voice. He could not comment on the death of men, which after all was an everyday thing. The Mexicans brought the same ox cart with the same black ox into the courtyard and were about to begin loading the Texan's body in it when, to everyone's surprise, a voice was raised in song from the balcony above the courtyard. It was a high voice, sweet and clear, yet not weak. It carried well beyond the courtyard, strong enough to be heard all the way to the Rio Grande, Gus thought. Everyone in the courtyard was stilled by the singing. The alcalde had been about to get in his carriage, but he stopped. Major LaRoche looked up, as did the other soldiers. There were no words with the sound, merely notes, high and vibrant. Matilda stopped crying. She'd been trying to think of a song for Bigfoot Wallace, but a woman was already singing, for Bigfoot and the others, a woman with a voice far richer than her own. The sound came from the balcony where the woman in black stood. It was she who sang for the dead man. She sang and sang with such authority and such passion that even the alcalde dared not move until she finished. The sound rose and swooped like a flying bird. Some of the tones brought a sadness to the listeners, a sadness so deep that Call cried freely, and even Major LaRoche had to wipe away tears. Gus was transfixed. He liked singing himself and could bawl out a tune with the best of them when he was drunk, but what he heard that day, as the bodies of his comrades were waiting to be loaded into an ox cart, was like no singing he had ever heard, like none he would ever hear again. The lady in black gripped the railing of the balcony as she sang. As she was finishing her song, the notes dipped down low. They carried a sadness that was more than a sadness at the death of men. Rather, it was a sadness at the lives of men and of women. It reminded those who heard the rising, dipping notes of hopes that had been born and yet died, of promise and the failure of promise. Gus began to cry. He didn't know why, but he couldn't stop, not while the song continued. Then after one long, low tone, that seemed to hang soft as the daylight, the lady in black ended her requiem. She stood for a moment, gripping the railing of the balcony. Then she turned and disappeared. The alcalde, as if released from a trance, got into his carriage with his ladies. The carriage slowly turned and went out the gate. "My Lord, did you hear that?" Gus asked Call. "I heard it," Call said. The soldiers, too, had come to life. They had begun to load the bodies in the ox cart. Matilda came over to where the 5 survivors stood. "We ought to go with them boys," she said. "They're our people. I want to see that they're laid out proper in their graves." "Go ask the Major if we can help with the burying," Call said to Gus. "I expect if you ask him, he'll let us. He likes you." "Come with me, Matty," Gus said. "We'll both ask." The alcalde had stopped a moment to have a word with Major LaRoche, who stood by the gate. Through the gate, Gus could see the long, dusty plain to the north. The Major saluted the alcalde and bowed to his women. The carriage passed out. The ox cart with the bodies of the Texans in it was creaking across the courtyard toward the same gate. "We'd like to help with the burying, Major," Gus said. "They was our friends. We can't do much for them now, but we'd like to be there." "If you like, monsieur," the Major said. "The graveyard is just outside the wall. Follow the cart and return when the work is finished." Gus was a little startled that the Major meant to send no guard. "I suggest you hurry back," the Major said with a look of amusement. "The dogs here are very bad. I don't think you can outrun them with those chains. We saw a few of them last night, but there are many more. If you try to escape, you will soon meet with the dogs." Matilda could not get the singing out of her mind. She wished Bigfoot could know what wonderful singing there had been after his death and the death of the others. She tried to get a good look at the woman in black, but the veils were too thick and the distance too great. "I never heard singing like that, Major," Matilda said. "Who is that woman?" "That is Lady Carey," the Major said. "She is English. You will meet her soon." "What's an English lady doing in a place like this?" Gus asked. "She's farther off from home than we are." Major LaRoche turned as if tired of the conversation and motioned for one of the soldiers to bring his horse. "Yes, and so am I," Major LaRoche said as he prepared to mount. "But I am a soldier, and this is where I was sent. Lady Carey is here because she is a prisoner of war, like yourselves. I will tell my men to let you help with the burial. I suggest you pile on many, many rocks. As I said, the dogs here are very bad, and they don't have much to eat." Gus motioned to the others. They all filed out behind the ox cart. As soon as they were out the gate, Major LaRoche and his 10 cavalrymen galloped out and were soon enveloped in the dust their horses' hooves threw up. "I asked about that woman who done the singing," Gus told Call. "The Major says she's a prisoner of war like us." Call didn't answer. He was looking at the bodies of his dead comrades. Blood leaked out of the bottom of the crude ox cart, leaving a red line that was quickly covered by blowing sand. "Lord, it's windy here, ain't it?" Wesley Button said. The Mexican soldiers were glad to allow the Texans to bury their comrades. One of the soldiers had a bottle of white liquor, which he handed around among his friends. Soon the Mexicans were so drunk that all but one of them passed out in the ox cart. None of them had weapons, so it made little sense to think of overpowering them and attempting to escape, though Woodrow Call considered it. Gus saw what direction his friends' thoughts were taking and quickly pointed out what the Major had said about the dogs. "He said they'll eat us if we try to run with these chains on," Gus said. "I don't expect to be eaten by no cur," Call said, but he knew the Major was probably right. Packs of wild dogs could bring down any animal less fierce than a grizzly bear. Matilda Roberts had saved a broken piece of tortoise-shell comb through the long journey. She was attempting to comb the dead men's hair while the Mexican soldiers finished the bottle of liquor. The Texans were laid in one grave by the walls of San Lazaro. A dust storm had blown up. When they began the burial, they could see the river, but the river was soon lost from view. Once the graves were covered, the Texans stumbled around, gathering rocks. Several dogs had already gathered. Gus and Wesley threw rocks at them, but the dogs only retreated a few yards, snarling. While they worked, another smaller cart, drawn by an old mule, made its way around the wall. It, too, was a vehicle of burial. On it were the bodies of 2 lepers, wrapped tightly in white shrouds. The cart passed close to where the Texans were working. The person driving the cart was also shrouded. "Look, he said one without no meat on his fingers," Gus said. All that was visible of the driver was the same two bony hands that had given Bigfoot his boots only a few hours earlier. The leper did not look their way, nor did he make any pretenses. He merely tipped them out of the cart and turned the cart back toward the gate. Soon the dogs were tearing at the shrouds. The sight saddened Matilda even more. She didn't imagine that they could find enough rocks to make the bodies of Bigfoot and the others safe for very long. Call led the ox back into San Lazaro. Most of the Mexican soldiers were sleeping in the ox cart. One would have thought them as dead as the Texans but for the snores. The two soldiers who could still walk kept close to the Texans for fear of the dogs. Once inside the gates, the Texans, though still chained, were allowed the freedom of the courtyard. They were served a simple meal of beans and pozole on the table where the jar they had drawn from had been set. An old man and an old woman served them. Both were lepers, yet neither was shrouded, and the dark spots on their cheeks and arms looked no worse to the Texans than bad bruises. Both seemed to be kindly people. They smiled at the Texans and brought them more food when they emptied their dishes. The only soldiers left in San Lazaro were the drunks in the ox cart. In mid-afternoon they began to awake. When they did, they picked up their weapons and drove the ox cart out of the walls. All of them looked frightened. "They're scared of them dogs," Gus said. "Why don't the Major get up a dog hunt and kill the damn curs?" "There'd just be more," Call said. "You can't kill all the dogs." He watched the lepers as they came and went at their tasks. All of them kept themselves covered, but now and then a wind would riffle a cloak or blow a shawl so that he could glimpse the people under the wraps. Some were bad. No chins, cheeks that were black, noses half eaten away. Some limped from deformities of their feet. One old man used a crutch. He had only one foot. There were a few children playing in the courtyard. All of them seemed normal to Call. There was even a little blond boy, about 10, who showed no sign of the disease. Some of the adults appeared to be not much worse than the old man and the old woman who served them. Some had dark spots on their cheeks and foreheads, or on their hands. Once the soldiers were gone, San Lazaro did not seem a bad place. Many of the lepers looked at the Texans in a friendly way. Some smiled. Others, whose mouths were affected, covered themselves, but nodded when they passed. Overhead, the dust swirled so high they could barely see the mountain that loomed over the convent. Gus felt such a relief at being alive that his appetite for gambling began to return. He had ceased to mind the lepers much. At night they might be scary, but in the daylight the place they were in looked not much worse than any hospital. He began to wish he had a pack of cards, or at least some dice, though of course he had not 1 cent to gamble with. "I wonder how long the Mexicans mean to leave us here?" he asked. Bragnoli's head was going back and forth like the pendulum of a clock, as it had ever since his fright in the canyon. He watched the lepers with dispassion, and the little blond boy with curiosity. Once he looked up at the balcony where the lady in black had been, and saw a short, stout woman standing there. She spoke, and the little blond boy reluctantly left his play and ran upstairs. Call was thinking about a way to rid them of the leg irons. If he had a hammer and a chisel of some sort, he felt certain he could break the chains himself. The Major had said nothing of coming back, and the last of the soldiers had gone. They were alone with the lepers. The only impediments to their escape were the chains and the dog packs. If he could get the chains off, there would be a way to brave the dogs. Wesley Buttons, though he had held up bravely during the long march and the drawing of the beans, was feeling keenly the loss of his 2 brothers and of the rest of the troop. "I remember when we left, I got to drive the wagon with old General Lloyd in it," he said. "We had an army. There was enough of us to hold off the Indians and whip the Mexicans. Now look, there's just us, and we're way out here in the desert, locked in with these sick-uns. It's a long way home, I reckon," he added. "Ma's going to be sad when she hears about the boys." Bragnoli's head swung back and forth, back and forth. "I barely know which way is home," Long Bill said. "It's so dusty it's all I can do to keep my directions. I guess I could go down river, but it would be a pretty long walk." Gus remembered that it was the same river they had camped on when Matilda caught the big green snapping turtle. "Why, if it's the Rio Grande, we could just stroll along it easy," he said. "Mattie could catch us turtles when we get hungry." Mattie shook her head. She didn't welcome the prospect of another long walk. "It's just the 6 of us got across New Mexico," she pointed out. "If we have to walk the rest of the way, I doubt any of us will make it. That big Indian knows that river. He might get us yet." "We'd have to have weapons," Call said. "None of us would make it without weapons." "I don't see what the hurry is," Gus said. "We've had a long hike as it is. I'd like to laze around here and rest up myself. These lepers ain't bothering us. All you got to do is not look at them too close." He had been inclined to try escape until Matilda had mentioned Buffalo Hump. Memory of the fierce Comanche put a different slant on such a trip. Better to stay here inside the walls of San Lazaro and rest with the lepers than to expose themselves to Buffalo Hump again, especially since they only had 5 men. "I want to leave if we can get these chains off," Call said. "What if the Major comes back and has us draw some more beans?" He was tired, though, and didn't urge escape immediately. When the wind was high, his back still sometimes throbbed and his sore foot pained him. A day or two's rest wouldn't hurt. At least it wouldn't if the Mexicans didn't decide to eliminate them all. As the evening wore on, the Texans rested and napped. They had been assigned the little room where they had spent the night before, but no one really wanted to go into such a dark hole. The courtyard was sunny. Those who didn't want sun could rest under the long barricades. Gus was determined to gamble. He had asked several of the Mexicans who worked in the convent if they had any cards. One woman with only 3 teeth took a shine to him and managed to find an incomplete deck. It was missing about 20 cards, but Gus and Long Bill soon devised a game. They broke a few straws off a broom to use for money. While they were making up rules for a card game involving only 33 cards, a black woman, taller than Gus, came across the courtyard. She didn't seem to be a leper. Her face and hands were normal. She approached them in such a dignified manner that the men straightened up a little. Gus hid the cards. "Gentlemen, I have an invitation for you," the negress said in English better than their own. "Lady Carrie would like to ask you to tea." "Ask us to what?" Gus asked. He was taken by surprise. Although he had just shaved the day before, the dignity and elegance of the black woman made him feel scruffy. "Tea, gentlemen," the negress said. "Lady Carrie is English, and in England they have tea. It's like a little meal. Lady Carrie's son, the Viscount Mountstuart, will be taking it with us. I'm sure you've seen him playing with the Mexican children. He's the one who's blonde." Call, too, was startled by the black woman's courtesy and poise. He had never seen a negress so tall, much less one so well-spoken. Few black women in Texas would dare to speak to a group of white men so boldly, and yet the woman had not been rude in any way. She had an invitation to deliver, and she had delivered it. Like Gus, he felt that the few rangers left were a rugged lot hardly fit to take food with an English lady. While he and Gus and Wesley and Long Bill were looking at one another, a little uncertain as to how to respond, the black woman turned to Matilda Roberts and smiled. "Miss Roberts, Lady Carrie knows you've traveled a long way across a dusty land," the negress said. "She was thinking you might appreciate a bath and a change of clothes." Matilda was surprised by the woman's serenity. I would. Mainly I've just had a wash in the river when we were by the river," Matilda said. "That river comes out of the mountains," the woman said. "I expect it's cold." "Ice cold," Matilda confirmed. "Then come along with me," the negress said. "Lady Carrie has a tub, and the water is hot. These gentlemen can wait a few minutes. Tea will be served in about half an hour." Matilda looked a little uncertain, but she followed the black woman across the courtyard and up the stairs. "I wonder what kind of meal it will be," Wesley Button said. "I hope it's beefsteak. I ain't had no beefsteak in a good long while." "For it to be beefsteak, there'd have to be cattle," Gus remarked. "I ain't seen no cattle around here, and I don't know how a cow would live if there was one. It would have to eat sand, or else cactus. If it wasn't quick, the darn dogs would get it." A problem they considered as they waited for it to be time to go to Lady Carrie's was that Bragnoli's condition seemed to be getting worse. He turned his head more and more rapidly, back and forth, and he had begun to drool. Now and then he emitted a low, thin sound, a sound such as a rabbit might make as it was dying. A little later the black woman appeared on the balcony above them and motioned for them to come. Gus had doubts about taking Bragnoli, but it seemed unfair to leave him since food was being offered. It was true that the Mexicans who ran San Lazaro had been generous with soup and tortillas, but Wesley Buttons had put the notion of beefsteak in their minds. It seemed wrong to exclude Bragnoli from what might be a feast. "Come on, Brog," Gus said. "That lady that did that singing over Bigfoot and the boys is up there waiting to give us grub." Bragnoli got up and came with them, walking slowly and still swinging his head. None of them knew what to expect as they went up the stairs and along the narrow balcony that led to Lady Carrie's quarters. Gus kept brushing at his hair with his hands. He had meant to ask Mattie for her broken comb, but forgot it. Of course he had not expected Matilda to be led away by a tall black woman who spoke better English than any of them. Suddenly the little blond boy jumped out of the shadows, pointing a hammerless old horse pistol at them. "Are you Texans? I am a Scot," the boy said. "Well, I'm part Scot myself," Gus said. "That's what my ma claimed. You're as far away from home as I am." "But that's why my mother wants to see you," the boy said. "She wants you to take us home. She told me we could leave tomorrow, if you would like to take us." Call and Gus exchanged looks. The little boy was handsome and frank. Perhaps he was merely fibbing, as children will, but there was also the chance that his mother, Lady Carrie, had told him some such thing. Call didn't mean to stay a prisoner of the Mexicans long, but neither had he expected to leave in a day. "If we were to take you home, what would we ride?" he asked. "Our horses got stolen a long time back." "Oh, my mother has horses," the boy said. "There's a stable in the back of the leprosarium." "In the back of the what?" Gus asked. "The leprosarium. Aren't you lepers?" the little boy asked. "My mother is a leper. That's why I never get to see her face. But her hands are not affected yet. She can still play the violin quite well, and she's teaching me. When we get home, I shall have the finest teacher in Europe," he added. "Some day I may play before the Queen. My mother knows the Queen, but I haven't met her yet. I'm still too young to be presented at court." "Well, I'm not as young as you. I'd like to meet a queen," Gus said, "especially if she was a pretty queen." "No, the Queen is fat," the little boy said. "My mother was beautiful, though, until she became a leper. She was even painted by Mr. Gainsborough, and he's a very famous painter." Just then a door opened and the tall negress stepped out. "Now, Willie, I hope you haven't been pointing that gun at these gentlemen," the woman said. "It's very impolite to point guns at people, particularly people who might become your friends." "Well, I did point it, but it was just in fun," the boy said. "I couldn't really shoot them because I have no bullets." "That doesn't make it less impolite," the woman said. Then she looked at the group. "Of course I've been impolite too," she said. "I failed to introduce myself. I'm Emerald." "She's from Africa, and her father was a king," the boy said. "She's been with us ever so long, though. She's been with us even longer than Mrs. Chubb." "Now, Willie, don't bore the gentleman," Emerald said. "Tea is almost ready. You may want to come in and wash your hands." "We washed once when they barbered us," Gus pointed out. "It's been quite a few months since we washed twice in one day." "Yes, but you are now under the protection of Lady Carrie," Emerald said. "You may wash as often as you want." "Ma'am, if there's grub, I'm for eating first and washing later," Wesley Buttons said. "I've not had a beefsteak for a while. I feel like I could eat most of a cow." "Goodness, you don't serve beefsteak at tea," Emerald said. "Beefsteak belongs with dinner, never with tea. Lady Carrie is quite unconventional, but not that unconventional, I'm afraid." The Texans were led into a room where there were 5 wash basins. The water in the basins was so hot that 5 columns of steam rose into the room. There were also 5 towels, and more extraordinary still, 5 hair brushes and 5 combs. The brushes were edged in silver, and the comb seemed to be ivory. At a slight remove was another table, with another wash basin, a towel, and another silver-edged brush and ivory comb. "That's the hottest water I've seen since we left San Antonio," Gus remarked. "We'll all scald ourselves if we ain't careful." The sixth wash basin was for Willie, the young Viscount. The Texans were left to scrub themselves after their own inclinations, but while they were watching the water steam in the wash basins, a short, fat woman in gray clothes burst through a door and grabbed Willie before he could elude her. "No, no, Mrs. Chubb," Willie said, trying to squirm out of her grip, but his squirming was in vain. In a second, Mrs. Chubb had Willie bent over his own wash basin. She gave his face a vigorous scrubbing, ignoring his protests about the scalding water.
"Now, Willie, try not to howl. You'll upset our guests," Mrs. Chubb said.
She didn't take her eye or hands off her young charge until she considered him sufficiently washed. Once her task was done to her satisfaction, the young boy's face was red from scrubbing and his hair shining from a skillful application of comb and brush. Then the plump woman surveyed the Texans with a lively blue eye.
"Here, gentlemen, your water's cooling. Plunge in," she said. "Lady Carey has a glorious appetite, and your Miss Roberts is eating as if she's been starved for a month."
2 months, Long Bill said. "Mattie ain't had a good meal since we crossed the Brazos."
"Well, she's having a splendid high tea right now," Mrs. Chubb said. "If you gentlemen want anything to eat between now and dinner, I suggest you wash up quickly. Otherwise there won't be a scone left, or a sandwich either."
Willie rushed through the door Mrs. Chubb had just emerged from. "Mama, I must have a scone," he said. "Do wait, I'm coming." The Texans, under the urging of Mrs. Chubb, hastily splashed themselves with the hot water and rubbed themselves with the towels. Though they had shaved and washed just that morning, the towels were brown with dust when they finished their rubbing. Gus took a swipe or two at his hair with the silver brush, but the rest of the Texans felt awkward even picking up such unfamiliar instruments and left themselves uncombed. Mrs. Chubb, unfazed, shooed them toward the door much as a hen might shoo her chickens. When the Texans entered Lady Carey's room, they were shocked to see Matilda Roberts, pink-faced with wet hair, in a clean white smock, sitting on a stool eating biscuits. Beside her in a chair was the lady in black, the one who had sung so movingly over their fallen friends. Gus had hoped to get a glimpse of her face, but he was disappointed. Lady Carey was triply veiled, and the veils were black. Nothing showed at all, not her hair, not her face, not her feet, which were in sharp-toed black boots. Call supposed the woman's face must be badly eaten up, else why would she cover herself so completely? He could get no hint even of the color of her eyes. Yet she was eating when they came in, eating a small thing that seemed to be mostly bread. When Lady Carey wanted to eat, she tilted her head forward slightly and slipped the little bite of bread under the 3 veils. Just for a second he saw a flash of white teeth and a bit of chin, which seemed unblemished. "Excuse me, gentlemen," Lady Carey said in a low, friendly voice. "When I'm hungry, I have no manners, and I always seem to be hungry in San Lazaro. I expect it's the wind. When I'm eating, I don't mind it quite so much." "It blows, don't it?" Long Bill said. He was surprised that he had been able to utter a word to such a great lady. They were in a large room whose walls had been hung with patterned cloth. The 2 windows were tightly shuttered. In one corner was a large 4-poster bed with a little dog sitting on it. Beside it was a smaller bed where Willie slept. "Certainly does. It blows," Lady Carey said. "Eat, gentlemen. Don't be shy. I expect it's been a while since you've sat down to a tea such as this." Lady Carey's hands, too, were gloved in black. She reached down with 2 gloved fingers, took another small piece of the bread, and popped it under the veils and into her mouth. Gus felt that it was his turn to speak. He had been about to address Lady Carey when Long Bill rudely jumped in ahead of him, and only to make a pointless comment about the wind. Before them on the table was an array of food. All of it was rather small food, it seemed to him. There were little pieces of bread cut quite square, with what seemed like slices of cucumber stuck between the squares of bread. Then there were biscuits and muffins, and larger, harder muffins with raisins stuck in them. He thought those might be the things called scones that Willie had referred to. Besides the various muffins and biscuits, there were little ears of corn, with a saucer of butter and salt to dip them in. There were tomatoes and apricots and figs, and a plate of tiny fish that proved very salty to the taste. Gus had every intention of saying something complimentary about the food, but something about Lady Carrie intimidated him, preventing him from getting even a word out of his mouth. He looked at her and opened his mouth, but then instead of speaking, put a bit of biscuit in his mouth and ate it. The Texans were shy in the beginning. Most of the foods they were being offered were foods they had never tasted. They stuck at first to what was safest, which were the biscuits, but in part because they stuck to them so strictly, the biscuits were soon gone. Then the muffins went, then the scones, then the corn, and finally the various fruits. All the Texans, though, avoided the cucumber sandwiches, even preferring the salty fish. All the while, Mrs. Chubb supplied them with large cups of hot, sweet tea. The tea was sweet because Mrs. Chubb dropped square lumps of sugar into it with a pair of silver tongs. "Lord, that's sweet," Gus said. None of the Texans had ever tasted pure sugar before. They were amazed by the sweetness it imparted to the tea. "Oh, well, that's the nature of sugar," Lady Carrie said. She, too, was having tea, but instead of drinking it from a cup, she was sipping it through a hollow reed of some kind, which she delicately inserted under her veils. "This was refined by my chemist, the learned Dr. Gilly," Lady Carrie said. "It comes from sugar cane grown on my plantation in the islands. I do think it's very good sugar." "That's where Mama caught leprosy," Willie said. "On our plantation. I didn't catch it, and neither did Emerald, and neither did Mrs. Chubb." "Poor luck. I was the only one afflicted," Lady Carrie said. "Well, Papa might have had it, but we don't know because the Mexicans shot him first," Willie said. "That's when we were made prisoners of war, when they shot Papa." "Now, Willie, these gentlemen have traveled a long way and lost many friends themselves," Lady Carrie said. "We needn't burden them with our misfortunes." "I lost my shad," Matilda said. "It was a stray bullet, too. If he'd been sitting anywhere else, I expect he'd still be alive." "Well, Matty, that's not for sure," Gus said. "We walked a far piece after that through all that cold weather." "Cold wouldn't have killed my shad," Matilda said. "I would have hugged him and kept him warm." "It is cold in our castle," Willie said. "There aren't many fires. But we have cannons, and some day I will shoot them. When will we go back to our castle, Mamma?" "That depends on these gentlemen," Lady Carrie said. "We'll discuss it as soon as they've finished their tea. It's very impolite to discuss business while one's guests are enjoying their food." "We can talk now, I guess," Call said. "If you've a plan for leaving here, I'm for talking now." "Fine. There's nothing left but the cucumber sandwiches anyway," Lady Carrie said. "I suppose cucumbers are not much valued in Texas, but we Scots have a fine appetite for them. Come help me, Willie, and you too, Mrs. Chubb. Let's finish off the sandwiches and plan our expedition." Call was enjoying the breads and muffins and fruit. Everything he put in his mouth was tasty, particularly the small buttery ears of corn. After the cold, dry trip they had made across the prairies and the desert, it seemed a miracle that they had come through safe and were eating such food in the company of an English lady, her servants, and her little boy. He was startled, though, when she mentioned an expedition. The country around El Paso was as harsh as any he had seen. 5 rangers, 4 women, and a boy wouldn't stand much chance, not unless the Mexican army was planning to go with them. "First, we need proper introductions," Lady Carrie said. "I'm Lucinda Carey. This is Mrs. Chubb, this is Emerald, and this is Willie. You know our names, but we don't know yours. Could you tell us your names, please?" Gus immediately told the lady that his name was Augustus McCrae. He was determined that Long Bill Coleman not be the first to speak to the fine lady who had fed them such delicious food. "Why, Willie, he's Scot, like us," Lady Carey said. "I expect we're cousins, 20 times removed, Mr. McCrae." The news perked Gus up immediately. The other rangers introduced themselves. Woodrow Call was last. Long Bill took it upon himself to introduce Bronioli, whose head was still swinging back and forth, regular as the ticking of the clock. None of them knew how to behave to a lady. Long Bill attempted a little bow, but Lady Carey didn't appear to notice. She divided the cucumber sandwiches between herself and Mrs. Chubb and Willie, who ate them avidly. All the while Emerald, the tall negress, stood watching near the bed. The little dog had gone to sleep and was snoring loudly. "Throw a pillow at him, Willie. Why must we hear those snores?" Lady Carey said when the last cucumber sandwich was gone. Willie immediately grabbed 3 pillows off a red settee and threw them at the sleeping dog, which woofed, woke up, shook itself, and ran off to bed into Lady Carey's arms. "This is George. He's a smelly beast," Lady Carey said. The little dog was frantically attempting to lick her, but the best he could do was lick her black gloves. Call was watching the tall negress Emerald. She stood by the 4-poster bed, keeping her eye on the company. She wasn't unfriendly, but she wasn't familiar either. She was wrapped in a long blue cloak. Call wondered if she had a gun under the cloak, or at least a knife. He could see that she was protective of Lady Carey and the little boy. He would not have wanted to be the one who attacked them, not with Emerald there. While he was sipping the last of his tea, he happened to look up and see the head of a large snake raised over the canopy of the 4-poster bed. In a second, the snake's long body followed. It was far and away the largest snake Call had ever seen. He looked around the table, hoping to see a knife he could kill it with, but there was no knife except the little one they had used to spread butter. He grabbed one of the little stools and was about to run over and try to smash the big snake with it when the negress calmly stretched out a long black arm and let the snake slide along it. All the rangers gave a start when they saw the snake slide onto Emerald's arm. Soon it was draped over her shoulders, its head stretching out toward the table where the tea had been. "No cause for alarm, gentlemen," Lady Carey said. "That's Elphinstone. He's Willie's boa." "Only he's too big for me," Willie said. "Mamma and Emerald play with him now. Mrs. Chubb doesn't care for snakes. She hides her eyes when Elphinstone eats his rats." Emerald walked over and handed the boa to Lady Carey, who let it slither over her lap and off under the table. "I think he wants George," Lady Carey said. "Cake crumbs don't satisfy a boa, but I expect a smelly little beast such as George would be a treat." "But, Mamma, he can't have George," Willie insisted. "He finds quite a lot of rats. I shouldn't think he'd need to eat our dog." "Who knows what a boa needs, Willie?" Lady Carey said. "I'm afraid we've let all these beasts distract us. Willie and I want to go home, gentlemen, and the Mexican government has agreed to release us. What they won't do is provide us with an escort, and we're rather a long way from a seaport." "I'll say," Long Bill said, "it's so far I wouldn't even know which one to head for." "Galveston is the most feasible, I believe," Lady Carey said. "I'd rather try for Galveston than Veracruz. If we travel through Mexico, the greedy generals might decide they want more ransom. My father has already paid them a handsome sum. He didn't pay it for me, of course. Father wouldn't waste a shilling on a leprous daughter. He paid it for the young Viscount here. Willie's the one he needs. Willie's the heir." The rangers listened silently to what Lady Carey said. Call looked at Gus, who looked at Long Bill. Bragnoli continued to swing his head, and Wesley Buttons, who was a slow eater, was still consuming the last crumbs of one of the big scones with raisins in it. The others had accepted that the big snake was a pet, but Wesley didn't trust snakes, particularly not snakes that were longer than he was tall. This one had slithered off somewhere, but it could always slither back and take a bite out of him. He was careful to keep both feet on the rungs of his stool and did not pay much attention to the talk of ransoms and seaports. He would go where the boys went. He was happy to let them decide. "Ma'am, we'll be pleased to take you to Galveston," Call said, "if we can find the way. It's a far piece, though, and we've got no mounts and no gear. Our horses got stolen, and the Mexicans took our guns." "Fortunately, we aren't poor yet, we Careys," Lady Carey said. "I didn't expect you to walk across Texas barefoot in leg irons. We have our own mounts, and we'll soon find some for you. You look like honest men. I'll send you to town with enough gold to equip us properly. Don't skimp either. Buy yourselves reliable weapons and warm clothes and trustworthy mounts. We have a tent large enough for ourselves and Miss Roberts, but I'm afraid you men will have to sleep out, if that's not too inconvenient." "We don't know how to sleep no way but out," Gus said. "If we can get some slickers and some blankets, we'll be cozy, I guess." Just then the snake emerged and began to glide up one of the bedposts. Soon it disappeared back onto the canopy over the big bed. Wesley Buttons cautiously put his feet back on the ground. "I expect it's a little too late to send you to town today," Lady Carey said. "Emerald, tell Manuel to get the irons off these men. I want them to get into town early tomorrow. I want to leave San Lazaro quickly. These greedy Mexicans might change their minds."
"Come," Emerald said. "We fixed a room for you. The mattresses are just corn shuck, but it will be more comfortable than the place the Mexicans put you."
When they left the room, Willie had seated himself next to his mother and was helping her select from a bunch of storybooks piled beside the low settee where Lady Carey sat. She raised her head to them as they left the room, but all they could see were her veils. "I wonder how bad she is with the leprosy," Gus asked as the Texans were following Emerald along the balcony to their quarters. "Wouldn't it be awful if she didn't have no nose?"
"Yes, it would be awful, but I like her anyway," Call said. "She's going to get us out of here. I never supposed we'd be this lucky."
Gus thought of the long miles they had to travel over the dry, windy country to get even as far back as the settlements around Austin. It was a long way, even to the mountains where Josh Corn and Zeke Moody had been killed, and if they got that far, they would be in the land of Buffalo Hump.
"We don't know yet if we're lucky," he said. "We got to go right across where that Comanche is."
"It still beats being a prisoner and wearing these damn chains," Call said. Part 4. Buffalo Hump caught Kirker, the scalp hunter, in a rocky gully just east of the Rio Pecos. Kirker had 40 scalps with him at the time. Buffalo Hump judged the scalps to be mostly Mexican scalps, but he tortured Kirker to death anyway. The man had not been easy to take. He had managed to get in amid some rocks and delayed them a whole day, an annoying thing to the war chief. The Comanche moon was full. He wanted to follow the old trail down into Mexico and bring back captives, children they could use as slaves or sell to the half-breed traders in the trading place called the Sorrows, near the dripping springs where travelers on the Llano stopped to rest and water their animals. Buffalo Hump did not like having to slow his raid to catch one scalp hunter, a man so weak that he only killed Mexicans and rarely even attempted to take an Apache scalp or a Comanche. At first he considered leaving 3 men to hide and wait. When Kirker thought he was safe and came out of his hiding place in the rocks, the men could kill him and then follow the raiding party south. Kicking Wolf, though, protested so vigorously that Buffalo Hump gave in. Kirker had killed 2 of Kicking Wolf's wives and 1 of his sons. He had taken their scalps and sold them. Kicking Wolf was not a man who forgave or forgot. He wanted to take part in Kirker's death. The Comanche moon had only just turned full. They could easily sweep on into Mexico and take their captives. Kicking Wolf even had an idea that would help drive Kirker out of his hole in the rocks, and he put it into practice at night just before moonrise. He had his young warriors catch several snakes and tie their tails together so tightly that they couldn't rattle well. Of course, the rattlers' heads had to be held down with a stick. They grew angry at the mistreatment they received. There were 7 snakes in all. Once the 7 were bound together by their tails, a young brave named Fast Boy climbed up on the rocks above Kirker and threw the bundle of snakes down on top of him. Kirker screamed when the first snake bit him. When he screamed, revealing his position, Buffalo Hump himself jumped down on him and knocked his gun away before he could kill himself. Fortunately, the snake had only bitten Kirker in the leg. The wound would not kill him or weaken him enough to spoil the torture. Even before they got Kirker back to camp, Kicking Wolf, who could not be restrained when he was angry, poked a sharp stick in Kirker's ear, destroying his eardrum and causing much blood to run out of his head. Kirker snarled and howled like a tied wolf. He spat at the Comanche so many times that Buffalo Hump took a needle and thread and sewed his lips together. After that he could not scream loudly, though he rolled and writhed and made gurgling sounds as he was being burnt and cut by Kicking Wolf, who insisted on doing most of the torturing himself. Some of the braves were in favor of saving Kirker. They wanted to send him back to the main camp so the squaws could torture him. One squaw named Three Seed was better at torture than any man. She could bite off a man's fingers or toes as neatly as if she were merely biting a willow twig. Buffalo Hump, though, was impatient. It was true that Kirker was a bad man who deserved to be tortured by the squaws, but the squaws were 4 days' ride to the north, and the raiders' business lay to the south. Kicking Wolf might not be as expert at torture as Three Seed, but he was good enough to make Kirker writhe and gurgle through a whole afternoon. He had been burned and cut and blinded when they took him to a small tree near the Pecos and tied him upside down. They built a small fire beneath his dangling head and prepared to ride off. The greasewood would burn all night. Long before the sun rose, Kirker's head would be cooked. Even so, when Buffalo Hump mounted and indicated that it was time to take advantage of the Comanche moon and get on with the serious business of the raid, Kicking Wolf refused to leave. He was determined to enjoy Kirker's torture to the end. He jabbed a thorny stick into Kirker's other ear and let the blood from his head drip into the fire. Buffalo Hump was irritated, but Kicking Wolf as a warrior could do as he pleased up to a point. The man knew the way to Mexico as well as anyone. It was not likely that Kirker would last until the morning. Kicking Wolf would follow and catch up the next day. Still, before he left, Buffalo Hump made sure Kicking Wolf knew he was expected in Mexico soon. Kicking Wolf was the best horse thief in the tribe and also the best stealer of children. He moved without making any sound at all. Once or twice he had reached through a window and taken a child while its parents were right in the room, eating or quarreling. Buffalo Hump did not want Kicking Wolf lingering too long, just to torture one scalp hunter. The man was already too weak to respond strongly to torture anyway. He only jerked a little and made a weak sound behind his sewn lips when the flames touched his head. Kicking Wolf paid little attention to Buffalo Hump and the other warriors as they rode off to the south. He was glad the war chief was gone. Buffalo Hump was a great fighter, but he was too impatient for the slow business of torture. For the same reason, Buffalo Hump was not an especially good hunter. He often jumped too soon. Torture took patience, and Buffalo Hump didn't have it. Before the warriors were even out of sight, Kicking Wolf took a stick or two off the fire and touched them to Kirker here and there, causing the man to jerk like a speared fish. The jerking made Kicking Wolf happy. It was good to be rid of the impatient war chief, good to be alone to hurt the man who had scalped his wives and his little son. In a little while he cut the bloody threads that Buffalo Hump had used to sew Kirker's lips together. Then he stoked the fire a little and grabbed Kirker by the hair so he could hold the man's face right over the flames. He wanted to hear the man scream. After the first screams were over, Kicking Wolf scattered the fire a little and let Kirker's head hang down again. He got up and walked a short distance to a pile of rocks, carrying one of the burning sticks to give him a little light. He wanted to find some little scorpions and put them on the white man. The scorpions would hurt him but would not kill him, and the torture could go on. Call was surprised by Lady Carey's riding. She rode side saddle, of course, but handled her black gelding as expertly as any man. She could even make the horse jump, putting him over little gullies and small bushes while at a gallop. Call thought that was foolish, but he had to admit it was skillful and pretty to watch. Willie tried to get his pony to jump like his mother's gelding, but of course the pony wouldn't. Mrs. Chubb rode a donkey and protested constantly about its behavior, though Gus pointed out to her that her donkey behaved no worse than most donkeys.
"In England they behave better, sir," Mrs. Chubb insisted. "This one tried to bite my toe."
Emerald, the tall negress, rode a large white mule. She astonished Gus when she told him that the mule had sailed over from Ireland, along with Billy's pony and Lady Carey's black gelding. "I doubt I could get fine enough of a mule to bring one on a ship," Gus said. He himself was riding a lively bay, procured in El Paso. In fact, thanks to Lady Carey's, the party stopped so that tea could be served. A small table was set up, covered with a white damask cloth. A fire was made. While Emerald sliced a small ham and made little sandwiches, Mrs. Chubb brewed the tea. The sugar bowl was brought out, and sugar tonged into the cups. All the Rangers liked the tea and drank several cups. They decided they approved of English customs. Call, though he enjoyed the tea, thought it was foolish to waste an hour of daylight sitting around a table in the desert. The boys could drink all the tea they wanted at night. Why waste the daylight? But he had to admit that otherwise Lady Carey's arrangements had been excellent. The saddles were the best that could be located in El Paso. Also, mindful that winter was approaching, Lady Carey had insisted that they buy slickers, warm coats, and plenty of blankets. If Caleb Cobb's expedition had been half so well equipped, it might have succeeded, at least in Call's view. With proper equipment, it would have had a chance. At night, with Long Bill's help and Gus's, Emerald set up Lady Carey's tent. While the tent was being anchored, Lady Carey sat by the campfire and read Willie's stories from one of the storybooks they had with them. Some of the Rangers, unused to having a lady handy who would read, listened to the stories and enjoyed them as much as Willie. Matilda Roberts, for her part, enjoyed them more than Willie. The young Viscount, after all, had had the stories read to him many times, but Matilda had never heard of Little Red Riding Hood or Jack and the Beanstalk. She sat entranced, letting her tea get cold as Lady Carrie read. Even more entrancing than the stories was Lady Carrie's singing. Mostly she sang light tunes, Annie Laurie, Barbara Allen, and the like. The light tunes suited the men best, but now and then, as if bored with the sentimental tunes, Lady Carrie would suddenly let her voice grow and grow until it seemed to fill the vastness of the desert. She sang in a tongue none of them knew, none, that is, except Quartermaster Bragnoli, who suddenly stood up and attempted to sing with her. He had not emitted an intelligible sound in so long that his voice was hoarse and raspy, but he was trying to sing, and there was life in his eyes again. A vein stood out on his forehead as he attempted to sing with Lady Carrie. "Why, he's Italian, and he knows his operas," Lady Carrie said. "Now that he's found his voice again, I expect he'll be singing arias in a day or two." That prediction proved wrong, for Quartermaster Bragnoli died that night. Call looked at him in the morning and saw at once that he was dead. His head was twisted far around on his back and neck. "I guess that jerkin finally killed him," Gus said when the sad news was reported. "No, it was the opera," Lady Carrie said. "Or perhaps it was just hearing his native tongue." Quartermaster Bragnoli was buried in the hard ground. The 4 remaining rangers took turns digging. Lady Carrie sang the same piece she had sung when the Mexican firing squad cut down Bigfoot and the others. All the men cried, although Wesley Buttons had never been fond of Bragnoli. Still, they had traveled a long way together, and now the man was dead. In the vastness of the desert, each reduction of the group made them realize how small they were, how puny in relation to the space they were traveling through. "We're back where it's wild again," Call said. Lady Carrie happened to overhear the remark. She drew rein for a moment, looking toward a faint outline of mountains in the east. "Yes, it's wild, isn't it?" she said. "It's like a smell. I smelled it in Africa, and now I smell it here." "It means we have to be careful," Call said. Lady Carrie looked again at the distant mountains. "Quite the contrary, Corporal Call," she said. "It means we have to be wild, like the wild men." She turned her head toward him and sat watching him for a moment. Call couldn't see her eyes through the several dark veils, but he knew she was watching him. One of her shirt sleeves had ridden up a bit. He could see just a bit of her wrist between the shirt sleeve and her black gloves. He and Gus had speculated a little about how affected Lady Carrie was by the leprosy. She had no trouble handling her horse, and she was dexterous with her hands when it came to pouring tea or buttering muffins. The wrist he saw was a creamy white, much whiter than Matilda's. Mattie was brown from the sun. Although she had been always polite, Call felt nervous, knowing that her hidden eyes were fixed on him. "Are you wild enough, Corporal Call?" Lady Carrie asked. "I have a feeling you are." "I guess we'll see," Call said. The Comanches struck deep into Mexico under the bright moon. In Chihuahua, Buffalo Hump struck a ranch, killed the rancher and his wife and all the vaqueros, and took 3 children and 70 horses. He ordered 3 young braves, led by Fast Boy, back up the war trail with the horses. He wanted the horses safely back in the main camp in the Palo Duro Canyon before the worst of the winter ice storms came. They could eat the horses if buffalo proved scarce. Then, with the shivering, terrified children tied on one horse, he struck east, taking only those children that were old enough to be useful slaves. The others he killed, along with their parents. At one hacienda, he tied the whole family, threw them on their own haystack, and burned them. The Comanches rode on, striking hard and fast. Once they saw a little militia in the distance, perhaps 20 men. The young braves wanted to attack, but Buffalo Hump wouldn't let them. He told them they could come back and fight Mexican soldiers any time. Now they were on a raid and needed to concern themselves with captives and horses. They soon had 10 children, 4 boys and 6 girls, none of them older than 8 or 9 years. They also had 20 more horses, which they drove with them as they turned north. Buffalo Hump was satisfied. They had taken almost 100 horses and 10 children who were strong enough not to die on the hard journey. Kicking Wolf had failed to appear. Some of the braves speculated that he had caught another white to torture. More than 30 Mexicans had been killed on the raid. Now the wind was growing colder. Buffalo Hump wanted to go to the trading place, the Sorrows, to trade his captives for tobacco and blankets and ammunition. He himself had the fine gun the Texans had given him, but he didn't use it to kill Mexicans. The fine gun he kept for buffalo hunting. The Mexicans he merely struck with his lance or put an arrow through. He wanted guns, though, not for himself, but for his braves. There were more Texans than ever, moving west on the creeks and rivers, cutting trees and making little farms. They were easy to kill, the Texans, but there were many of them, and most of his warriors still only had bows and arrows. All the Texans had guns. Some of them could shoot well. It would be better if his young men learned to use the gun. Otherwise, the Texans might come all the way into the Comancheria and start killing the buffalo. A day south of the Rio Grande, Buffalo took a girl, a pretty Mexican girl who was caught while washing clothes on a rock in a little creek. There was a village not too far distant, but Buffalo Hump was on the girl so quickly that she did not have time to scream. He drew his knife to kill her, but in the brief struggle her young breasts spilled out of her tunic, and he decided to keep her. He had had Mexican women before, but none so appealing as the slim girl he had just caught. He gagged her with a piece of rawhide and put her over his horse. Later, when they were many miles north and not far from the river, one of the braves came and informed him that a foolish young warrior named Crow was missing. Buffalo Hump didn't wait. Probably Crow had gone to the outskirts of the village and attempted to steal a girl for himself. Crow had always been jealous of Buffalo Hump. Though only 16, he wanted everything the war chief had. The young braves became restive. They didn't want to leave Crow. He was known to be foolish. An old witch woman had told Crow that he would not die, and Crow believed her. Yet he was brave in battle, and the young warriors didn't want to leave him. Buffalo Hump finally sent 2 of them to find their friend. They arrived back late at night with long faces and bad news. Crow had attacked the Mexican village single-handedly, convinced that he could scare away all the cowardly Mexicans and take what he wanted from the town. The braves who went back caught a boy and made him tell them what had happened, for they had not met Crow along the trail. The boy said Crow had ridden around the village, drinking and shooting off an old gun he had found. He did scare the Mexicans away for a while, but he enjoyed frightening the village people so much that he grew careless. A vaquero roped him from a rooftop. While he was spinning in the air, the village men came back and hacked him to death with their machetes. Buffalo Hump took the Mexican girl, though she struggled violently. He decided to take her for a wife. It might be that when they got to the trading place, one of the traders would offer him a very high price for the girl. Unless it was very high, he resolved to keep her, although he would have to be careful when he took her back to the tribe. His old wives were jealous and would beat the girl severely with firewood or sticks, unless he made it clear to them that they would suffer from his hand if the girl was too much damaged. Crow's loss he did not lament. It was true that Crow had been brave, but he was not respectful. Several times already Buffalo Hump had been tempted to put a lance through him in response to an insolent look. The girl, Rosa, whimpered from cold and fright. Buffalo Hump went to her and took her again. Then he stuffed the rawhide gag back in her mouth. He didn't like the sounds frightened women made. The next day, 1 warrior short, the Comanches crossed the Rio Grande. That day they caught 2 whites, an old man and an old woman traveling west in a little wagon. They were people of God. They prayed loudly to their Jesus, but Buffalo Hump burned them anyway in their own wagon. They screamed more loudly than they prayed. As the Comanches were riding off, a cougar jumped out of a little spur of rocks and raced away. Several of the braves gave chase. It would be a great thing if one of them could kill a cougar, but Buffalo Hump let them go. He had once longed to kill a cougar or a bear himself, and finally had killed a bear near the headwaters of the Cimarron. But it had only been an old she-bear with a wounded paw. He could not claim much credit for having killed it. Once he had put his lance in a male grizzly, but the grizzly had treated the lance like a burr and had chased Buffalo Hump for a mile. If he had not been on his best horse that day, the bear would have killed him. Of course, the young braves did not manage to catch the cougar. Their horses were a little tired from the swift raid. The cougar outran them easily. Later that day, Kicking Wolf appeared. Buffalo Hump was angry with him for missing the raid, but they had taken so many horses and so many captives that he didn't bother complaining. Kicking Wolf was a very contrary man. He did as he pleased. He told Buffalo Hump he had decided to wait for them on the trail because he was enjoying the feeling he had after torturing Kirker to death. It was a feeling of great power and calm, Kicking Wolf said. He didn't want to lose it just to catch a few Mexican children and run off a few horses. He explained that he had tortured Kirker for another day after they hung him over the fire. After Kirker died, Kicking Wolf cut off all of his fingers. He meant to take them to the main camp and make them into a necklace. The fingers of the scalp hunter should not be wasted. When Kicking Wolf saw Rosa, the Mexican girl, he became immediately jealous. He began to wish he had taken time to go on part of the raid. His only wife was old and smelly. Buffalo Hump had 3 young wives already, too many in Kicking Wolf's view. He was a lustful man, and could only watch enviously when Buffalo Hump went to the girl and took her. He ought to have gone to Mexico and taken a girl himself. It was only that he had been patiently torturing Kirker and didn't want to lose the feeling of great peace that came to him when the scalp hunter died. "It's a jerky way to travel, if you ask me," Call said. "It's still a long way to Galveston, and we ain't near through the Comanche country yet. Why is she stopping just to paint a hill?" "You can't rush a lady like her, Woodrow," Gus said. He, too, thought it was eccentric of Lady Carey to stop the trip for a whole day just so she could paint the colors of a desert sunset as they appeared on the line of bluffs to the north. They had happened to be traveling below a kind of rim rock the day before and had camped just at sunset. Lady Carey had not been able to get her easel and her paintbrushes out in time to capture the colors of rose and gold that the sun threw on the cliffs. "Why, there's nothing like it in the world," she said. "I must paint. Willie, you might try, too. We'll wait until tomorrow and both have a go at it." "That's a good plan. I'm tired of my pony," Willie said. Gus had managed to shoot an antelope that afternoon. He was immensely proud of himself. Emerald, the negress, walked out and butchered the animal very precisely, and in half the time it would have taken Gus. Before they could even set Lady Carey's tent up properly, Emerald returned with the best cuts of antelope. That night she cooked what she referred to as the saddle, with some corn and a few chilies they had brought from El Paso. Gus thought it was the best meal he had ever eaten. Carl had to admit it was mighty tasty. Emerald had struck up a friendship with Matilda Roberts. She showed Matilda some of the finer points of cooking game. Lady Carey had a little chest containing nothing but salts and peppers, spices and herbs. While Emerald cooked, Lady Carey sang, plucking her mandolin. That evening the great boa, Elphinstone, was let out of its basket. It curled around Lady Carey's shoulders as she sang. Call thought Lady Carey fearless to the point of folly. She ordered no guard, but he and Gus and Long Bill stood one anyway, taking turns through the chilly nights. Wesley Buttons was exempt from guard duty. It was well known that he could not stay awake even 10 minutes unless someone was talking to him, and Wesley's conversation was so dull that no one wanted to attempt to talk to him through the night. He was put in charge of the saddling and packing instead. Call and Gus usually helped him take down Lady Carey's tent. During the day of rest, while they waited for the sunset colors to come, Lady Carey amused herself by sketching the Rangers. She drew quickly, and made such good likenesses of the men that it startled all of them. None of them felt that his own sketch was quite accurate, but contended that Lady Carey had captured the other men perfectly. Toward evening, as the sun sank, the cliffs to the north reddened. Lady Carey prepared her colors and began to paint. Willie, the young Viscount, had a small easel. His attempts at capturing the sunset were done in watercolor. Matilda stood beside Lady Carey, watching. Seeing the red cliffs form on the canvas fascinated her, much as the stories had. She had never known anyone who could do such things. Lady Carey painted until nightfall, but Willie tired of art and walked off with Gus in search of game. He had a small fowling piece and would pop away at anything that moved. This evening, though, nothing moved. Willie wanted to keep looking, but as the shadows lengthened, Gus grew apprehensive and insisted they return to camp. They had seen nothing to provoke unease, but Gus knew how quickly that could change in such a wild place. "There could be an Indian not 50 feet from us," he told Willie. "But if there's an Indian, I want to see him," Willie said. "Why can't you find him and show him to me?" "If I found an Indian, I wouldn't have to show him to you," Gus told him. "He'd be shooting arrows at us quicker than you can think. If I didn't kill the Indian, he'd kill us." "Of course, you would kill him, I'm sure," Willie said, moving a little closer to Gus as they walked toward camp. Call was prepared for an early start and was up before sunrise, but to his surprise, Lady Carrie had risen ahead of him. She was standing beside her easel, waiting for the first light from the east. "I know you're restless, Corporal Call," she said. "I painted the sunset. Now I want to paint the dawn. Go and ask Emerald to cook the bacon." It was almost midday before Lady Carrie was content to pack up her easel and her oils and mount the black gelding. For 3 days more they moved eastward, past the line of the rim rock, but not beyond the desert or the mountains. On the afternoon of the third day, Call, Gus, and Long Bill all began to feel uneasy. There was no reason for their unease, yet they had it. Call debated scouting ahead to see if he could detect any sign of Indians. In the end, he decided against it. There were only the 4 of them to fight in case of attack, and Wesley Buttons was a notably unreliable shot at that. It was probably better to stay together in case of trouble. Toward evening, they passed a solitary mountain, a lump of rock mainly. Lady Carrie rode off toward the mountain to have a closer look. Despite many warnings about the Indians, she still darted off at will, now ahead and now behind. She took a keen interest in the desert plants and would sometimes dismount with her sketch pad and draw a cactus or a sagebush. Once or twice she had galloped so far away that Call had ridden out protectively to be in a position to help if he needed to help. Lady Carrie, though, made it clear that she did not welcome even the best-intentioned supervision. "I'm not a chicken, Corporal Call," she said to him once. "You needn't act like a hen." Gus felt a deep disquiet, not about Lady Carrie, but about the place. Looking at the high, rocky hump, he suddenly realized that he had looked at it before. Only before, he had been racing toward it from the east in the hope of killing mountain sheep. Now they were coming toward it from the west. The sloping ridge the Comanches had hidden themselves behind was just ahead of them. Call had the same recognition at the same time. They had gone east from El Paso and come back to the bluff where Josh Corn and Zeke Moody had been killed. "I hope there ain't no mountain sheep up there," Gus said. "If there are, we'll know they're Comanches and that big one is somewhere around." "Maybe he's still north," Call said, remembering the day when the Comanches had walked their horses along the face of the Paladuro Canyon. "No, he ain't north. I feel him," Gus said. "Now that's mush," Call said. "You didn't feel him the first time, and he was closer to us than I am to Willie." "I didn't say he's close, but he's somewhere around," Gus said. "I feel funny in my stomach." "At least Major Chevalier would be proud of us if he could see us now," Call said. "Why would he?" Gus asked. "He never even made us corporals." "No, but now we've found a road to El Paso," Call said. "It's south of them high bluffs. If he was alive, he could start up a stagecoach line." Gus was still thinking about Buffalo Hump, how quickly he could strike. Lady Carrie was almost out of sight at the base of the mountain. If Buffalo Hump was close, even the fast gelding wouldn't save her. "Look at her," Gus said to Call. "If he was here, he'd get her." "Not just her," Call said. "He'd get us all if he was here." When Buffalo Hump rode into the trading place, the valley called the Sorrows, with his captives and the last group of Mexican horses, the old slaver Joe Nibbs was there waiting, with Sam Douglas and 2 wagons full of goods. A band of Kiowa had been there the day before, but they had only raided 1 settlement. The only captives they had to offer were a 9-year-old girl and a little Negro boy. Joe Nibbs wouldn't take the girl. She had a sickly look. Very likely she would be dead within the month. Joe Nibbs had come west with the first trappers to leave St. Louis. He was too experienced a slaver to be wasting trade goods on a sickly girl. Joe had been coming to the Sorrows for 10 years. He'd seen mothers kill themselves because he sold their children away. More than one husband had tried to kill him because he had sold a wife. But Joe was a decisive man. He kept a hammer stuck in his belt and used it to dispatch troublesome captives quickly, silently, and cheaply. He knew where the human skull was weakest. He rarely had to strike twice when he pulled his hammer. Bullets he normally saved for buffalo or other game too big and too swift to be dispatched with a hammer. When the Kiowa arrived with one sickly girl, Joe Nibbs upbraided them for laziness. The Texas settlements were creeping westward up the Brazos and the Trinity. If the Kiowa didn't want to make the long ride into Mexico for captives, they could at least be a little more active around the new settlements. Most of them weren't really settlements anyway, just groups of scattered farms, always poorly defended. They ought to yield more than a sick girl and a small Negro boy. In the wagons were blankets and beads, knives, mirrors, a few guns, and some harmless potions and powders that Joe passed off as medicine. He did not trade liquor. Life was risky enough on the Comancheria without pouring liquor into wild men skilled at every form of killing. He traveled in the Indian lands with Sam Douglas, a youth of 22, reedy but strong. He kept the wagons repaired and the captives secured. Sam had come from a whaling family back in Massachusetts. He was so skilled with knots that in the 3 years he'd been helping Joe Nibbs, not a single captive, male or female, had escaped. Sometimes, if the Comanche seemed restive, Sam would entertain them by tying intricate knots. Kicking Wolf was particularly fascinated by this skill. He would sit by Sam and encourage him to run through his whole repertory of knots. Then he would want Sam to untie all his knots and tie them again, over and over. Sam Douglas had grown up by the sea. He was used to cool, moist air. He had hated the West with its sand and its dust, and had no fondness at all for Joe Nibbs, a greedy, profane, violent old man with black teeth and a blacker heart. More than 20 times Sam had seen Joe Nibbs fly into a rage, yank out his hammer, and crack the skull of some man or woman who could perfectly well have been sold for a fine profit if only Joe had been able to hold his temper. But Sam stayed with the old slaver because he was handicapped by a clubfoot and a hairlip, both impediments to the satisfying of his considerable lust. In the settlements, women shied from him, but traveling with a slaver solved that problem. There were always budding girls amid the captives, and sometimes grown women, too. Since it was Sam's job to tie the women and to guard them, he had access to many females he could not have approached or succeeded with had he met them in Massachusetts. Many of them writhed and squirmed, or begged and wept, or cursed and spat while Sam was enjoying his access, but he paid no attention. They were slaves, and he was their slaver. They had to submit, and most did, without him having to whack them or whip them or tie their legs to opposite sides of the wagon bed. Even if he had to beat the women a little, he was still kinder to them than Joe Nibbs. Joe was apt to whip them for no reason, or torment them with the handle of his hammer, or tie them over a wagon wheel and rut at them from behind like the rough old Billy that he was. The moment Buffalo Hump and Kicking Wolf rode into the Sorrows with their bunch of Mexican children, Sam noticed the girl Rosa. Joe Nibbs noticed her, too. She had a beauty not often seen in captives.
"Why, he's caught a pretty one," Joe Nibbs said. "Them lazy Kiowas could ride for a year and not catch a girl that rare."
"Let's buy her, Joe," Sam Douglas said. "Maybe the Apaches would buy her. They'd give us silver for her. They take lots of silver off them Mexicans they kill." What Sam was really thinking was that they would get to keep the girl for a while. Old Joe could go first and rut at her from the back if he wanted to. Then it would be Sam's turn, and he might take it 2 or 3 times a night under the pretense of seeing the girl was properly bound.
"Shh! Hush about the Apaches," Joe instructed. "Buffalo Hump hates everybody but his own tribe, and he don't like too many of them. We don't need to let on what we aim to do with his gal."
They watched closely as the Comanche raiders rode down into the shallow valley, just a cleft between 2 ridges, really. In the distance they could see a curve of the Rio Rojo. The wind was blowing hard from the north. Spumes of sand curled over the lip of the ridge to the north and blew into the eyes of the Mexican captives. The Mexican children appeared to be well fed, Sam noted. Some of them were as plump as the little Negro boy who was tied in the first wagon. Several of the Mexican girls looked to be 8 or 9 years old. They could be used if there was no one better, but Sam Douglas didn't figure on having to drop that low, not if the wily Joe Nibbs could talk Buffalo Hump out of the young woman. Joe had bought captives from most of the major chiefs north of the Santa Fe Trail and south. He knew a route through the Carlsbad Mountains that allowed him to slip back and forth between Comanche and Apache, desert and plain. He was the oldest slaver on the plains. good at figuring out what a given Indian would take for a prize captive. The girl who rode behind Buffalo Hump, her wrists tied with a rawhide thong, was the prettiest woman to come up the Comanche war trail since Sam had been driving a wagon for Joe. Joe Nibbs was rarely nervous when among the red men. He cheated white men freely, but he didn't cheat Comanches or Apaches or Kiowa or Pawnee or Sioux. A trader who cheated Indians might survive a year or even 2, but Joe Nibbs had survived almost 20 by saving his tricks for the whites. Even an Indian who didn't speak a word of the white man's tongue would know when he was being cheated. It was a practice that didn't pay. Buffalo Hump, though, was one Indian who made Joe Nibbs nervous. He dealt with the humpback because Buffalo Hump raided deepest into Mexico and brought back the most captives. But with Buffalo Hump, Joe was always careful, always aware that he was doing something not quite safe, not quite within the normal range of hazards that went with the slaving trade on the wild Texas prairies. Joe Nibbs was always aware that the day might come when Buffalo Hump would rather kill than trade. In his dealing with the humpback, he'd only once looked the war chief in the eye. What an eye! What he saw then unnerved him so that he immediately gave the war chief a brand-new rifle and several fine blankets. As soon as the Comanches had gone, he warned Sam Douglas to keep his eyes to himself when dealing with the big Comanche. No wise man met the eye of a mad dog or a wolf, a bear or a panther. The animal might come out, and blood be spilled over nothing more than a glance. "Hell, I won't look at him at all," Sam said. "That damn Hump is an ugly thing anyway." Buffalo Hump saw immediately that the slavers wanted Rosa, the Mexican girl. He had once come upon the slavers while the old one was tormenting a dead missionary's wife. He had watched from a distance as Joe Nibbs beat the woman with the handle of his hammer, beat her and did more. That night the woman died from the beating and abuse. She had not been young. What he mainly wanted from the slaver was knives and needles. It would soon be time for the fall hunt. They needed to kill many buffalo before the winter came. Often ice storms came, coating the plain for several days at a time, making hunting difficult. The white men made good knives, far better than the stone knives his people had had to use when he was a boy. After the hunt, there would be much cutting. The women would need knives and also needles for sewing leggings from deerskin and stitching buffalo robes. The white man's blankets Buffalo Hump mostly scorned. Buffalo robes were warmer, but he liked the yellow cloth that shed the rain and allowed his braves to hunt on wet days and yet be dry like ducks. The rifles he was offered were cheap, and his young braves were rough with guns. Soon half would be broken and the ammunition used up. It was not worth giving up good captives for weapons that would be broken in a month. He himself had the fine gun the white chief Caleb Cobb had given him. He was careful with the gun. No one in the tribe was allowed to touch it. Kicking Wolf was bitterly jealous that Buffalo Hump had such a gun, but he knew better than to disobey the edict. Buffalo Hump only rarely shot the gun. He had not even taken it with him on the raid, preferring to depend on his bow and his lance. But once he had shot it at an antelope, a very great distance away, and the antelope fell. But if the old trader Joe Nibbs thought he could trade a few cheap weapons for the Mexican girl, he would have to think again. Buffalo Hump was willing to give him several of the Mexican children for a box full of good sharp knives. The girl he meant to keep. It might be a cold winter. A fresh young wife to lie with would be good to have on days when the ice covered the plains.
"Now don't be mentioning that girl. Don't even look at her," Joe Nibbs warned Sam Douglas. "I'll trade for the brats first, and remember what I said, don't look him in the eye." "Why would I want to? He's a goddamn stinking Indian," Sam said. Kicking Wolf at once wanted the Negro boy. When the boy was brought out of the wagon naked and saw Buffalo Hump, he was so frightened that he tried to run away, speeding on his little legs toward the ridge the sand spumed over. The Comanche braves followed, curious. Kicking Wolf and the others had seen few blacks. They thought the boy might be some kind of small black animal. Perhaps he could be trained to gather firewood, or just to be kept as a pet like a bear cub. Just as the little black boy was about to get to the ridge, Kicking Wolf picked him up screaming and brought him back to the wagons. "That's my brat, give him back," Joe Nibbs said. Kicking Wolf, too, was a man to be wary of. Everyone on the plains knew what a good thief he was. Joe and Sam had 2 extra donkeys with them beside the horses that pulled the wagons.
He meant to see that the donkeys were close hobbled that night, else Kicking Wolf would come back and take them. Kicking Wolf motioned toward 2 of the captives, indicating that he would trade them for the black boy. Before Joe Nibbs could even walk over and inspect the children to be sure that they were healthy, Buffalo Hump lowered his lance and put it in front of the children. Kicking Wolf had not set foot in Mexico. Who was he to be offering the captives in trade? While they had been raiding, he had lingered near the Pecos, torturing one scalp hunter to death. Of course, Kicking Wolf had made many raids and taken many children. He would have to be allowed some booty, but he could not simply trade away children that were not his. Fast Boy had taken the 2 children in question. If anyone had the right to dispose of them, it should be he. Kicking Wolf was very annoyed by Buffalo Hump's intervention. He himself, not Buffalo Hump, was the great child thief. He had taken more than 50 children from their homes and brought them north. It was because of his skill as a child thief that the tribe had had plenty of knives the last few winters. Who was Buffalo Hump to deny him 2 children when all he wanted in exchange was the small black animal?
Even swap! Even swap!
Joe Nibbs said, pointing at a Mexican boy who was about the same size as the little Negro. He didn't like trading blacks, not on the plains. He'd only given a packet of needles and a small blanket for the black boy. In the South it was profitable to trade little blacks, but not on the plains, and even less so west of the Carlsbad Mountains. The Apaches had superstitions about blacks. They usually killed them. Buffalo Hump allowed the trade. 1 Mexican child for the black cub Kicking Wolf held. He had merely lowered his lance to remind Kicking Wolf that he was not the war chief. Of course, Kicking Wolf was an unusually good raider. The need to torture Kirker had distracted him, but his pride had to be considered. He could have the black cub. Joe Nibbs produced tobacco, and the trading went quickly. Buffalo Hump kept 4 captives, including the girl Rosa. The other 3 were Mexican boys old enough to be useful slaves. The others he traded for 3 boxes of knives, many needles, some mirrors, a box of fish hooks, and 4 rifles. Several of his younger braves considered themselves to be great marksmen. It was well enough to take a few guns for them to break. "He don't like guns much," Sam said to Joe. "He only took 4. How are we going to get this girl if he won't take guns?" Rosa, still tied, sat by a little bush near Buffalo Hump's horse. She had seen the 2 traders looking at her. She felt no hope. Either the white men or the Comanches would use her and kill her. She watched the sand spuming over the ridge as the wind gusted. She wished she could simply lie down and be covered with sand, be dead, be at peace. She watched the sand come and tried not to think. Joe Nibbs was wondering the same thing as Sam. What could he offer Buffalo Hump that might make him part with the girl?
"I got that old gypsy glass,"
he said. Some months before, he had found a wagon and a dead man, an old gypsy, on the Kansas plain near Fort Lawrence. Probably the old man had been killed by Pawnees, who had ripped up his body and his wagons, taken his whiskey, and left. Joe had happened to notice something shining through a crack in the wagon bed, and had discovered a ball of glass or crystal hidden so well that the Pawnees had not noticed it.
"He might want that glass," he said, going to his wagon and taking the glass from a blanket he had wrapped it in.
It was the size of a small melon. When you looked into it, it made your face elongated.
"It's gypsy glass. Take it to your medicine man. He can use it for prophesying,"
Joe said, offering the ball of glass to Buffalo Hump. All the warriors crowded around, exclaiming at the way the glass made their faces long. Buffalo Hump thought the glass a very odd thing. He turned it over and over and let his young braves handle it. It was clearly a thing of power, but he was not convinced that it could be used for prophesying.
"Yes, it's a prophecy glass. That's what it is," Joe insisted. "Take it to your medicine man. He'll tell him where the buffalo are and when's the best time to hunt. He'll tell you when to go to war and when to stay home."
Buffalo Hump was not convinced, but as the afternoon waned, he began to want the glass. He wanted to take it home to his main camp and study it. Perhaps he would come to understand its power. His mother was old and knew much. Perhaps she would understand why the glass made faces long. He decided, though, to kill the traders, the old one and the young one, too. He meant to take all the knives. There were several more boxes in the wagons. With so many knives, they would not need the traders for several winters. He did not want Joe Nibbs coming into his country with such a thing as the glass. If it was a prophecy glass, then it could do much evil. Some of his people grew sick and died just from meeting with the whites. With such a glass, the old trader might cause many deaths. The glass might be a trick to spread death among the Comanches, to get their robes and their horses and their hunting lands. The whites were always coming, up the rivers and the creeks, always north and west toward the Comancheria. Buffalo Hump thought the glass was a bad sign. He would take it to the main camp and let the old ones see it. Perhaps one of them would know what to do. Buffalo Hump left them the Mexican girl and took his braves over the ridge where the sand spumed. Then he told his braves that he had decided to kill the trader, take back the captives, and get all the knives. Kicking Wolf wanted to go back with him and catch the white men and torture them, but Buffalo Hump wouldn't let him. Instead, he gave him the glass that might be evil and rode back alone. When he crossed the ridge of blowing sand, the old white man had already tied the girl to a wagon wheel and was abusing her. The young white man sat on the tailgate of the wagon and waited his turn. Buffalo Hump walked quietly over the soft sand. He had his lance and a knife. Sam Douglas sat on the wagon trying to decide whether to take one of the 9-year-old Mexican girls or wait for night when old Joe would be sleeping. Then he could do what he pleased with Rosa. He had meant to leave the 9-year-olds alone, but after all, why should he? They were slaves. They were there. Old Joe was tiresome when he had a new slave to abuse. He might keep Rosa tied to the wagon wheel for hours. Then before he knew it, Sam Douglas found himself doing the one thing he had vowed not to do. He looked straight into Buffalo Hump's eyes. It was a mistake. He knew it. He had thought the big Indian was gone, but there he was, the animal, the panther, the bear. The next second, Buffalo Hump drove his knife straight down through Sam Douglas's skull. One of the Mexican captives screamed. The old trader, Joe Nibbs, had his hammer in his hand. When he turned, Buffalo Hump threw the lance. The distance was short. Half the lance came out the other side of Joe Nibbs' body and stuck in the ground so that his torso was tilted slightly back. He was still alive. He dropped his hammer. Buffalo Hump picked it up and hit him at the base of the neck. Joe Nibbs' head flopped back like a chicken's. Then the warriors came back. They took the captives, the knives, the donkeys. They decided to burn the wagons and camp for the night. They could eat all the white men's food. Buffalo Hump could not get his knife out of Sam Douglas's skull. It was stuck so deep that not even his strength was enough to pull it out. The braves laughed. Their own war chief had stuck a perfectly good knife into a white man's skull so deeply that he could not get it out. Finally, Buffalo Hump smashed the skull with the old slaver's hammer and freed his knife. Rosa, the young captive, could not stop weeping. She hurt from what the man with the hammer had done to her. She wanted to be with her mother, her brother, and little sisters, but she knew she could not go home. She had been with the Comanche. The people of her village would consider her disgraced if she went home. She wept and listened to the sand. She wished that she could sleep beneath the sand, breathe it into her, and die, but she could not. She could only weep and be cold and wait for the Comanche who sat nearby, holding the rawhide string that bound her wrists. Later, not long before dawn, one of the donkeys began to whinny. The wind had shifted. Now it blew from the west, and the donkey had smelled something. The horses pointed their ears to the west but did not whinny. The braves around the campfire thought it was an animal. Donkeys were cowards. They would whinny at a coyote or even a badger. Fast Boy, who slept little, decided that the animal was probably a cougar. Perhaps the cougar they had seen earlier was following them, hoping to eat a donkey. The other braves laughed at Fast Boy and laughed even more when he mounted his horse and loped off to look for the cougar. They thought it was ridiculous for Fast Boy to suppose he could find a cougar in the darkness. When Fast Boy returned, running his horse, the sun was just rising. The wind was high. The sun was ringing with a haze of sand. Buffalo Hump was annoyed when Fast Boy raced into camp. He did not approve of such behavior. They were cooking horse meat from one of the old slaver's horses. Fast Boy's horse kicked dust on the meat, which was gritty enough anyway. But Buffalo Hump forgot his irritation when Fast Boy told him that a party of whites was camped only 3 miles to the west. It was a small party, mostly women, Fast Boy said. There were only 4 men and a boy besides the women. But the news that made Buffalo Hump forgive the reckless riding and the gritty meat was that one of the men was Gun in the Water, the young ranger who had killed his son. When Buffalo Hump heard that, he began to put on his war paint. Most of the other warriors put on their war paint, too. Kicking Wolf declined to bother. He did not like to paint himself. He made the point to Buffalo Hump that he himself could sneak over the hill and kill Gun in the Water and all the whites in less time than it would take for Buffalo Hump and the other braves to paint themselves. Buffalo Hump ignored Kicking Wolf. Kicking Wolf had always thought his way of doing things was best. Buffalo Hump didn't care what Kicking Wolf thought. He intended to paint himself properly. Then he would ride to where the whites were and do to Gun in the Water what he had done to the old slaver, throw his lance so hard that it would go through him without killing him at once. Then before he died, Buffalo Hump intended to scalp him and cut him. The scalp he would take home to his son's mother so she would know the boy had been correctly avenged. When Buffalo Hump mounted, he made a speech in which he warned all the braves to leave Gun in the Water alone. He himself would kill Gun in the Water. Kicking Wolf didn't like the speech much. He rode off in the middle of it in a hurry to have a look at the women. Perhaps one of them would be as pretty as the Mexican girl, or even prettier. He wanted to be the first to see the women so he would get the best. Maybe he would find one who smelled better than his wife. The horses smelled the Indians first. Call was about to throw the side saddle on Lady Carey's black gelding when the gelding began to nicker and jump around. Gus's bay did the same, and even the mules acted nervous. Lady Carey's tent had been folded and packed. They were all about ready to start the day's ride. Emerald was brushing her white mule. She brushed the mule faithfully every morning. Call scanned the horizon to the east, but saw nothing unusual, just the bright edge of the rising sun. Lady Carey still had a teacup in her hand. Willie was eating bacon. Mrs. Chubb was trying to wash his ears, pouring water out of a little canteen onto a sponge that she kept with her just for the purpose of washing Willie. Wesley Buttons had his boots off. He was prone to cramps in his feet and liked to rub his toes for a while in the morning before he put his boots on. If he took a bad cramp with the boot on, he would have to hop around in pain until the cramp eased. Matilda walked her mare around in circles. The mare was skittish in the mornings, with a tendency to crow-hop. Matilda was no bronc rider. She liked to walk off as much of the mare's nervousness as she could. Twice already the mare had thrown her. Once she had narrowly missed landing on a barrel cactus, which was all the more reason to walk the mare for a while. Gus McCrae and Long Bill had walked off from camp a little ways, meaning to relieve themselves. Long Bill was much troubled by constipation, whereas Gus's bowels tended to run too freely. They had formed a habit of answering nature's call together. They could converse about various things while they were at it. One of the things Gus had on his mind was whores. Now that he was eating better and not having to walk until he dropped, his sap had risen. A subject of intense speculation between himself and Long Bill was whether Matilda Roberts intended to take up her old profession now that they were back in Texas, and if so, when. Gus was hoping she would resume it sooner rather than later. He was of the opinion that any time would be a good time for Matilda to start being a whore again, even if he and Long Bill were her only customers. "Well, but Lady Carey might not approve," Long Bill speculated as he squatted. "Matty might want to wait until we're shut of these English folks." "But that won't be till Galveston," Gus said. "Galveston's a far piece yet. I would like a whore a lot sooner than Galveston." Long Bill had no comment. He noticed as he squatted that there was a commotion back at the camp. Woodrow Call and Lady Carey were standing together looking to the east. Long Bill could see that Call had his rifle. Matty had come back to stand near the others. Long Bill felt a strong nervousness take him. The nervousness clamped his troubled bowels even tighter. "Something's happening," he said abruptly, pulling his pants up. "This ain't no time for us to be taking a long squat." The two hurried back to camp, guns in their hands. It seemed a peaceful morning, but maybe it wasn't going to be as peaceful as it looked. "Here's Gus. He's got the best eyes," Call said. Lady Carey went to her saddlebag and pulled out a small brass spyglass. "Help me look, Corporal McCrae," she said. "Corporal Call thinks there's trouble ahead, and so does my horse." Lady Carey looked through her telescope, and Gus did his best to scan the horizons carefully with his eyes, but all he saw was a solitary coyote trotting south through the thin sage. He too had begun to feel nervous, though. He didn't fully trust his own eyes. He remembered again how completely the Comanches had concealed themselves the day they killed Josh and Zeke. Emerald walked over, leading her white mule. "The wild men are here, my lady," she said calmly. "Yes, I believe they are," Lady Carey said. "I believe I smell them, only they're so wild I can't see them." Then they all heard a sound, a high sound of singing. Buffalo Hump, in no hurry, walking his horse, appeared on the distant ridge, the sun just risen above him. He was singing his war song. As the little group watched, the whole raiding party slowly came into view. All the braves were singing their war songs, high-pitched and repetitive. Gus counted 20 warriors. Then he saw the 21st, Kicking Wolf, somewhat to the side. Kicking Wolf was on foot, and he was not singing. His silence seemed more menacing than the war songs of the other braves. Call looked around for a gully or a ridge that might provide them some cover, but there was nothing, only the few sage bushes. They'd camped on the open plain. The Comanches held the high ground and had the sun behind them to boot. There were 4 fighting men against 21, and Wesley Buttons couldn't shoot. Even if he had been a reliable shot, the Comanches could in any case easily overrun them if they chose to charge. 4 men, 4 women, and a boy would not look like much opposition to a raiding party singing for death and torture. Call wondered if the English party knew what Comanches did to captives. He wondered if he ought to tell Lady Carrie and Emerald and Mrs. Chubb how to shoot themselves fatally if worse came to worse. Bigfoot's instructions about putting the pistol to the eyeball came back to him as he watched the Comanches. No doubt Bigfoot had known exactly what he was talking about. But would the English lady, the nanny, and the negress be capable of performing such an act? Would Matilda Roberts, for that matter? Lady Carrie stood watching the Indians calmly. As always, she was dressed only in black and wore her 3 veils. She did not seem frightened or even disturbed. "What do you think, Corporal Call?" she asked. "Can we whip them?" "Likely not, ma'am," Call said. "They beat us when we had nearly 200 men. I don't know why they wouldn't beat us now that we've only got 4. "It's interesting singing, isn't it?" Lady Carrie said. "Not so fine as opera, but interesting nonetheless. I wonder what it means, that singing." "It means death to the whites," Gus said. "It means they want our hair." "Well, they may want it, but they can't have it," young Willie said. "I need my hair, don't I, Mama?" "Of course you do, Willie," Lady Carrie said, "and you shall keep it, too. Mamma will see to that. Corporal Call, will you saddle my horse?" "I will, but I don't think we can outrun them, ma'am," Call said. "No, we won't be running," Lady Carrie said. "I think the best thing would be for me to try my singing. I will be leading us through these Comanches, gentlemen. I'll be mounted, but I want the rest of you to walk and lead your mounts. Saddle my horse, Corporal Call, and don't look at me. None of you must look at me now until I say you may." "But why not, ma'am?" Gus asked. He was puzzled by the whole proceeding. "Because I intend to disrobe," Lady Carrie said. "I shall disrobe, and I shall sing my best arias. Besides that, I shall need my fine snake, Elphinstone. Emerald, could you bring him?" Calmly, not hurrying, Lady Carrie began to sing scales as she undressed. She let her voice rise higher and higher, moving up an octave and then another, until her high notes were higher than any that came from the Comanches. Emerald took the boa from its basket on the mule and let it drape about her shoulders as Lady Carrie undressed. "I think, Willie, you should mount your pony," Lady Carrie said. "The rest of you walk. Matilda, would you take my clothes and carry them for me? I shall want them, of course, once we have dispersed these savages. You haven't saddled my horse yet, Corporal Call. Please cinch him carefully so he won't jump. I've got to be a regular Lady Godiva this morning, and I don't want any trouble from this black beast." Call saddled the horse and handed the reins to Matilda along with his pistol. He had no belief that anything they could do would get them through the Comanches. Lady Carrie could undress if she wanted. Buffalo Hump would kill them anyway. He kept his eyes down as Lady Carrie undressed. So did Long Bill and Wesley Buttons. They had come to like Lady Carrie, to revere her almost, and were determined not to offend her modesty, though they were much confused by the undressing. Gus, though, could not resist a peep. So normal did she seem that he had almost forgotten that she was a leper, until he caught the first glimpse of her black, eroded flesh as she turned to hand a garment to Matilda. Her neck and breasts were black. Bags of yellowing skin hung from her shoulders. Gus was so startled that he almost lost his breakfast. He didn't look at Lady Carrie again. though he did notice that her legs, which were very white, did not seem to be affected by the disease, except for a single dark spot on one calf. "Oh, Lord," he said, but no one else was looking, and no one heard him. Lady Carey kept on her hat and the 3 veils that hid her face. She also kept on her fine black boots. Matilda looked at Lady Carey's body and felt bad. The English lady had been nicer to her even than her own mother. To see her young body blackened and yellowish from disease made Matilda feel helpless. Yet she took the garments one by one as Lady Carey handed them to her and folded them carefully. Mrs. Chubb was calm, as was Emerald. Neither of them had seen what Comanches could do, Matilda reflected. When Lady Carey had disrobed, she mounted the black gelding, settled herself firmly in the side saddle, and reached for her snake. "All right now, keep in line," she said. "You too, Willie, keep in line. I want you Texans in the middle, right behind Willie. Matilda, Mrs. Chubb, and Emerald will bring up the rear. Emerald, if you don't mind, I think you might want to carry my husband's sword. Unsheath it and hold the blade high. Remember, it's sharp. Don't cut yourself." The negress smiled at the thought that she might cut herself. Call had often noticed a fine sword in the baggage, but had not known that it was Lady Carey's husband's. Emerald took it and unsheathed it. She went to the rear and waited. "All right now, front march," Lady Carey said. "I'm going to sing very loudly. After all, I'm 1 voice against 20. Willie, you might want to stop your ears." "Oh, no, Mamma," Willie said. "You can sing loud. I won't mind." Lady Carey, on the fine black gelding, started up the long ridge toward the Comanches, the boa draped over her shoulders. She was still singing her scales, but before she had gone more than a few feet, she stopped the scales and began to sing high and loud in the Italian tongue, the tongue that had caused Quartermaster Bragnoli to rouse himself briefly and then die. The line of Comanches was still some 200 yards away. Lucinda Carey, watching from behind her 3 veils, rode toward them slowly, singing her aria. When she had closed the distance to within 100 yards, she stretched her arms wide. Elphinstone liked to twine himself along them. She felt in good voice. The aria she was singing came from Signor Verdi's new opera, Nabucco. He had taught her the aria himself 2 years ago in Milan, not long before she and her husband, Lord Carey, sailed together for Mexico. Ahead, the line of Comanches waited. Lady Carey glanced back. Her son, the 4 rangers, and the 3 women all walked obediently behind her. Emerald, the tall negress at the end of the line, had undraped one breast. She held aloft Lord Carey's fine sword. The keen blade flashed in the early sunlight. Emerald paused on impulse and shrugged off her white cloak. Soon she, too, was walking naked toward the line of warriors. As she came nearer, close enough to see the Comanche war chief's great hump and the ochre lines of paint on his face and chest, Lucinda, Lady Carey, opened her throat and sang her aria with the full power of her lungs. She let her voice rise high, and then higher still. She pretended for a moment that she was at La Scala, where she had had the honor of meeting Signor Verdi. She filled her lungs, breathing as Signor Verdi had taught her in the few lessons she had begged of him. Her high, ripe notes rang clearly in the dry Texas air. Ahead, the war chief waited, his long lance in his right hand. Kicking Wolf grew tired of listening to the war songs. He ran ahead, meaning to make the first kill. He would leave Buffalo Hump the Texan called Gun in the Water, since Gun in the Water had killed his son. It would not do to cheat the war chief of his vengeance. The man Kicking Wolf meant to kill was the tall one who always walked beside Gun in the Water. Kicking Wolf was short. He would kill the tall one. Buffalo Hump, who was tall, could kill the short one. So Kicking Wolf ran ahead and squatted beside a small clump of chaparral. He had an arrow in his bow, ready to shoot. He heard a death song coming from the Texans. But because he wanted to surprise them, he did not look up once he was in his ambush place behind the chaparral. Of course, it was appropriate for the whites to sing a death song. They would all be dead very soon, unless 1 or 2 could be caught for torture. But it was a little surprising. Kicking Wolf could not remember any instances in which whites sang death songs. Once in a while, when there was cavalry, a man might blow a short horn to make the soldiers fight. He had actually killed such a person once near the San Saba and had taken the horn home with him. But it was not a good horn. When he tried to play it, it only made a squawking sound like a buffalo farting. He eventually threw it away. Then Kicking Wolf realized that he was hearing no ordinary death song. The voice that he heard lifted higher toward the sky than any Comanche voice could go. The notes rose so high and were so loud that as the singer came near him, the song seemed to fill the whole air and even to turn off the far cliffs and come back. Astonished at the power of the death song, Kicking Wolf stood up, ready to kill the person who was singing it. His arrow was in his bow. He could tell from the power of the song that the person was near, but what Kicking Wolf saw when he rose from his ambush place chilled his heart and filled him with terror. There, on a black horse, was a woman with a hidden face, black breasts, and shoulders that were only yellowing flesh and white bone. Worse, this woman who poured a song from beneath the cloth that hid her face had twined around her naked arms a great snake, a snake far larger than any Kicking Wolf had ever seen. The head of the snake was extended along the horse's neck, its tongue flickered out, and it seemed to be looking right at Kicking Wolf. So frightened was Kicking Wolf that he would have immediately sung his own death song had his throat not been frozen with fear. The woman on the black horse was Death Woman, come with her black flesh and her great serpent to kill him and his people. Kicking Wolf let the arrow fall from his bow. Then he dropped the bow itself and turned and ran as fast as his short legs could carry him toward the war chief. Behind him he heard the high ringing voice of Death Woman and could imagine the head of the great serpent coming closer and ever closer to him. In his panic he stepped on a bad cactus. Thorns went through his foot, but he did not stop running. He knew that if he slowed the slightest bit, the great snake of Death Woman would get him. When the Comanches sitting with Buffalo Hump saw Kicking Wolf running toward them, they thought it was just some clever plan the stumpy little man had thought up to lure the whites closer to their arrows and their lances. But the strange high song seemed to come with Kicking Wolf, to ring in the air like an old witch woman's curse. Some of the Comanches began to be a little apprehensive. They looked to their war chief, who sat as he was. It was only when Kicking Wolf ran up and Buffalo Hump saw the terror in his face that he knew it was not a ruse. Kicking Wolf was fearless in battle. He would attack anyone, and had once killed 6 Pawnees in a single battle. Yet now he was so frightened that he had cactus thorns sticking through his foot and blood on his moccasins, and he was still running. He ran right past Buffalo Hump without stopping. Also, Buffalo Hump saw that Kicking Wolf had even dropped his bow. Not since Kicking Wolf was a boy had he seen him without his bow in his hand. Buffalo Hump had been listening to the death song with admiration. He'd never heard one so loud before. The song came back off the distant hills, as if the singer's ghost were already there, calling for the singer to come. But something was wrong. Kicking Wolf was terrified, and the ringing, echoing death song was causing panic among his warriors. Then Buffalo Hump saw Death Woman, with her rotting black body. He saw the great snake, twisting his head above her horse's neck. He was so startled that he lifted his lance, but didn't throw it. Behind the Death Woman, at the far back, was a naked black woman with a lifted sword. The black woman led a white mule. At the sight of Death Woman, with her great serpent, the Comanche warriors broke, but Buffalo Hump held his ground. Worse even than the snake twisted around the shoulders of Death Woman was the white mule that followed the tall black woman with the sword. Long ago, his old grandmother, who was a spirit woman, had told him to flee from a woman with a white mule, for the coming of the white mule would mean catastrophe for the Comanche people. The great snake he didn't fear. He could kill any snake. But there before him was the white mule of his grandmother's spirit prophecy. He could not kill a prophecy. It was doom, he knew. His warriors were fleeing. Kicking Wolf had fled. Buffalo Hump lowered his lance, but did not flee. He could not kill the Texans, not even gun in the water, not then. They were under the protection of Death Woman. But they would not escape him. He would kill them later, when Death Woman was sleeping and when the white mule was gone. He rode a little higher on the hill and waited. If Death Woman tried to come at him, he would fight. And if he could keep his face toward her, he might win, for there was a prophecy, too, They could only be killed by a lance that pierced him through his hump. He must not let the woman with the white mule and the flashing sword get behind him. As long as his hump was protected, even Death Woman could not kill him. "Don't look at him," Call said as he and Gus walked slowly past. "She spooked most of them, but she ain't spooked him. Just don't look at him. If he comes at us, the rest of them might come back, and we ain't no match for 20 Comanches, even if they're scared." Slowly, not looking up, the Texans and the women passed the ridge where Buffalo Hump sat. Lady Carrie sang even louder as they passed almost beneath the great humpback Comanche. Her voice rose so high, it was as if she were trying to cast it into the clouds. She draped her reins over her horse's neck and spread her arms as she sang. Buffalo Hump sat above them, immobile, the desert wind blowing the feathers he had tied to his lance. Call did not look up, but he felt the war chief's hatred as he passed below him. He tensed himself in case the lance came flying, as it had at Gus on a stormy night not far to the south. When they had passed the ridge and deemed it safe to stop, Lady Carrie dismounted. Matilda brought her clothes. The men dropped their eyes while she dressed. The boa, Elphinstone, was returned to its basket on the donkey. Emerald put her cloak back on and returned Lord Carey's sword to its fine sheath. During the excitement, the donkey had managed to pull Mrs. Chubb's straw bonnet out of the baggage pack and had eaten half of it. "There, who says opera isn't useful?" Lady Carey asked when she remounted. "I shall have to write to Signor Verdi and tell him his arias were not appreciated by the wild Comanche." When they resumed their journey, they saw a strange thing. Buffalo Hump was backing his horse step by step across the desert toward the north. His warriors were nowhere in sight, but he had not turned his horse to go and find them. His face was still toward the Texans. Step by step, he backed his horse. "We didn't kill him," Call said. "We should have." "That's right," Gus said. "We should have. He's still out there. I reckon he'll be back." "If he does come back, he won't find me," Long Bill said. "If I ever get to a town, I aim to take up carpentry and sleep someplace where I can lock my doors. I've had enough of this sleeping outside." "I wonder why he's backing his horse," Call said. "We got no gun that could shoot that far. We couldn't hit him if we tried." "Well, go ask him, Woodrow, if you're that curious," Gus said. When they rode in at dusk to San Antonio, two barefoot friars were bringing a little herd of goats within the walls of the old mission by the river. Somewhere within the walls another priest was singing. "Why, it's Vespers," Lady Carey said. "Isn't it lovely, Mrs. Chubb? It rather reminds me of Rome." "A plain English hymn will do for me," Mrs. Chubb said. "A plain English hymn and no donkeys," she added a bit later. "I'm afraid I will never be reconciled to donkeys." 10 days later, on a pier in Galveston, Mrs. Chubb was still complaining of donkeys to any sailor who would listen. "Not only did it bite my toe, it ate my best bonnet," she said, but no one listened. Lady Carey paid the Texans $100 each, a sum so large that none of the four could quite grasp that they had it. She gave Matilda $200, a sum that made Gus jealous. After all, what had Matilda done that he hadn't? Then as Call and Gus, Matilda, Wesley, and Long Bill stood on the pier in the warm, salty breeze, the English party boarded a boat whose mast was taller than most trees. Young Willie waved, and Lady Carey, still triply veiled, waved her hand. Mrs. Chubb was gone, still complaining, and Emerald, the tall negress, looked at the shore but did not wave. The Texans stood watching as the boat pulled away and began its journey across the great gray plain of the sea. Gus was talking of whores again as the boat pulled away, but Call was silenced by the immense sweep of the water. He had not expected the sea to be so large. Soon the boat containing Lady Carey and her party began to disappear, as a wagon might as it made its way across a sea of grass. Woodrow Call could be subdued by the ocean if he wanted to. Gus McCrae, for his part, had never felt happier. He was rich, he was safe, and the port of Galveston virtually teemed with whores. He had already visited 5. "I guess this is where I quit the rangering, boys," Long Bill said with a sigh. "It's rare sport, but it ain't quite safe." Woodrow Call said nothing. The little ship had vanished. He was watching the sea. Wesley Buttons knew that he could no longer avoid going home and telling his mother that his two brothers were dead, killed by Mexican soldiers in New Mexico. Matilda Roberts was thinking that she was farther from California than ever, but at least she had money in her pocket. "Now, Woodrow, come on," Gus said, taking his friend's arm. "Let's whore a little and then lope up to Austin." "Austin? Why?" Call asked. "So I can see if that girl in the general store still wants to marry me," Gus said.
Dead Man's Walk.